A land off the top's not going to be good enough. Sean Emmanuel Depras is your world champion.
It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
And congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizon 3. He has done it.
It's time for World Championship 30, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. 113 of the best Magic the Gathering players in the world have assembled here in the Convention Center to compete in Duskmourn Draft and Standard for their share of a $1 million prize pool. 100 grand goes to the champion, as well as our World Championship trophy. We've also got the Player of the Year race that's culminating here at this tournament, plus MagicCon Vegas. We have thousands upon thousands of Magic fans streaming into the Convention Center this morning to celebrate the best game in the world, and they are excited to play some Magic here this weekend, and we are excited to give away some money and a huge trophy. Take a look at the Convention Center floor there as we welcome you in to World Championship 30. Hey everybody, I'm Maria Bartholdi here at the News Desk, your host for this weekend alongside Mani Devuti and Cedric Phillips. We have an absolutely amazing tournament for you this weekend. Mani, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, I just can't wait for Duskmourn Draft. Talking to the players last night at the player party, it's nearly unanimous that this format is awesome. Everybody loves it. They think there's a lot of play to it, and I can't wait to see how our World Championship field handles the format.
Absolutely, it's a terrific draft format. I cannot wait to see as well. What about you, Cedric?
For me, it is this standard format, which is a little wild, right? Everybody knows that there's a turn 2 kill in this format if everything goes right, but that's not what the format is all about. There's aggressive decks, there's mid-range decks, there's 5 color control decks. You can do kind of whatever you want to in this format, and there's dynamic gameplay all the way through. These players are very excited to play it, and I'm very excited to watch it.
Yeah, me too. We have 2 incredible formats. By the way, every player at the player party last night basically said they think they brought the best deck for Standard.
Yeah, yeah, that was pretty wild. Everyone was really confident.
They can't all
You sure
be
about
right.
that? You sure about that? Everyone's just going to go XO through Standard?
I'm actually not sure about it this time.
Okay.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do, what we're going to do, and when we're going to do it, starting with today, Mani.
Well, Maria, we kick things off, as we always do, with 3 rounds of that awesome Duskmourn Draft format before we swap over to Standard for the rest of the day, the last 4 rounds, at the end of which all players with 12 match points or better will be back tomorrow for day 2.
On Saturday, day number 2, we will re-enter the House of Horror for Duskmourn Draft to kick off the day before we do make that transition to that standard format where, as Mani mentioned, everyone's going to win. No one's going to lose. Everyone's going to go Exito through that portion. The goal on day number 2 is 10 wins before round number 14. You do that, you're going to advance to the Sunday stage to fight off the Sunday Scaries.
Absolutely, a terrifying top 8 comes your way on Sunday. Single elimination Standard, all the way down, best 3 out of 5 games. Start voting begins after game 2 on Sunday. You don't want to miss a minute of our top 8. Well, we have an absolutely stacked field here at the World Championship, of course, including 4 world champions. So what does it mean to be a Magic the Gathering world champion? And more importantly, how does it feel and how does it change your life? We talked to them before the big tournament.
In 2015, I became a dad, and it was my first time playing Worlds, so I felt like an underdog. Going into Worlds in 2015, my expectations were not to make a fool of myself and to play the best that I could. The moment I was holding 2 Siege Rhinos in my hand, the rush of emotions hit me, and I just couldn't believe it. I was the world champion. It was just everything I had ever wanted in terms of a Magic accomplishment, and it was my most emotional experience and also the accomplishment that I'm the most proud of. Being world champion means that I am among the best Magic players. This is the pinnacle of Magic success, the event of all events. It happens once per year. You have to work so hard to get there. I got there, I won the tournament, and it's something that I will always cherish and hold on to for the rest of my life.
In 2018, I was trying to step up my game. I was trying to get better, trying to train more. And for that year's Worlds, I didn't feel like I was among the top players in the field. I just tried to put a good fight. I thought for 2019 World Championship that the best way to approach it, mentally speaking, compared to the previous year, was not to try to improve the final results, just like consider the tournament just a fresh start. I never tried to improve it. I never tried to compare it to the previous year, just like play it as it was the first Worlds or the last Worlds I will ever play. The moment. There was a point where I passed a turn and Greg had 3 lands and a bunch of 4 drops, so he draws a card and does not have a play, and at that point I kind of knew the game was over. So like a few seconds later, I think I had a hazard or something like this. I just knew it was there, and suddenly it was like a full explosion. Like I just could barely control what I was doing. I was just jumping. I just, just was like in 10 seconds, I went from being super focused on the game and just knowing it was over. It was like such a rush. I cannot really explain in words the amount of rush I got in the moment. That was just something else. Being world champion means different things in different contexts. Like in a way, it means that that's something that will stay with you forever, right? Like you won Worlds of the Year, you were world champion, and that's something you can also share with the family, and some friends or whatever. So it's something like it's very easy to, tell to other people, but it also means once in terms of like playing Magic itself, that's a goal, right? Like there's nothing bigger than that. Like, so you kind of have to think of how you're going to be involved in Magic going forward in terms of like, do you want to step up your game anymore? Do you want to keep playing as much as you want, like you wanted before, or whatever? I think when people achieve this position, they often have to make a decision in that regard. And for me, it was a moment also where I had to make that call. Like, do I still want to keep working on getting better in Magic, even though I will Worlds or not? And for me, it meant realizing that even it doesn't matter how much I win or lose, I still want to keep improving. That's something I only realized back then.
In 2021, I started 03 on the draft. I didn't expect that, but my mind was not checked out. The moment I won, my childhood dreams comes alive. Being world champion is becoming Magic history, and becoming Magic gods like Fairy Mastermind, history of Magic. It's great honor to me.
2023, I had already done some things, made some top 8s in my career, and I had gone through 3 years of the MPL, which I was very proud of, but I still felt like I had more to do and more to prove in Magic. I was in this weird spot that I always seem to find myself in, where I put my faith in a deck that no one else believes in, and I have to keep my confidence throughout the whole tournament and not have particular expectations, but just play to the best of my ability. The moment Kasune mulliganed to 5 in Game 3, I was pretty sure I was going to win the match, but I had to actually play the cards and stay focused until the very end. And after that, it kind of erupted, and I saw my friend running toward me, Theo, and I could just be like, I was just incredibly happy to have made it. Being world champion means having this anchor, this moment that you can go back to whenever you feel sad or depressed in your life, which happens often for me. And having this memory you can go back to and know that this is something that you can do, that you are good at, that you are capable of.
Hey, if crowning a world champion wasn't exciting enough for you, don't worry, we've got another race to watch this weekend, the Player of the Year race, which awards for excellence across an entire season of Magic. So it is a very, very tough competition to do well at. Take a look at our Player of the Year standings. This is the end of the road. We're going to award somebody this at the end of the tournament here this weekend. Simon Nielsen leading the pack with quite a substantial lead. Also, your current reigning Player of the Year. Can he go back-to-back? Well, if he makes top 8, the only one among this field who can stop him is Seth Manfield. If, however, Simon Nielsen does not make top 8 at this tournament, it opens it wide up and it's anybody's game here in our Player of the Year race. I'll be watching that all weekend long. We're also keeping our eye on a bunch of the big testing teams here this weekend, finding who they brought to this tournament and how they're doing. We'll be checking in with them all weekend long. Monty, who you got your eye on?
Well, Maria, all this talk of Simon, we may as well start with his team. Handshake Ultimate Guard has been dominant for the better part of the last 2 years. And it's no surprise they have 3 players in that Player of the Year race: Simon Nielsen, Javier Dominguez, and Eli Cassis. But their last bad tournament, well, it was the last standard tournament we had, Pro Tour Thunder Junction. So this is the time for redemption for these guys.
Speaking of dominant teams, Team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard have also been very impressive over the past handful of years. A team of players that we all know very, very well. Former world champion Seth Manfield, Jim Davis, Reed Duke, Sam Pardee having a wonderful season, Matt Sperling, a constructed mastermind, but it would be rude to ignore the German juggernaut, Kai. He's here.
Yeah,
we love
excellent. Gave him a hug yesterday. Take a look here. His team, Moriyama Japan, a lot of heavy hitters on this team. At Pro Tour Thunder Junction, they put 3 of their team members into the top 8. And you know what format that Pro Tour was? Well, it's standard. And we're also playing standard here this weekend.
Next, we have Team Sanctum of All, and we've been talking about them as the new team, the up-and-comers for the better part of the last year. But at this point, I think they are here, they are established, and they have more than proven themselves. The experience of Claire Reinhard leading the team, but also I'm looking at the powerhouse duo of Jason Yi and Ray Zhang. Between Jason's limited prowess and Ray being one of the best and most creative deck builders in the game right now, having all formats covered is one to really watch out for.
Rampant Growth Heavy Play up next. This is a team that is really looking to break through here this weekend. These players, plenty on this team, do have top 8s at this level of competition, like Daniel Gutschel, like Adam Edelson, like Lucas Ducau, and of course like Derek Davis. But they're looking for that big breakout here this weekend to further establish themselves as one of the best teams in the game.
The final team we'll be checking on throughout the weekend, Team Worldly Council Heavy Play, led by Hall of Famer Willie Adel. Here are teammates from all over the world. Marcio Carvalho on this team knows how to do well at a world championship. Unfortunately, doesn't quite know how to win one because he's come in second twice. Can he turn that into a first here this weekend? I talked to Marco Del Pivo, who's in the house with Worldly Council here this weekend, and is making a bunch of food for the players, buying a bunch of burgers and spaghetti. But he said the problem was they forgot the Parmesan at the store.
Unforgivable.
I agree.
Crime, unlike any other.
I agree. But awesome to have your teammates helping you out like that. Well, we're going to turn our attention now to Duskmourn Draft. My favorite draft format of the year. It is awesome, Monty. Walk me through some of the draft archetypes with Cedric.
It absolutely is. Taking a look at these first 5, I've got my eyes on Eerie Investigation, the blue-white archetype, as well as black-red Serial Sacrifice, and green-red in Delirious Rampage.
5 more archetypes in front of you. I enjoy, a blue-red archetype more than most, but talking to the players at the player party yesterday, Childhood Fears, the Boros archetype, Manifest Dread, the Simic archetype are very popular among the players playing the event. But I will say this, they feel like you can kind of do whatever you want to in this format, which is going to lead to some really awesome games today and tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see it. So there's a look at overview of draft, but Duskmourn Draft goes pretty deep. So we're going to take a look under the hood on what exactly makes the format tick with Monty.
Well, Maria, talking to the players, everybody seems to love the format, but why? Well, there's a lot going on. There's some complexities that maybe we're not so used to. There's new mechanics, and really there's a lot to love here. And the first thing we're going to do is start off with maybe the obvious, the Signpost Uncommons, 2 in each color. These are the cards that really push you into these archetypes. They're the reason to be these colors. When you see them in the pack, you pick them up as a signal, and they really sway the remainder of your draft. Cards like Oblivious Bookworm and Midnight Mayhem, they're just that pushed. Now, things get a little murkier, maybe less obvious when we look at some of the mono-colored cards. And for this segment, I'm going to talk about the card Glassworks. Glassworks is one of the better red commons, 3 mana, 4 damage removal. It is a door, but we're going to ignore Shattered Guard for this segment and talk about specifically Glassworks. Now, Glassworks is a card that is good, but that value changes as we go from archetype to archetype, and we're going to start by imagining it in a Boros deck. Well, these Boros strategies are trying to be aggressive, they're trying to curve out, and they have access to better removal. So in Boros, Glassworks is just average, a 5 out of 10. But suddenly when you look at Izzet, the Doors archetype, well, this is the best common you could have access to. This card is a straight 10 out of 10 when it comes to Izzet. Moving on to Rakdos, it's a bit of a similar situation. In Rakdos, Glassworks is a removal spell, but it's also leaving behind an enchantment body for you to use as sacrifice fodder for a lot of your synergies. So in Rakdos, Glassworks is probably an 8 out of 10, maybe a 9. Finally, looking at it in the Gruul strategy, similar to Boros, Gruul is really trying to curve out and trying to prioritize maybe cheaper removal. So here, once again, Glassworks, maybe a little above average, 6 out of 10, but the value of it does just completely change depending on what deck you find yourself in. Now, that's the colors, that's the archetypes, that's what we're doing. But let's talk about how the gameplay looks in this format. And I think one thing that we've really heavily emphasized, the players have emphasized, and our team has figured out is you have to be curving out in this format, or at least be ready to have a curve. For this example, we're going to look at not a rare curve. It's going to be a white curve starting out with a 1-drop Optimistic Scavenger, 1 mana 1/1, Eerie, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. For turn 2, you're going to have a common Fear of Surveillance. Nothing standout, 2 mana 2/2, but importantly, it is an enchantment. You're triggering Eerie on your Scavenger. That's a counter attacking for 2. Turn 3, well, this is where the removal comes in. Trapped in the screen, you clear the way, get another Eerie trigger. That's 5 damage coming through, and now your opponent is sweating. Turn 4, let's put one more common into the mix. Let's drop a Friendly Ghost on them. Now you have a flying body. It's got reach. You're pumping. You're pushing more damage through. This curve is 1 uncommon and 3 commons. It's going to happen a decent amount, and it is really terrifying. So one way to answer a curve is, of course, to have your own curve, to block, to trade, to threaten. But the other way is removal, and there is plenty of it in this format across all colors. Looking at just the common removal alone, we do have, of course, very flexible all-stars like Trapped in the Screen and Scorching Dragonfire, but we also have more synergistic removal. Final Vengeance being the standout here, as not only is it very cheap exile removal, but it also enables your sacrifice shenanigans. So there is a high emphasis in this format that either you are the one curving out, or you're using removal to stop your opponent from doing so.
Awesome. Thank you, Mani. A great overview there of the Duskmourn draft format. If you haven't played it yet, what are you doing? Play while you watch this, man. That's the way to do it.
Definitely should be doing that.
Fired up.
Really good.
Let's take a look at our featured pod here this morning and find out who'll be doing action in our feature match area. Take a look. There's Simon Nielsen, the current leader in the Player of the Year race, and of course also your current reigning Player of the Year. A pod here, a lot of regional champions in this pod. We have Min Win, your U.S. regional champion winner in Denver, Shinya Saito, Arena Championship 4 winner, Derek Davis, top 8 at Pro Tour Phyrexia, and Mingyang Chen, top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. Mani, what do you make of this pod?
I think like any World Championship pod, it's terrifying. There are no slouches at the World Championship. Everyone here has earned their way through either a single tournament performance where it's really a lot of killers, or a sustained performance throughout the season, which is never easy. So all of these players have the work cut out for them, especially because they're in a pod with Simon Nielsen.
Oh yeah, totally. You can see the players there, absolutely. Sitting down for draft here this morning, no matter how many times you've done it at a pro tour or an event of this level, the nerves always strike you as you sit down for a very, very important moment. There's a look at Simon Nielsen right there, and he will be our featured drafter here this morning. 6 top finishes to his name. Of course, also the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, so riding high on that coming into this tournament, your last Pro Tour champion, reigning Player of the Year, leading the Player of the Year race. Simon Nielsen does not know how to lose at Magic the Gathering. Well, it's not just going to be us bringing you all of the action here at World Championship 30. Let's meet the rest of the broadcast team who will be bringing you all the plays from our feature match area. Welcome back to Paul Cheon, who will be once again in the booth with Marshall Sutcliffe, as well as Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister. Some great pairs in the booth for us this weekend. I am so very excited for draft here this morning. So let's get ready for draft here at World Championship 30. I'm going to throw it on over to Marshall and Paul, who happens to currently be #1 ranked and limited on Arena. Hey, Marshall, what's your current ranking? Just curious.
That's how we got him in here. They compared his ranking to my ranking, and we're like, we need him back in the booth. Paul, welcome back.
It's good to be back.
It's great to see you. And of course, we're going to be bringing you coverage of the first draft here at World Championship 30 momentarily. We're going to be following following along with Simon Nielsen. As you may know, structurally speaking, from a tournament perspective, these draft rounds are even more important than they normally are at a regular Pro Tour, as there's one fewer round and still 3 rounds of draft.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, oftentimes you can kind of, in a normal Pro Tour level event, you can go 1 and 2, and maybe you can come back with your constructed decks. Here, that's a big, big problem. There's 2 less rounds in the entire tournament, meaning the drafts are just equally, or just that much more important. And for us, limited aficionados, we love that.
Yeah, we love that. So big pressure in the feature. And of course, you want to get off to that good start if you're sitting in Simon Nielsen's seat. Take a look at the draft pod here. You know, it could have been worse for Simon. You know, no Hall of Famer sitting right next to him. You know, that's the kind of thing that you sit down at a World Championship event and, you know, it's not uncommon to look around and go, yep, I know all these people. And that one wasn't too bad.
Yeah, but you, at the same time, as Mani alluded to earlier, this is the World Championship, right? A lot of people are going to put a ton of effort. We're talking about $1 million prize pool for the entire event. Everybody's going to have 30, 40, 50 drafts under their belt. So even if you don't see a Kai or anybody, you know, some other Hall of Famers on your table, you still know it's going to be a tough draft, and you have to give it your all.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see how things go for Simon Nielsen. He's going to be our feature drafter. Obviously, I guess if you if you keep up on this stuff, you know how this works. Simon has just been winning everything forever, and he is in fact making a run for back-to-back Player of the Year here at this tournament. He's in pretty good position to do so, but it all starts here, a World Championship perhaps in the works for him, as well as that he just keeps stacking up the accolades. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to preparation, execution, how well you play, and a little bit of luck doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, and if there's a player who kind of fits all of those qualities, it's Simon Nielsen.
There he is. All right, we're going to have one of our head judges calling this draft. That's Abe Corrigan.
1A. Open the pack. Remove the 14 cards contained within. Please be sure that you don't accidentally leave any cards inside. Count out those cards face down on the table. Be sure that you have 14 cards. Call for a judge if you have anything else.
Of course, and there is going to be calling this for high-level events like this. They're structured. You don't just kind of open them up and look at your cards when you feel like it and take however long you want. They're timed. And you'll hear him prompting the players to make their picks as we go.
Please pick up the pack. You have
All right, here we
40
go.
seconds.
Pack one, pick one for Simon Nielsen. Let's see what he can find.
First thing you want to do is just look at the rares and the uncommons. There's so many powerful uncommons.
Something that starts with
set.
Overlord would be? No.
Overlord would be great.
Yep.
Okay.
He's got Reluctant Role Model pulled to the front, as well as Unable to Scream. Anything else standing out? Oh, Break Down the Door.
Yeah, I love Break Down the Door. I think that card is just absolutely incredible. It's just super flexible. There's a lot of artifacts and enchantments that you want to kill in the set. And I also like starting either green or red. I think they're the 2 best colors in the set. So that's something that I would be looking at. Now, most people are going to see
5
Reluctant
seconds
Role
remaining.
Model, and they're like, oh, it's a rare. I got to take it. I just find Survival is mostly a trap,
Draft.
and it just doesn't happen
Please
as often as you'd
shuffle
like.
and
It's a
pass
good card,
13
but I'd
cards
much
to your
rather
left.
take a removal spell or Break Down the Door.
Or Break Down the Door. Yeah, there was also a Glassworks there, but he did go with Unable to
Please
Scream.
pick up
so
the pack.
starting
You have
off in
35
blue
seconds.
Here.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, Unable to Scream is fantastic, and it's Blue's best removal spell. I don't think Blue's had a removal spell this good at common in a while.
Not at 1 mana.
I mean, Blue Swords to Plowshares,
Blue Swords to
right?
Plowshares, you know, a certain friend of ours always likes to joke about that, but this time it actually feels kind of true-ish.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of good removal spells, there's a Scorching Dragonfire pulled to the front now for Simon.
Yeah, great pack here. Ton of removal. There's also a Bottomless Pool in the pack.
5
There
seconds.
is a Monster Emergence, but I think you're just going to take the Dragonfire here. It's just so good, so efficient. The Exile
Draft.
Clause is
Please
very, very
shuffle
important
and
in
lay
this
out
format as
12
well.
cards to your
So I
left.
just think starting with the Scorching Dragonfire, you just can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, trapped in the screen is Scorching Dragonfire, kind of the top 2 removal spells
pick
in
up
the
the
set.
pack. You have
and,
30 seconds.
A nice pickup there for Simon Nielsen. Now, a little concerning for him, though. He is blue and red currently. Let's call it not a favored archetype among top players. It's a very difficult one to make work. Ooh, but he got a Patchwork Beastie here. And anything else even? Oh, there's a Turn Inside Out there as well.
Yeah, there's a Cursed Windbreaker, which is very good, particularly in blue-green, because you have a lot of the manifest payoffs. But I don't think it's enough better. It's a blue
5
card,
seconds.
but I just love Patchwork Beastie. It's just amazing. 1 drop. It just goes in basically every deck. You're never going to
Draft.
cut this card. It's
Please
just a 1-mana
shuffle and lay
3/3.
out 11
Delirium is
cards to
just
your
so easy to turn on when you're green.
That's right. one of the better one drops that you can see. I think I would take Optimistic Scavenger over it as a
Please
scary
pick up the pack.
turn
You have
one play, but
25
BC's
seconds.
solid.
Yes, that is that's probably the best one drop. Yeah.
All right, let's see what he's got for pick 4. 3 different colors so far out of 3 picks, but that's okay.
I see a Final Vengeance, which is good. But, oh, that's a pretty late Painter Studio. I absolutely love this card. This card just gives you so much value.
5
it
seconds.
allows you to push through for extra damage. I think I would take this. And this seems to me like it's a pretty decent sign that red
Draft.
might be open.
Please
we got the
shuffle
second
and
pick,
lay out 10
Dragonfire.
cards to
And
your left.
Painter Studio is certainly a card that I've taken pretty early before. Seeing it 4th could be a sign. So now you're pretty happy. You have 2 red cards out of your 4. So you're
Please
at least
pick up the
red.
pack. You
Got to
have
figure out what your
25
second
seconds.
color is going to be.
Yeah, Defaced Gallery, the other room, does a lot of work on that. Oh, look at this. Fear of being hunted. 5th pick.
Yeah.
Wow, red's open.
Red is absolutely open, and when you're seeing a pack like this, there's also sporogenic infection. So what oftentimes it's easy to just slam the card you know you're going to take,
5
which is going to be the
seconds.
fear of being hunted here. But keep an eye out for the other cards and the other colors that you see that are good. So in
Right.
this case,
Draft.
sporogenic infection is a good
Shuffle
card.
and lay
So you
out
go, well,
9
you know
cards
what?
to your
Maybe
left.
red-black is a color combination that it could potentially end up in, given that pack.
Yeah, because right now, if red's going to flow like this,
Please pick up
Simon
the
will
pack.
be
You have
happy
20
to
seconds.
commit to red and kind of delay the decision of where he wants to go unless pushed in a direction.
Right,
Now,
absolutely.
this is a weaker pack here.
I don't know if I'm happy playing with almost
Wow.
any card in this
Yeah,
pack.
these are not what we would call playable. Is that a
5
Smoky
seconds.
Lounge?
Yeah, that's the card that has the highest upside,
Right.
Because you already have a Painter Studio.
Draft.
You have an Unable to
Please
Scream. If you
shuffle
do
and
end
lay
up
out
in
8
the
cards
blue-red
to your
room
left.
stack and it's really open, this is certainly the type of card that you would like if you do end up in blue-red.
Yeah, and this is what you'll see top
Please pick up
players
the
do
pack.
is
You have
even
20
if
seconds.
Simon's not planning on playing Smoky Lounge, it's the upside pick. It's the one that has the highest upside. And this is another mediocre pack for him. Creeping Peeper and a Bedhead Beastie. Fear of Lost Teeth he's pulled to the front, but he doesn't have any black cards.
Right, there's a Winter's
5
Intervention,
seconds.
which I don't mind. It's a nice way to kill Gremlin Tamer if you don't have enough removal spells. Fear of Lost Teeth is
Draft.
also fine. Now,
Please
noting
pass
that
7
in
cards,
this best
lay
of
out
3
7 cards
environment,
to your left.
Pyroclasm is a very powerful sideboard card. Also a card to consider, but pretty weak pack
Please pick
overall.
up the pack. You have 15 seconds.
He did take the Fear of Lost Teeth. So perhaps red not quite as open as we thought, though we'll see how this goes. For blue cards, was that Fear of Falling
5
or Fear of
seconds.
Failed Test? Either way, not super exciting for him.
Yeah, there's a Fear of Failed Test. There's a couple of lands here, the
Draft.
blue-red land and the red-green land.
Please lay out-
Either
shuffle and
is
lay out 6
a
cards
fine
to your
option,
left.
but noting that there are 2 white cards in that pack, 2 commons that you could be happy
Please
playing
pick up
with.
the
Given
pack.
that
You
you're
have
red,
10
red-white
seconds.
is a fairly strong color combination, so could have maybe speculated on a white card there.
Well, he could take a
5
red-white
seconds
duel
remaining.
here or a ragged playmate, a fine playable. Just take that.
Yeah,
Draft.
I think at this point this
Please
pack's
pass
not
5
going
cards to your
super
left.
well,
No.
and you just need to just keep taking red cards that you think have a shot
Please
of
pick up the
making it
pack.
into
You
your
have
deck.
10 seconds.
So that's another Winter's
5
Intervention. Now,
seconds.
it's not like a premium card or anything like that, but it's a solid removal spell that you can just play and just
Draft.
keep taking the cards
pass
in case
4
you can
cards
pivot
to your
into
left.
red-black. Because red-black is a strong color combination. It has excellent
pick up the
synergies.
pack. You have 5
so
seconds.
right now, Simon's just a bunch of red cards and then just kind of trying to figure out what your second
Look
color
at this, turn inside out. Very
Draft.
late.
Oh, yeah, that is amazing.
3
This-
cards to your
Turn
left.
Inside Out
Good
is the best
combat
combat trick at
Yeah.
common in the entire
Pick up the
set.
pack. You
Getting
have
that late
5
is a pretty good
seconds.
sign.
That was a better card than his last 3 picks.
I mean,
Like,
pack one's been kind of
Draft.
bad
Yeah.
in general.
Please pass 2 cards to your left. Pick up the pack. You have 5
all
seconds.
right, well, it does look like he's on the I'm going to be red most likely and then
Draft,
figure out the rest
and
later
please pass
plan.
the last
He
card.
still has a Patchwork VC, but there's been no green at all.
Yeah, zero
At this
green.
time,
Wow,
players,
we're
you
not-
will have a
and
total
green is
of 60
extremely deep,
seconds to
Marshall.
review your
Yeah.
draft picks. That time
4
begins
2-mana
now.
plays that you can take: Monstrous Emergence, Wary Watchdog, Manifest Dread. There's Mythic Common, Spineseeker Centipede, our favorite.
Right.
And we haven't seen anything remotely
Yeah.
showing us that green is open. So I think green is definitely not on the table. And if that's the case, you have to decide between red-blue, which is a weaker color combination, but he has maybe a slightly better card because he has the Unable to Scream, or perhaps move into red-black. But right now, I think Simon's just looking to be as open as possible. If he opens an Overlord of the Mistmoors, he's just going to slam it and
Yeah.
move into red-white.
That's
That's
right.
kind of where he's at right now.
The awkward thing would be is if he opened a great green rare. Right? Something really awesome, especially like a double green, something.
Like a Tyvar.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that would be really tough for him because he knows that green is not going to be coming in pack 3. Theoretically, he could get hooked up for 1 pack, which that can be enough. Like
Right.
you said, green's very deep.
And you can
even
just get
some
all
of the
the red
comments are
cards.
just fine. And yeah, you just pick all the red cards, but he is a little directionless though, because the black cards are the ones that he has the most
picks
of.
to a face-down
They're
pile
not
in
very
front of
good.
yourself.
Exciting there.
No, they're not. But, you know, and the thing is, he didn't really see any of the
This
sacrifice
time, players,
cards. Right? That's
Exactly.
what
pick
you're
up
looking
the
for.
envelope
You want the
marked
uncommon
1B.
creatures that let you sacrifice permanents.
Please open
But
it. Ensure
there
that you
were,
remove
notably,
all of the
in the
cards.
first few packs, there were some Final Vengeances.
out
They didn't table,
14
but
cards
he did
face
get them
down on the
past to
table.
him.
That's
so
true.
there is a shot that maybe black could be on the table here. But like I said, right now, he's going to keep himself super flexible. If he opens a Tyvar, he's probably just going to take it.
Okay, let's see what happens here. This is where option 1 for Simon is really powerful card that puts him in a direction. Option 2 is just
Players,
more good
please
red
pick up the
cards.
pack.
Like,
You
you
have
can just
40
keep delaying
seconds.
the decision. Ooh, there's some good stuff. That was an Oblivious Bookworm at the front.
There's the Centipede. But I see an Irreverent Gremlin, and that's just a premium 2-mana creature.
Okay, yeah, hiding
so
right
I would
there.
be shocked if, unless you have a rare, there's just not that many cards you're just going to take over the Gremlin anyways. That card's just phenomenal. It's a cheap, evasive creature, lets you cycle through your deck, gets you Delirium. I just don't think there's, the only other card that's on the power level or better is the Oblivious Bookworm, but that's so far removed from where he's at that I just don't think
that's
that's
2 colors away.
right.
That's really tough.
5 seconds.
Reverend Gremlin's really good though.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And he's looking
Draft,
at the foyer
please
there.
shuffle and pass.
I've
and
tried
lay
that
out
card. It's
13
just a
cards
little
to your
too
right.
slow.
I want it to work. I want it to work, but even though this format's pretty deep and the games play out
Please
in
pick up the pack. You
varying
have
ways,
35
you
seconds.
still can't do 4 mana kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
I think it's a good sideboard option.
Razorkin Needlehead pull to the front. Is that a Doomsday Excruciator?
Yeah,
he
so-
says, "We'll see you later, Chief."
Yeah,
Oh,
some
that's
members
funny.
of their team did.
Did you see him point at it?
Yeah, might
That's
have
funny.
a Doomsday Excruciator in their deck.
That's really funny.
So there's a Razorkin Needlehead in this pack and a Most Valuable Slayer. And right now, Simon is mostly mono red.
5
So it
seconds.
looks like he's going to heavily skew his mana base to play the Needlehead. I'm generally not a fan of the Needlehead just because I don't like
Draft.
double-colored 2-drops.
Please shuffle
Because
and
you
lay
just
out
rarely
12
play them on
cards to your
turn
right.
2 on a
Almost
lot of
never.
instances. Whereas the Most Valuable Slayer, he has a fear of being hunted. That's
Dude,
an
that combo
amazing
is
combo.
gross.
pack.
It
You
is
have 30
insane,
seconds.
and so that's something that I would consider, but it looks like Simon's prioritizing being aggressive. I mean, look at the start, right?
He just found a Disturbing Mirth. And a Scorching Dragonfire. Well, here's a decision point.
Yeah, this is a big, big decision point because, of course, Dragonfire is the best common in the set, right? And it's your mono red. It's really, really easy. But if you're in red black, Disturbing
Mirth
Mirth
is
is a
awesome.
better card, right? Disturbing Mirth is a better
5
card.
seconds.
It's one of the
A
best.
little.
It's one of the fine. It's a lot better. It's one of the best signposts on commons in the entire
Is
set.
it a lot
so-
better? I think I would
Draft,
take the Scorching
please shuffle
Dragonfire.
and lay out
Okay.
11 cards
This,
to your right.
this looks like Simon wants to grab onto a direction.
Right.
He wants to say, okay, I've got some black
Please pick
support
up the
cards.
pack. You have
Nothing
25 seconds.
good, particularly Fear of Lost Teeth and Winter's Intervention aren't exactly the home runs for that. But this does set him on a more distinct path than what he was on. Hey,
Right.
and there's sporogenic infection here
Yeah,
too.
and-
That's a good backup.
Yeah, and Sporogenic Infection, just a solid removal effect in general, but in red-black it really shines because not only do you just get to kill a creature, you now
5
have an
seconds.
enchantment left over to sacrifice to your Final Vengeances or Soulblade Skin Rippers or anything like that.
Draft.
There's no chance
Please
he wheels
shuffle
the
and lay
Mirth
out
if he
10
takes the
cards to
Scorching
your
Dragonfire.
right.
I think it's
right?
highly unlikely.
Okay.
We didn't see him table any of the Final Vengeances.
Because there is only one deck that wants it.
Please pick up the
Like,
pack. You
nobody
have
splashes
25
for
seconds.
it.
That
Like,
is true.
Very narrow, but still, this is
Right.
World Championship. Like,
I mean, somebody's just going to take it.
yeah, somebody's going to be like, yeah, nah. Ooh, was that Midnight Mayhem?
Yeah. So now it's like if I took the
Yeah.
Scorching Dragonfire, you could take the Midnight Mayhem. here,
Right,
right? Because
right.
that's one of the best Boros uncommons.
But he
5
made that
seconds.
choice, and
He did.
he's just going to have to take Violent Urge, which is like fine.
It's fine. It's a little bit harder to get delivered
Draft.
in red-black, just because you're
Please
not really
shuffle and pass
manifesting.
9
You're just going
cards
to
to
need a
your
bunch
right.
of sacrifice effects and a bunch of innocuous rats to get there.
I always feel bad for Violent Urge because Turn Inside Out just kind of pumps
Please pick
it,
up the
you
pack.
know?
You have
It's
10
like,
seconds.
hi, I'm a
Much better.
common. I'm just better than you.
It's much better.
It's like, come on. Ooh, there's a Murder.
And hand
and
that
Hand
fade.
Feeds.
So,
So
murder,
you were talking about the mana situation, Paul.
yeah, so I think in
5
general,
seconds.
Murder might be a slightly better card. I actually think it's kind of close. Double black is a big thing. But if you
Yeah.
notice, Simon Nielsen
Draft.
has Razorkin Needlehead in his
shuffle
deck.
and
And he really
pass
wants to
8
skew his
cards
mana
to your
base
right.
where it's nearly mono-red. Maybe 10-7, maybe 11-6 for Mountains versus
Please
Swamps.
pick up the
So
pack.
it
You
makes
have
sense to
20
take the hand that
seconds.
feeds here because he thinks Murder is just not going to be the type of card that you can cast that easily. Also, red-black has a ton of removal. Like, Murder is just not even that good.
Look,
Oh,
Monkey
yes.
Toy in the house. Clockwork Percussionist.
I mean,
love this one.
This little one drop.
5 seconds.
When I first played this format, I was just like, this part's probably fine. It's one of the best commons in the set.
It really is.
It's insane,
draft.
especially in red black.
Please pass 7
Especially
cards
in
to
red
your
black.
Perfect spot for it.
So many ways to sacrifice it. Turn 1 Percussionist, you can sack it
Please
to the
pick up the
Disturbing
pack. You have
Mirth.
15
It
seconds.
works extremely well with turn inside out as well, right? You get to trade up, you get a card, and you still get to manifest. It just does everything.
Late-ish
5 seconds.
veteran survivor, but that ship has sailed. Simon planted his flag when he took that Disturbing
Draft.
Mirth, and
Pass
he's just going to
6
have
cards to your right.
see what the cards bring him here. We're kind of nearing the end of
Please pick
pack
up the
2.
pack.
We're
You
over
have 10
halfway through it
seconds.
at this point. Oof.
Wow,
I
that-
am not seeing a
5
lot of
seconds.
red and black cards
No.
in that back.
And the Cursed Windbreaker table, that's a little surprising. That
Oh,
card's
yeah.
very, very
Draft.
good.
That
in
card's
blue-green.
solid. Yeah.
Please pass
yeah.
5 cards to
He's
your
going
right.
to take the cheerleader.
Yeah, I think Simon's saying, well, look, if there's like a tiny chance
Please pick up the
I
pack.
can
You have
also
10
pivot
seconds.
into white. Let's say I open an Overlord of the Mistmoors. Maybe I'll just go ahead and swap over to red-white instead, because if you look, he only picked up 2 black cards in this pack, right? He did have a shot at a murder.
Draft.
Right, but the thing is, the
Pass
problem with
4
this
cards
pack,
to your right.
outside of the Mirth, is he didn't get any sacrifice outlets. He got the 1
pick up the
Percussionist.
pack. You have
He
5
needs
seconds.
things to sacrifice to the Mirth and other ways to sacrifice permanents. That's the way a black-red deck really functions.
Draft.
Otherwise, it's just not going
Pass
to...
3
The
cards to your
power in
right.
black-red lies in its synergies, so you
Pick
need
up
the
the
sack
pack.
outlets.
You have 5 seconds.
Where are these final vengeances? He really needs those too. This
Draft.
third pack is really going to dictate
Pass 2
this
cards to your
deck,
right.
because right now this is a pile of reasonably powerful black and red cards.
Yeah, I will say the only thing Simon, I think, really has going for him here is just a fantastic
pack,
curve.
you
He's
have
got
5
like all
seconds.
2-drops. Right, it's a ton
Yes.
of 2-drops, some removal, and some combat tricks, and
Draft.
that's always been
Pass
a
the
recipe
last
for success.
card.
It can kind of, even in a rough draft, that can kind of
All right,
get you out of
players,
it.
At this
But
point,
yes,
you will
he's
have
definitely
a
lacking in power.
90-second
You're big on
period
curve in
to
this
review your
format.
picks.
Oh,
I will give you a
absolutely.
30-second
With
warning.
the existence of the rooms in
That
the
time
format,
begins now.
you just almost never run out of things to do with your mana. So it's so important to play to the board and make sure that you have enough things to do early. Now, I'm not saying you have to have 8 2-mana creatures, but some combination of creatures plus removal spells I think is extremely important just to get to the late game. Because if you do run against that Boros deck or whatever, like you're going to need to be able to match them curve for curve, because if you have enough rooms or other ways to get ahead on cards, eventually you're going to take over. So just make sure you curve out well.
Yeah, he's going over. His curve is wonderful.
Oh,
Lots of 1s and 2s here. But this synergy stuff is not there right now for this red-black deck. He is woefully light on anything that, I mean, does he have anything that sacrifices? He's got the
Mirth.
Disturbing Mirth.
Yeah, he's got the
Like,
Mirth, and
kind of want a few other things
yeah,
here.
yeah. Not enough.
Also, this is a particularly aggressive leaning version. Lots of combat tricks and a low curve.
Yeah, so
maybe you don't need quite as many.
yeah, that's kind of the
30
backup plan. I
seconds
think
remaining.
Simon, if he still sees a bunch of percussionists and stuff, he's just going to slam them. Really, really great with the Mirth, but I think he's still looking for Final Vengeance. At common, that's the best one, right?
Definitely.
And then at uncommon, we're looking at cards like Sawblade Skin Ripper, even a Diversion Specialist, right? Just if he just wants to have something. And not only that, he doesn't really have that many 4-drops. So it would be a fine card to play kind of at the top end of your mana curve here.
Oof. I think if I were Simon, I would be feeling it right now, because he is going to be really at the mercy of the table and the packs here. This is a setup that definitely has potential, but if the cards don't get opened, or if somebody else is in this deck or
Players,
something,
that is time in
he
the
can end
review
up with a
period.
pretty
Please
underpowered
return all
deck
of your
for the
picks
format.
once again to a single
Right.
face-down
I
pile
will
in
I
front
not
of
want
you.
to be red, black, no sacrifice.
At this
Yes.
time, players,
Quite the
please
opposite.
open
I
your
will
last
say, though,
remaining
again,
envelope.
we talked about how just this
Please
is
take out and count
a
out
World
14
Championship
cards
level draft.
face
This
down.
is not your best of one arena draft where you just get absolutely everything.
Right.
So, like no draft is going to look perfect. And I think given what Simon has seen so far, I think he's drafted his seat reasonably well. I think the only close pick was probably the Mirth versus the Dragonfire, and then possibly the Razorkin Needlehead versus the Most Valuable Slayer.
Let's see how this pans out for him here. If he can pick up a few Final Vengeance and maybe a nice payoff for this
Players,
deck,
at this time,
he
please
could be
pick
in
up the pack.
good
You have
position,
40
man.
seconds.
That would really transform what he's got. Let's see what he opens here. That is Rip, so that's not it.
That's not it. Oh,
Another turn inside out.
oof, this is a rough
Wow.
pack. I mean, trapped
It's
in
more
the-
of what he already has.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Trapped in the Screen is the best card in this pack. He does have an Acrobatic Cheerleader and a Veteran Survivor and not a ton of Great Black, so that is one option. The other option, though, is just turn Inside Out. And that's a nice, responsible pick. You're 100% red. Turn Inside Out's great. Look at his deck, right? It's like 8 2-drops and a Percussionist. I think Turn Inside Out's just the responsible thing to do here.
This is the adult choice for sure.
This is a Player of the Year pick.
That is a top tier drafter pick because you're not happy.
No.
That was supposed to be a mythic rare that you hope for.
Or a signpost uncommon.
Yeah, just an uncommon would be good. There's a lot of them that would help him out here. Oh, speaking of, Undead Sprinter goes right to the front.
Yeah, and there's also a Percussionist, which is obviously very good in this format. But the Sprinter's just better.
Sprinter's like a bigger version of that.
It's just a bigger, and every time I play with this card, I always go, oh, do I have to like go through hoops? No, you trade, and then you play it again. It's a 3/3
and it's bigger.
Yeah, and it gets bigger. The card's absolutely insane, and exactly the type of card Simon wants. He's maybe hoping that he tables a Percussionist. No shot that happens, but you just take the Sprinter here.
Absolutely, yeah. The Percussionist ends up going into any red deck effectively.
Shuffle
but Sprinter's great, and this lines up really well. You know, the echoes of the Mirth pick, are being heard right now, and Undead Sprinter as a solid 2-drop aggressive rare in his colors is exactly right.
Ooh.
Was that a Fear of Being Hunted again?
That was a Fear of Being Hunted. Oh, and there's also a Final
Vengeance. Ooh. So now he has to decide between raw power and synergy plus power. Man, the first Final Vengeance will go so far for him here.
Yeah, I mean, Fear of Being Hunted is great. I would say that if Simon Nielsen took that Most Valuable Slayer earlier, I think a good shot, you take Fear of Being Hunted. But I think Final Vengeance is the pick here because you picked up that Undead Sprinter. You have that Disturbing Mirth.
Shuffle and lay out 11
Disturbing Mirth is
left.
not that great if you can't sacrifice it, right? You need to be able to find ways to sacrifice it. And right now, Simon has almost no ways to do so.
Pick up the pack.
So I
you
think
have 25
you need to take the
seconds.
Final Vengeance.
Simon's drafting really well and opening reasonably well. Oh, there's another Undead Sprinter.
What a pack,
and another
by the way.
Percussionist in this pack too. That's the same choice he just had 2 picks ago.
Yeah, this not only that, but at the end there, that's a Razorkin Horde Caller.
Wow, and there's also a Fear of Lost Teeth here too, so he's going to wheel something out of this pack potentially.
Yeah.
You just got to go with the Sprinter though,
Oh yeah,
right?
you just slam the Sprinter. The Horde Caller is also fantastic. Being able to attack,
he could get that.
yeah, being able to attack, make a token, sack the token for profit some other way is great. But Undead Sprinter is just the perfect card for a Rakdos aggressive deck.
What if he does get something back out of that? Oh, there's another Final Vengeance there.
Okay, it's coming together. It's coming together. He needed the sacrifice cards. Final Vengeance is a premium removal spell in black-red. It's just absolutely fantastic. And Simon being able to go double Final Vengeance, double Undead Sprinter in this pack, he needed this.
5 seconds.
Good Lord, that is exactly what he needed to happen.
Draft.
Wow.
Please shuffle and lay out 9 cards to your left.
Unbelievable pack 3 here for Simon Nielsen. This is an opening
Please
draft.
pick up the pack. You have 20
here at World
seconds.
Championship 30. We're watching Simon. There's another murder. He didn't take the first one. Oh, interesting. So Trial of Agony, much more castable than Murder.
Yeah.
Not the best card, but he is really aggressive, and this
5
kills
seconds.
a thing and makes another thing unable to block. This is where you want it.
Yeah, so normally I hate this card, but in this deck
Draft.
it makes sense. He's got double
Please
Undead Sprinter.
shuffle and pass 8
9
cards to your
2-drops
left.
at this point. Really aggressive curve. So this is just a really great way to kind
Please
of
pick
close
up
out
the
the
pack.
game.
You have 20
Normally you would
seconds.
consider the Murder, but again, Simon's mana is going to be probably skewed more towards red because of the Needlehead, so I think he also just doesn't need the removal, right?
Picked up a ticket booth there.
And I do like this card a fair amount.
I do too.
When I first played with this card, I was thinking, oh, 3 mana for a 2/2, that's pretty
5
bad.
seconds.
But the fact that Tunnel of Hate is a nice late game win condition, and in black-red, you can sack the room for value
Draft.
as well, just kind of puts it over
Please
the top.
shuffle
Yeah,
and
Tunnel
pass
of Hate
7
is
cards to
good.
your left.
Like,
Oh,
it
yes.
matters now.
Please pick
Like,
up the
you
pack. You
pay
have
that 6 and
15 seconds.
it affects the board in a big way. Can he pick up any other gifts? Well, he picked up another one.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to make its way into his deck. I just
Okay.
2 is like about
5
the number
seconds.
that I like for this card. At 3, all of a sudden you're just playing too many 3-mana 2/2s, but
Draft.
2 is totally fine.
Please pass 6 cards to your left.
Look at this pack. That is so good
This
for
is
where
better
he
than
was
the
at.
pack. You
This
have
is better
10
than his
seconds.
first 2 packs.
Like,
Fine.
oh, that's incredible.
5
Fanatic of the
seconds.
Harrowing, sure.
Yeah, maybe a sideboard
Yeah,
type card.
something against
Draft.
something slow or whatever.
Pass 5
Like,
cards to your
jump
left.
scare. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Just
Please
cut
pick
a
up the
jump
pack.
scare. I
You
guess he
have
figured
10
he's not going to
seconds.
play the Fanatic.
Right.
Oh, that's Fear of Lost Teeth.
Okay.
Very
Another
nice.
5 seconds.
Fear of Lost Teeth wants to. This deck really does want to get aggressive, and so.
Is that his
Draft.
second? He has 2 or maybe
Please
even
pass
3
4
Fear of
cards
Lost
to
Teeth
your
at
left.
this point.
Yeah, and it's also not
Please
bad
pick up the
with
pack. You have 5
Disturbing
seconds.
Mirth. You just want to have some cheap creatures. Obviously, he'd prefer them to be percussionists, but can't just have it all.
Draft. Pass 3 cards
You
to
can
your
see
left.
he's in the cutting phase.
Pick up the pack. You
Scrabbling
have 5
Skull Crab
seconds.
isn't a card he's interested in, but he gets to take it. Okay, well, there's another Fear of Lost
So many
Draft.
Lost Teeth.
Pass
All
2
the
cards
Lost
to your left. Please pick up the pack. You have 5 seconds.
Hey, you know, this deck, I think the clown just
Draft.
makes it in, right?
Please
Everything
pass
is a
the last
2/2.
card.
Yeah?
All right, players.
Absolutely everything in his deck is a
So I have a
2/2,
couple
so
of
it's
announcements
effectively a
before we
3-mana
can take our
4/3 in his
seats
deck.
for build.
Totally.
In just a moment here, you'll be receiving a
Vicious
deck
Clown
registration
played
sheet that
4
already
Fear
has
of
your
Lost
build
Teeth.
table number
Attack you.
written in.
So what do you think, Paul? One of the things that stood out to me, that was a responsible draft by a responsible drafter, right? The thing that stood out a lot was the mana considerations. You know, the murders that he saw, didn't even look at them.
Yeah. Well, especially in Rakdos, when you're drafting red-black, there's so much good removal. You just don't have to take something like a murder because all of a sudden, Final Vengeance goes from a card that maybe makes it into your deck into the best removal spell in your deck. And he ended up with a couple of those, so you just don't want to take that. You actually just want to make sure you prioritize the cheap creatures in your deck, and that's what he did. And of course, with the Razorkin Needlehead, he really wants to play a lot of mountains. So Murder's just going to be sitting in your hand. You're going to have 3 mountains and a swamp in play, and you're going to be like, why did I do this to myself?
Right.
I wish I just had a hand that feeds in play. And Simon, of course, taking the hand that feeds, just prioritizing his mana curve.
And you're thinking 10-7 is where he was aiming?
Yeah, but you know, it's weird because after pack 3, all of a sudden he got a bunch more black cards. So maybe it might go back to 9-8. We'll see. I think he would have loved a black-red land, for example, but, you know.
Let's see what he did. We get to take a look at the deck list right now. Paul, very low curve. He's actually on 16 lands with 9 mountains. The Violent Urge did make it in, by the way. So, and all 3 Fear of Lost Teeth made it in also. Wow. And yeah, there's the Razorkin Needlehead there in the middle of the screen. The Infection, the Mirth, and the Vicious Clown is like his finisher somehow. I guess he's got the rooms for that, but
I mean, I will say,
you have very low curve.
Yeah, very low curve, a bunch of Fear of Lost Teeth. I think he really wants to draw the face gallery to go with it so that the 1/1s actually do something. Super low curve, very, very aggressive, and a ton of removal. I normally don't play that many copies of Fear of Lost Teeth, but if you notice, Simon actually doesn't have that many creatures, so he kind of has to play them.
To turn those inside outs on.
Yeah,
and,
because if he doesn't play any Fear of Lost Teeth, we're looking at a deck with 11 creatures, which is really, really low. So he just wants to be able to curve out. Every now and then you're going to play the face gallery on turn 2, and sometimes you just need fodder to sacrifice to the Disturbing Mirth to draw cards. So every now and then you just play Disturbing Mirth, sack Fear of Lost Teeth, and that's a totally fine situation to be in as well.
What do you think of the deck overall?
I think pack 3 saved Simon. I would say his deck was probably like a 4 out of 10. But with the double Undead Sprinter, which is fantastic in this deck, with this low curve, for the pod, probably like a 5.5 or a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, it ended up being pretty good, and everything's pointed in the same direction. It is not heavy on the sacrifice synergies, but it is heavy on the aggression, and these games could go very quickly. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be prepping to watch Simon pilot this very deck. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship from Las Vegas, Nevada. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I'm with Paul Cheon. We're covering a little bit of booster draft, right where we're supposed to be, right, Paul? This is our, this is what we're supposed to be doing. And we just got a chance to watch Simon Nielsen draft his deck. Red, black, aggro, little bit of a sacrifice sub-theme thrown in there. He's going to be facing down Derek Davis, and we just got a chance to look at his deck list as well. A little bit to unpack there, but overall, he was the one who was in green at the table.
Yeah, he was a green drafter, and he's got kind of a nice little brew going here. It's going to be really interesting to see kind of how these two decks match up, because he's got a much slower deck that's kind of looking to go into the late game.
Take a look at Derek Davis and Simon Nielsen here. 2024 Pro Tours, same amount, slightly different results. Take a look at Simon's deck. This is the one that we just watched get drafted. 16 land special here, curves out to 3 as far as the creatures go. So this is going to be a lot of action early. Very different take here from Derek Davis, though. Take a look at his list. He is green-black primarily, though he is splashing for Trapped in the Screen, a couple of Ride of the Moths, and a patch play thing for some reason. Yeah.
If you reanimate it, it comes into play as a 4/3.
Right, and he has Valgavoth's Onslaught. Like, he might be able to do something tricky with it. But also, by the way, Paul, he has Valgavoth's Onslaught.
He does have Valgavoth's Onslaught, and that's the primary win condition here. But I will say this deck looks really slow.
Really slow. Basically, if he can do the Reanimator thing, I think he can take over. He has a Miasma Demon as well, which is really good against Simon. If you can reanimate it, have a few cards in hand. But I like Simon's position here for sure. Like, he is much more consistent, much more aggressive, and I think he'll be able to get the job done.
Yeah,
against a slow deck like this with mana issues potential.
Yeah, this seems like the perfect matchup actually here for Simon. Playing against a 3-color, somewhat clunky deck that's playing double Withering Torment, which is just terrible against Simon's deck. It's like 3 mana, kill your Fear of Lost Teeth, take 2 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing Simon's list and your opponent says like Moldering Gem, you're like, sweet.
Right. But
although this is a good start. Patchwork BC to kick things off for Derek. No 1-drop from Simon, which is a little surprising, as he's almost guaranteed to follow that up with a 2. The BC, of course, not online yet. It just put the Branch Snapper into the graveyard. That could be a big deal, Paul.
Right, with the triple reanimation spells in Derek's deck. That's a really great mill.
And there's a patch play thing, another good reanimate target. Razorkin Needlehead on turn 2. We mentioned the mana situation for Simon. He did skew his mana to enable this, and that's what he's done. Monstrous Emergence is going to take care of that Needlehead, though, after only the 1 trigger. Tapland now from Davis, as he has 2 of his 3 colors still represented. Passes the turn back to Nielsen.
Yeah, and one thing for Derek here, he's now got 3 types in the graveyard, so 1 more type in the yard will unlock the Patchwork Beastie there that's in play.
So this might be a good turn to sprint in for a couple of damage here from Nielsen while the sprint is good.
Yeah, it seems that way. Can't block just yet.
So a couple of damage. And down to 17. Goes Derek Davis, and there's the 4th land type for you. So Patchwork Beastie right on time, just clean 4 cards in the yard, 3 of them from the Beastie, and off we go. In fact, it's going to turn sideways here.
Yeah, but we'll note this is the cost of playing a 3-color deck, right? Look at Derek's hand. You have the Onslaught, but there's a couple of black spells he can't cast. But if you can just find land number 5, casting an Onslaught for 2 here, totally fine.
Totally fine, especially considering he has Trapped in the Screen to have a good, clean answer for the sprinter. 4 lands. Simon doesn't have anything that costs 4 mana in his deck. He has stuff that costs more than that if you count rooms, but nothing else.
I think he's going to go Playmate here into Infection on his creature, because you can target your own.
And then target the player.
Right.
And that's going to get rid of the Patchwork Beastie and leave the Ragged Playmate behind.
Derek wants a land here. Just wants an untapped land to Valgavoth's Onslaught here for 2.
Ooh, he's going to have to settle for much worse than that in this case. It's going to be House Cartographer. A little late in the game.
I wanted this card to be so good, Marshall.
I thought it would be.
It's literally worse than every other green 2-drop.
It is not good.
Oh, look at this, the Mirth.
This is a play. Disturbing Mirth. Sacrifice the Infection for value now. And honestly, Simon needs it because just the fact that we're at this stage of the game is bad news for Simon Nielsen. He has so many cards that he can draw at this point that are like 1/1s. Right, where Derek Davis with 4 lands already, he could start building up his mana. If he hits another land drop, start playing 5 drops. All right, well, that's the top end of Simon's creature curve with Vicious Clown.
And if you notice, Simon actually playing it super safe here because you could just attack with the Playmate and just offer the trade or just get in for 2 damage and you still have a 2/3 to block the Cartographer. But Simon valuing the ability of the Playmate here and also, oh, well.
There's a land and it was a swamp. So Valgavas Onslaught, that is the card I'd like to open the most in the format. It is not necessarily the literal top best card in the format, but it leaves you the most open, it's splashable, and it's in a color I want to be in anyway. And this is why. That was 5 mana. 2 3/3s.
For 8 power and 8 toughness on the battlefield. Good luck, Simon. You've got your work cut out for you here.
Yeah, 2 4/4s, excuse me. And Simon just doesn't have the ability to deal with this. And look at this, right off the top, Clockwork Percussionist.
Yeah, and he's got Final Vengeance in hand. So you go Final Vengeance, sack Disturbing Mirth, get one of the 4/4s off the battlefield. That's step 1. Not bad here.
Is he going to make the Clown unblockable?
And then he's probably going to play the Percussionist. It's a nice little combo, and you can smack in for 4 unblockable damage here if you like. Oh, you can get in for 6, right? Because you Final Vengeance,
yes.
You manifest off the Disturbing Mirth.
Mm-hmm. They do all stack up. That's the one cool thing about the Clown, actually. Okay, so since these both came in at the same time and had similar graveyard interactions, Nielsen is just going to leave it to random which one he's going to kill.
Right. So the only time you would actually have to know which one to target is when your opponent manifests and manifests a creature into the graveyard. Then you know that the manifest one is 100% a creature, right? It's just they're going to want to flip it up. Then you want to target that. But if, for example, they just put 2 lands in their graveyard off both the manifest, then you just roll a die because you have no way of knowing.
Which is what happened here. You'll also see a number next to the manifest, like Simon says manifest 3. That's just to signify in which order those came onto the battlefield.
Oh, he hit a gremlin.
Did he really?
A little extra value. Wow.
And the Percussionist, so there's another trigger. This is really good.
Yeah, this is an attack for 6.
Thank you. Blockable.
6 damage.
That should be 6, right? Yes.
And Simon does have a lot of incidental damage in this deck. You know, Fear of Lost Teeth, like, you can go to the dome with those. It's a little bit of extra damage here or there.
Right, and he's got Turn Inside Out
in his hand.
So you can, especially with the Ragged Playmate, you can make something unblockable, particularly the Clown.
Right.
And then play a creature to give Turn Inside Out. So you can potentially kill Derek out of nowhere. Derek probably needs to find an answer to this Playmate if he wants to kind of stick around, because right now he's not really in a position to get in for big attacks here.
I like this attack from Derek. Simon would much prefer not to lose the Irreverent Gremlin.
Right.
And the damage matters a little bit, but the House Cartographer trigger from Survival, that could be a big deal. Ooh, there's his Live or Die. Long neck. Oh, there's a Miasma Demon.
And all these go to the bottom. Ooh, that's probably the worst land. Just because
that has to be, yeah.
It's a tapped effect, especially with Ride of the Moth. You just kind of wanted to naturally find a swamp here, probably.
Yeah, at least he can, I guess. I think Simon's saying, do I need to shuffle these, or are you going to crack that thing anyway?
Right. Oh, never mind. He's got the black-white land, and given that he's at 11 life, it comes into play on tap. He can still play Ride of the Moth on the Branch Snapper, I believe. I think that's probably what he's going to do here.
Yeah.
Gets a finality counter. I don't know if you have something for that.
There's finality counters at the judge station.
Does pick up a finality counter. This is scary stuff for Derek Davis because that was a big play for him. He just put easily the biggest creature out. Realistically, he could pile up some type of 2-turn clock here, but the Ragged Playmate is really annoying for him.
Oh, I thought Simon should return, Trial of Agony. But that is a Violent Urge. Is that going to give him enough? Does he have Delirium on his side?
That's the question, isn't it?
Sorcery, land, enchantment, and creature. So yes, he does have Delirium. So that's
the clown's only 2 power though,
2
right?
power. You turn inside out, that's 5. Violent Urge is 6. Double strike, that's 12, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Paul.
Oh.
Does he just go for it? There are
mean,
2
there's only-
mana available.
It's green and white. I don't. Yeah, you just go for it.
He's just gonna go for it.
It's 12 damage.
I guess sees from slumber or something in his mind, but whatever, he's just going for it. And that is going to steal the victory. And I have a feeling that Simon is going to win a lot of games like that, right? Where it's like, I got you kind of low, and then I just attacked with everything and pumped up something and then got a teeth trigger or whatever, and I ended up finding the win. Wow. Game number 1 goes to Simon Nielsen, somehow navigating his way through to find a victory. You know, Derek had, what, he had a 4-4, a 2-2, and a 7-6 trample on his side against a bunch of little 2-powered creatures, and Simon still found the victory there.
Yeah, Derek just not having enough interaction there. That playmate really, really was extremely pivotal there for Simon. If he doesn't have the playmate, he just can't really make anything happen there.
Exactly. Derek Davis has a 2-drop this time, but it's not going to affect the board. It'd say its name. He's went to grab the cartographer.
I don't think he has a planes. Maybe if he had an untapped planes. No, you can't take the trapped in screen anyways. It's just creature or lands.
Yeah, there's the Fear of Lost Teeth that we talked about before from Nielsen on turn 1. Back over to him.
There's that disturbing mirth that we talked about. If you really
Yeah.
you lose your creature, but you get to draw 2 cards.
A little incidental damage in there.
But I think you can just run out another Fear of Lost Teeth probably, especially because you have turn inside out. So if Derek just plays a random creature, you just attack, turn inside out, and just get another 2/2 there.
Derek has to be kind of bummed to have taken the House Cartographer. I mean,
right,
not the choice, but that's what he ended up with. Facing down 2 Fear of Lost Teeth. It's like, this is never going to happen.
Yeah, and he's got that Withering Torment, which looks so bad on this board.
Jeez.
So funnily enough, Simon actually needing more red sources here to try to get a double spell turn. Looks like there's a swamp in hand. So can only play one thing here. Couldn't choose to still just attack with both. At least one. Okay, looking to do it with both. And then you can just run out of ticket booth here, I suppose. It's the best use of your mana this turn. I don't think playing a Disturbing Mirth does a whole lot here.
Right. And there's Ticket Booth. He's
Now-
just going to Manifest Dread here.
And then now if you're on Derek's side, if you really want to be aggressive and really need lands, you can just use Withering Torment on the Manifest token here, attack with the Cartographer, get a trigger. Oh, he hit Undead Sprinter in the yard.
Sprinter, man.
Wow. You got
Simon
2.
Going for full value. Back over to Derek Davis.
Getting the value. I'm a sucker for value too. You got it.
Yeah, this is, what is this, a land? Yeah, got him. But in the meantime, the Cartographer does get to come in. It's a forest. I believe Derek already had one of those, but fair enough.
So Simon really wants to find a mountain here. Because if you can go Mirth, sack your ticket booth, find a, or excuse me, I guess you have to sack a creature. If you go Mirth, sack your Fear of Lost Teeth, then you can play the Undead Sprinter from your graveyard.
But he needs a second red source to do both.
Right, but
but he'll find one, right?
Yeah, he can. I mean, the other play is just playing Dragonfire. I feel like Disturbing Mirth might be what you want to do here. You can attack first, but remember the Sprinter can also attack.
Sprinter, yeah. I think you gamble and just hope to hit that red source because he doesn't have one right now.
You go one to the face?
Heck yeah. Upstairs.
Mountain.
Every bit of damage is going to matter
It's
here.
a mountain.
He gets 2 cards off of this.
Boom.
Bingo! That's
Okay.
a mountain. And now he gets to play both, and that worked beautifully. He's going to breathe a sigh of relief after having seen that mountain come off the top there.
And look at how aggressive Simon is being here, because a lot of people, a ton of people in this spot would only attack with the Undead Sprinter and leave the Fear of Lost Teeth back. It's like, I get in for 1, you get in for 2, and you get a land. But Simon recognizing what his role is in this matchup, and every point of damage is important.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is where the survival mechanic becomes difficult because it really is almost always an offense-only type mechanic. There are a few ways to tap your creatures in the set without attacking, but there's not that many. Most of the time, you just need to turn them sideways.
Derek's hand literally does nothing.
Can he not cast anything?
Well, he can cast Moldering Gym and get a land. He can play Defiled Crypt, but there's nothing to return. And this is the problem with kind of reanimation-style decks, right? It's got a high ceiling when everything goes right and you hit a big creature or whatever. Right now, he's got nothing.
He just can't do anything.
You can cycle the Branch Snapper and get it back, but
and
that's
Ride
not
of the
intention
Moth
to
doesn't
do.
have any targets, even if he could cast it?
Right, so...
Oh, what a terrible position here for Davis. His deck is much less focused than Simon Nielsen's, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, and at this point, take a look at Simon's hand, too. It is absurd.
Percussionist turn inside out. Dragonfire Final Vengeance?
He's got it all. I just don't see Derek even able to come back.
No way.
He plays a 7/6. It doesn't matter.
And he leaves the Cartographer back, but even that doesn't have good blocks here.
And with the 1 white mana, what could you have? I guess you could have Jump Scare or Shard Mage's Rescue, but you could just fire off the Dragonfire, see what happens, and then also just run out the Percussionist, get in for 5 this turn. Also, now we're getting to land number 5. That Simon drew land number 5. Now we're 1 mana away from Tunnel of Hate too.
Yeah. And that works really well with the Sprinter.
I suppose the most aggressive line is to use Final Vengeance, sacrificing your Disturbing Mirth to kill the Cartographer, because if you did that, then you get an extra 2/2 on the following turn. But then you have to think about, well, what's the biggest thing Derek can play?
Right.
How can he stabilize? Does he have a giant life-linking creature that I need to be afraid of? Being aggressive here, I think.
Going maximum effort.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Simon Nielsen taking the most aggressive possible line here.
And it's funny, the Exile is just so important here. There's a Defiled Crypt in play. He's got some reanimation stuff, but can't even return that.
Wow.
What if he hits another Undead Sprinter here? So much. He's 2 damage away from lethal, it looks like.
Take 5.
Yeah. Oh,
he is actually going to go
3
for
damage.
the 8. Wow.
At 2.
Because he's just basically saying, Derek, you can make any one play,
Doesn't
and
matter.
I'll be able to get
You
through.
could play Valgavat's Onslaught for 2 and you're still dead.
And you're dead. This is awesome to watch Simon work, right? Because you can see in game 1 how he positioned himself with a little bit of more of a tricky kind of board state here. He's recognized that it is appropriate to go for maximum damage at every point to the face with Fear of Lost Teeth, just using, pump spells as lava spikes. I mean, that was awesome stuff from him. And he, of course, ends up taking down round number 1. Good start for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, and Simon Nielsen just playing so well. Of course you expect it for somebody who has the potential here now to be back-to-back player of the year. I don't even know when the last time that even happened was. Probably it was Kai or somebody like that. But it's just absolutely a delight to just watch him work, make slightly less intuitive lines than I think a lot of people would make. And also, that Disturbing Mirth pick. How good was Disturbing Mirth in both of those games?
It worked out.
Right? It did work out.
It
worked out.
It worked out really well as the pack 3 broke for him. All right, well, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have more round 1 action here from World Championship 30. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're in the first round of booster draft. We just got to see Simon Nielsen seal the deal against Derek Davis there in our opening round. Very aggressive deck against a much slower one. Very different matchup coming to you this one. We've got two heavy hitters as well. Shota Asoka and Yoshihiko Ikawa are sitting across from each other, and they're going to be battling it out. We actually are going to be joining this one in the second game. Ikawa picked up the first game against the Hall of Famer, and I was a little surprised to see that, honestly. We looked at the deck list. It's not that his deck's bad. It's green-white, which is very not favored archetype. It might be the worst one in the of the 10.
Let's put it this way, Marshall. I started winning a lot more after I stopped drafting green-white.
Yes,
so
I did the same thing.
I was like, ooh, this is cool. I get to be aggressive. I get to trigger my survival stuff. No.
In the on the other side, though, Shota Asoka has some of the best cards in the set. Straight up, he's got Ghostly Dancers, which is a top-tier bomb, let's say. And he's got some nice support for it as well.
Yeah, he just has a very, looks like a very, very solid blue-white Eerie deck with bombs. So
with the bombs to go with it.
The fact that Ikawa won game one somehow is probably a testament to his skill.
That's right.
He's a great player.
Shota's going to play the cheerleader here. Acrobatic cheerleader. Wow, it's going to get in and pick up the counter. That never happens.
That is a rarity indeed. I guess if you're on the play. No turn 3 play here for Shota. A shrewd storyteller from Ikawa. I wonder if he has some answer for that.
Shrewd Storyteller was the card that kind of sucked me into this archetype early, and I don't trust it anymore.
Yeah.
It told me a few too many stories. Let's just say.
Well, Ikawa is positioned here. If he's got some kind of a combat trick or maybe a baseball bat or something like that, could attack, get in. Now, of course, Shota can just be like, I just take it, and let's just race, right? Because he's the one who's got the cheerleader in play, so.
Yeah, and he manifested here off of Slimy Aquarium.
Finality.
Finality.
No, not finality. Flying.
I'll give you that. Sorry.
There we go.
Will be interesting to see how Shota wants to approach this if Ikawa does attack. You know, I was kind of making fun of the storyteller, but you don't want to let it get going.
Oh, yeah.
That is a problem.
But when you're tapped out and your white-green opponent, like the one thing green-white has is a lot of combat tricks, right? You have Jump Scare, Frantic Search, Horrid Vigor. There's just a lot of things that your opponents can have. So it's pretty tough to be able to just go with the block here. But of course, it also just depends on what Shota's follow-up here is. We do see the Jump Scare here and an Under Skin. Shota's like, nope. Not with all that.
That life total was done before that card was turned sideways.
He was already at 16.
Yeah, so Ikawa, Savior of the Small is going to be the follow-up for him. Man, he's really in the survival deck. It's not just green-white beats, like he's surviving too.
This survival thing. Ooh.
Ooh, Lionheart Glimmer there, though, is going to hit, and that really does increase this clock.
7?
Wow.
It's an attack for 7, and now Ikawa's already down to 9, I believe, right?
He took
4 and then 7.
4 and then the 7, yeah.
With the Glimmer trigger there. And now the Glimmer can just
it's a nice big blocker.
Can technically block, but if you want to play around the jump scare, you just kind of let it happen. It's like if you want to attack me, go for it. I'm the one who's winning the race here. I have the Glimmer in play.
God, it's going to be very difficult for Ikawa to win the race after that Glimmer hit the battlefield.
Yeah, he's got that jump scare. If you can maybe survive and get Shota just low enough, maybe you can kind of get a free win by giving a creature flying right at the end. So might be interested in doing something like that. You can probably just safely attack here and just not worry about a block. You kind of want the block, to be honest.
Yeah. Hey, under skin.
Maybe a baseball bat or something? Flesh Burrower.
He gets Flesh Burrower back.
Yeah. So that would be a nice follow-up play here because that allows you to block the Manifest or the Glimmer while also potentially getting in an attack here.
Yeah, if he can stem the bleeding to just the cheerleader, that'll buy him enough time to keep building out this board and maybe try to punch back. But if he's still vulnerable to attacks by the ground creatures, he's going to lose this race real quick.
It's kind of funny. If Ikawa was going to attack with the Savior, he was going to get back the burrow.
It would come back no matter what. I think that would be the first time that Savior the Small ever
returned something.
Yeah, never seen it. Don't
Ooh,
it.
blocking.
Okay, there's the jump scare. That does take out the Lionheart Glimmer. Also double triggers on survival. Maybe a Ray of Hope.
All right, now that's a 3/3 manifest token. Okay.
Land number 6 for Shota.
Saw an Inquisitive Glimmer in his hand. But at this point, the Glimmer's effectiveness is not quite as relevant here. Now, Shota does have a number of good removal spells in his deck. He actually has a fair number of interaction. We're looking at a couple of Trapped into Screens, a Seize from Slumber, and one of the best uncommons in the set, Sheltered by Ghost. That card is phenomenal. Just swing, especially in a situation like this where you just have 2 decks just kind of, it's just a total race here, right? You just put that on the cheerleader.
So hard.
Okay, now we can actually see his hand. See a Trapped in the Screen, an Erratic Apparition, and an Inquisitive Glimmer. I imagine Trapped in the Screen will at least be a card that's played here, and then he just kind of has to choose between either the Glimmer or the Apparition. Apparition flies, right? And I don't know that you need a 2/3, so. Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's
Didn't
Fear
know
of
about that one.
Isolation under there. Very nice. So speaking of flyers.
Is that an attack for 5? Is that a counter? So that's a 2-turn clock here now.
It is. He just needs to survive this turn, so Trapped in the Screen.
And so now he can go Glimmer into Trapped in the Screen.
Yeah.
Oh.
He must not have one of those.
He must not. Okay.
So he's going to go Erratic Apparition instead.
See, maybe saving a Trapped in the Screen. Maybe he's concerned about something else too.
Yeah. He is setting up for, if he doesn't take lethal here, any 2 of his creatures getting in, because he has a Trapped in the Screen, would be lethal as well.
Right, because right now, what are we looking at? An attack for 10, and Shota's at 14. So
you could just say sure.
Is he just not going to block?
Yeah, I mean, he needs 2 combat tricks to kill you, and there's already a jump scare in the yard.
Yeah, if Ikawa played land number 6, that would be scarier, because then you'd be worried about a Branch Snapper flipping up.
Right.
Oh,
he took it. He wants to maintain lethal in the air.
Oh, and this guarantees
and that's
lethal.
it, and that's a Shepherding Spirit, so that would have actually prevented lethal, but instead, all he has to do is simply cast Trapped in the Screen, and he will win the game, let alone taking out the blocker and all the extra damage. And high-level stuff from Shota Ahsoka. He recognized it's going to be really hard for you to kill me from 14 here. I'm going to preserve lethal, and he does exactly that. Looks like he's on 6 cards for game number 3 here, Paul.
Yeah. Nice calculated decision. It's like if you have the kill, then so be it, right? And but if you don't, then I know for sure I'm going to win. Does he not have a planes?
Here's our friend, the House Cartographer, hits the battlefield
and
again.
It's gonna connect.
It is triggered so many times today. We're in round 1. He's gonna hit a forest off of it.
Shota mulliganed and kept the double island all white card hand.
Wow, and look at this curve, 2-drop into 3-drop. Oh, wow. He may be able to get back into this. The Shrewd Storyteller hits on 3.
Yeah.
If he didn't draw that there, he was probably just dead.
And he's just running out the creature. He's got a Seize from Slumber in hand too.
He's going to try to block.
But he's just going to hope that this block works.
Yeah, the Cult Healer has to get in front of the Shrewd Storyteller. You figure that Ikawa already would have attacked with both if he had the jump scare or something, so maybe a little window here for Shota.
Oh, I see a Glimmer Light, though. If that's a Glimmer Light, then you can...
On Ikawa's side?
On Ikawa's side, I believe.
He can get one or both, depending on how he wants to approach this in.
I imagine it would just go on the Storyteller.
Just turn it sideways, yeah.
It probably has a ton of good options at this point.
Glimmerlight, very overlookable card early in the format, but it is a player. That you see that card all the time.
Yeah, in an aggressive deck, I just like it in most decks. I will almost never cut one in most of my decks, but in an aggressive deck, it's just fantastic. And the thing is, so much of this format is about small creatures kind of fighting each other, right, with the existence of all the manifest cards. So I think Glimmerlight just does a really good job of helping you kind of...
Maybe he does have the combat trick. He just attacked with both. No play so far.
He also doesn't necessarily need to have... Well, he doesn't necessarily need to have the combat trick here. You know, maybe he just thinks Shota will
He's
not
kind
block.
of forced to block.
Yeah. Oh,
that's the question is,
it, right?
Because he does have to block, and he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
has a jump scare, so all of that for nothing. It was just more about mana efficiency there. But this is going to guarantee him his 4th land.
Yeah, this
It's going to be. It felt to me like Shota kind of needed to just pray that he didn't have the pump spell, and he did. And now he gets Hardened Escort down as well. And there are worlds. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If he can curve into Ghostly Dancers and not be dead, he could come back. But
he needed a Plains here. If he had a Plains, he could have gone Glimmer into Seize from Slumber or Trapped in the Screen, right? So that allows you to block the Hardened Escort and do some extra stuff beyond that. But given that you're just kind of stuck playing 1 removal spell a turn, you're still taking a bunch of damage. It's a really, really tough spot here for Shota.
does he just have to? He has to use a removal spell one way or the other.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, do you want to Trapped or do you want to Seize from Slumber?
Right.
That's kind of
More mana efficient to use Trap, to use up your 3 mana now. Take out the Shrewd Storyteller, pass. You know, he's at 15. He's facing down 5 power. It's not the end of the world if there's a Plains on top of his library.
This is the best cartographer I've ever seen in my life.
No kidding. I've seen more triggers today than in the rest of the format. Okay, there's the Glimmer Light.
So this is going to be an attack for 6 possibly here?
Yeah, it does look like it. Is there a Plains on top for Shota? And no answer for Ikawa. Because that's the recipe.
Jeez.
Oh, he just
It's
keeps
too
coming
much.
with it. Was it a Plains?
I think it was a Plains.
It looked like a Plains.
But it might be too little too late.
It might be. He's at 8 now.
There's no room in play for the Ghostly Dancers, right? If you had an Elegant Rotunda or something in play, then you could obviously make another 3/1 flyer here. But right now,
So what would happen?
You can go Seize from Slumber, probably on the Hardened Escort, right? Because that gives something else indestructible, and then
a little bump.
And then I guess Inquisitive Glimmer is like the other thing you can play.
And then that gets in the way of Fear of Surveillance or the Glimmer.
Yeah.
It does leave him alive. I mean, it's precarious.
But Ikawa has a card in hand that is pretty strong in green-white. That
Which
is the
is?
Baseball Bat.
Oh, he's got the baseball bat. So Yasuoka's going to go for the high upside play here. He's going to go for the Ghostly Dancers, hoping to do it, but it's going to get tapped down, and that is a victory for Yoshihiko Ikawa. Honestly, that's the worst deck. Not his, but the worst archetype versus the best.
Yeah.
And he just picked up a win against Hall of Famer with it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I will say Ikawa did have a pretty reasonable version of that deck. No shortage of combat tricks, good curve. That's always going to be able to punish a person who stumbles. I think you play this matchup a bunch of times over. I think Yasuoka would be a pretty heavy favorite here, given the bombs that he had. But, you know, game 3, mulligan to 6, have to kind of keep the two island hand on the draw, and he just didn't quite get there. And Ikawa, of course, not going to slow down at all and try to just push the pedal to the metal and get Yasuoka dead there. So.
Yeah. Also, at the World Championship, the decks are tough. People aren't giving you any gifts at the table, so just having a good curve with combat tricks can get the job done. That's going to do it for our opening round of coverage here from Vegas. We will be back with more after this.
The Magic Spotlight Series kicks off with Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCGCon in Atlanta, January 3rd through the 5th. There's a $50,000 prize pool, a cool Terror of the Peaks promo card, and so much more. The top 8 players will earn invitations to the Pro Tour, and the winner of the event will receive Standard for a year, one play booster case of every Standard legal release in 2025. Register today. This is the Magic Spotlight Series. Play for fun, play to win. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We have 113 of the best players in the world competing for the title and the trophy. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Cedric Phillips. We've been having an awesome time here. This tournament is already shaping up to be a great one, and we are in draft here this morning. So Cedric, you've been around the top tables in draft. What can you tell us?
I've been doing a little looking around, seeing what players are up to. These pods at a tournament like this, and especially a tournament of this size, you're just going to see a bunch of awesome pods.
Oh,
That's the first thing that you're going to do. So as we take a look at each of these, I know that we got to kick things off with Simon, who, you hear about this guy?
You know about this guy? You heard about this
guy? And the winning that he does? Shockaroo! Number 1, our reigning player of the year, and of course, reigning Pro Tour champion. Min Nguyen is a name that stands out to me here personally. Derek Davis as well. Derek, of course, because of the Pro Tour Top 8 and Pro Tour Phyrexia. Min Nguyen because of the regional championship in Denver, where I live. Earlier this year, he beat the crap out of me. I never met him before, and then he won the tournament. So not off to an ideal start here at 0-1, but we still have a lot of tournament left to go. Draft pot number 2 is where we're going to head to next. See some players that are hanging out in that one. And again, as I mentioned, tournament like this, you're going to see a lot of great players. A couple of them happen to be from Japan in this particular pot. And Shuhei Nakamura, a Hall of Famer. Shota Yasoka, a Hall of Famer who Mani really wants to hang out with. Just really want to interview him and see what's going on with his constructed deck this weekend. And then Yasuhiko Ikawa, who of course is our Pro Tour Thunder Junction champion as well, off to a 1-0 start. So Japan doing very well thus far in this particular pod. As we move on to pod number 3, we'll get our eyes on some more players here. Christopher Larso, a personal favorite of mine, of course, he did very, very well at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor in Chicago earlier this year, making top 8 there before being dispatched by Simon Nielsen like so many have. Reed Duke, Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. Lucas Dukow coming off of a Pro Tour top 8 at Thunder Junction in Seattle, Washington. And I do want to mention here Volter, who is coming off of an Arena Champs win earlier this year, Arena Championship number 6. So look, those things are really, really hard. So to be able to win one of those in order to get here is very, very impressive. And last but certainly not least, we'll take a look at another draft pod here. And Carl Sarup, who we saw walking around dressed for success this weekend, everybody.
Absolutely.
I know you might think that we're dressed very well, but Carl brought out a suit. He's taken this tournament extremely seriously. Not up to an ideal start, but he is one of the best limited players in the world, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him bounce back in his second round of competition. Matt Sperling, Jim Davis, some American players that we're very used to seeing as well, off to 1-0 starts. So again, in a tournament like this, where there's so few players, but all these players are very, very good, you might be asking yourself, well, where the heck is the world champion? Who, I gotta say, we do a really good job of keeping him off camera until he's forced to be on camera and not lose. Johnny Manuel Duprat, our reigning world champion, yeah, he won. That's what he does. That's what he does. And he's always my dark horse pick. It's weird to call the world champion a dark horse.
Go on.
But he's my dark horse pick to win the tournament. Nobody else picked him, just me.
Choice.
Just me. Because I pick him to win every tournament. So he's my dark horse pick for he's going to win again.
Were you a fan before it was cool? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
To be fair, yes.
Yes.
Because he played some weird decks. And I was kind of into it because I was like, that deck looks terrible.
Yeah.
He's really good. He keeps winning. I mean, that deck's not that bad. But he's just a really nice guy, really humble guy about his performances. And he has accomplished everything he's wanted to in his Magic career. And this could be just one more thing on the ledger for him. So JED all the way.
Hasn't gone back to back, though, so this could be it.
Hasn't gone back to back yet.
Another player, of course, we're watching throughout the tournament, Simon Nielsen, our current leader in the Player of the Year race. Ever heard of him? Simon Nielsen. Also, of course, your current reigning Player of the Year, so knows how to have an absolutely incredible season. But how do you do it? Well, Cedric talked to him yesterday.
I'm here with reigning Player of the Year, most recent Pro Tour champion, and a heck of a guy, Simon Nielsen, who is walking into the World Championships here in Las Vegas with every accomplishment you could walk into the tournament with?
I guess almost. I mean, I don't have a world championship trophy.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's what I need.
All right, let's talk hashtag goals. We'll see if I'm interviewing you later in the weekend.
Sure.
Let's start with Player of the Year. As I mentioned, you're the defending reigning Player of the Year. Winning that last year, what'd that mean to you?
I mean, that was, just so crazy. Like, the Player of the Year title hadn't been in play for like 5 years. And then they bring it back. The year that I have, my crazy run of like 3 top 8s in a row. And so, it just felt, I mean, I definitely didn't expect to be in the, but yeah, I just didn't lose. And so that's how it goes.
No, you didn't lose. No.
And so I was thinking, wow, okay, that is the peak of my career. That's nice.
Yeah, not quite, my friend. Because then we went to Chicago for Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, and you lost in the finals. And that's brutal. But one could argue that means you made the finals. So how did that feel? Are you going in, at the end of that tournament, glass half empty, I'm disappointed, or you know what? I made the finals for Pro Tour.
I think I'm like definitely more on the excited side that that my run was continuing. It was like such great fun to play that finals, especially since like that tournament, the whole the feature matches felt different until the very finals, which was live, and like just I knew I had people back home watching me and cheering me on. That was just incredible. And also Seth is like kind of becoming my nemesis because I've faced him in literally the last 4 Pro Tours, and so the only time he beat me was that finals. And so. So yeah, that was definitely, but yeah, of course, like, he played very well and had a great deck for that tournament.
He picked a good time to get it done.
Yeah, exactly,
not many have gotten one over you for the past couple of years. So we'll talk about a time where that actually did kind of happen. Not a top 8 finish, a top 32 finish in Seattle at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Now, for most, that's an incredible finish. For you, it's kind of ordinary now because we're expecting you to be in the elimination rounds on Sunday. So how do you cope with a finish that's maybe a little below your expectations?
I think, like, because I had these great runs, like, kind of like the way I pre-cope with it was I expected at some point it would end, I would miss day 2, and it would be that. Instead, I had this incredible, like, run where, like, I was pretty close to top 8. Like, in round 15, I played an incredible feature match against Javier, who finally knocked me out of top 8 contention. And, like, that moment was the end of my streak. And I thought that was just, like, a really good end to the run, instead of just, like, fading into obscurity, missing day 2. And so I was pretty happy. Yeah, okay, sure. There was, it was a great feeling. I'll probably, like, never have success like that again, and that's fine. I was wrong.
We went over to Amsterdam, Modern Horizons Pro Tour. This was your 5th of 6 top 8s, which is just, I don't even need this cue card. That's an insane thing to say. You win the Pro Tour, obviously much better than a top 32 finish, but how does it feel to finally, cross that off and have that accomplishment on the resume?
I mean, it was wild. Like, I was just screaming as soon as somebody shook my hand, and just ran towards, like, all the people. There was, like, so many, so many cheery faces, so much just, like, great energy. And yeah, no, it just feels like really, I don't know, like, just like this summit of, like, all these years of work. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I definitely, like, you could never, like, script this, especially, like, it was on my birthday. Like, it was just, like, so unexpected, I think. And just, like, so...
The Magic the Gathering scriptwriters are really on one right now.
Yeah, they really are. They really are.
Okay, well, you know what? The perfect ending to this movie would be you, current Player of the Year, leading the Player of the Year race, maybe winning that again, and becoming world champion. Now, that's a lot, even for the scriptwriters, but is that too much for you, or are you just thinking, this is just another tournament?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, because the way the Player of the Year point system functions, it's mostly about who makes top 8 out of the 8 people who can get there. And so I can't really change that, like, by doing semi-well in a tournament. The only way I can change it is by making top 8 myself. So, which is, of course, really difficult and unlikely. Like, I know that. I mean, I'm trying to, like, tell myself that it's unlikely. and so, like, really what I have to do is, like, I just, like, gotta, like, just see what will happen. Because, like, if I'm trying to, like, go for the Player of the Year, that means rooting against very well-deserving people to not make the top 8 of a tournament they're fighting super hard for. And it just doesn't seem like, a very healthy approach to things. So, and I have, like, 2 teammates in the running. So, of course, if any of if Eli or Javier makes it, that'll also make me super happy. So I think I'm just like going in with that feeling that, yeah, we'll see where the chips may fall. I think I'm like a slight favorite to make Player of the Year. Because again, it's really hard to make the top 8 of a world championship, and that goes for my competitors too. But anything can happen, and yeah, sure. The person who makes Player of the Year will have had a great year, and so if someone else makes top 8, that's really well deserved.
Well, if anybody knows anything about Player of the Year, it's this guy right here, Simon Nielsen, our reigning Player of the Year, and might be our Player of the Year once again.
Well, if he wants to be our Player of the Year this season as well, he is off to a good start, kicking the day off at 1-0 for Simon Nielsen. Let's take a look at our head-to-head matchup here for round number 2 at World Championship 30. We're sticking with Simon Nielsen, 6 top finishes to his name, up against Minyang Chen of China with 1 top finish. Let's get to meet our players. Simon Nielsen, champion Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, coming off a huge win there, reigning Player of the Year, leader in the Player of the Year race. I talked to him just a few minutes ago, says he loves his draft deck, so he is very, very excited to play. Minyang Chen here you see on your screen, top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karloff Manor, also good at not tilting after a loss, actually has an 81% win rate after having a loss here at the Pro Tour level, so knows how to turn it around and win instead. There's a look at the players. What about the decks, Monty?
Well, we're going to start off with Simon. We saw him draft this morning, but let's remind ourselves what his deck looks like. He loves it, and you know what? I love it too. This deck checks all the boxes. Curve, check. Signposts uncommon, well, there's Disturbing Mirth. Do we have some powerful rares? We sure do. 2 copies of Undead Sprinter. And there's a lot of removal to boot. This deck is fast, this deck is efficient, and it really came together. I know Simon and we were kind of sweating it there when he maybe lacked a second color, but that third pack brought it all together when he cemented himself in black-red. On the other side, taking a look at Chen's deck. Well, this is a nice Azorius deck. Once again, checking all the boxes. Signposts on commons, 2 copies of the Glimmer. Curve, definitely there. Removal, definitely. And then when you're looking for bomb rares, where a Port Oculus in this deck, not just a standard all-star, definitely doing some great work here, and have to mention Dissection Tools, one of the best cards in the format.
It's unreal.
So having access to both of those alongside a very solid deck means that this is going to be a really tough matchup for both players.
Which deck do you like better though, Monty?
Which deck do I like better? The Azorius deck. Which deck do I think is going to win? Well, the one Simon Nielsen is playing.
Sure. Always a safe bet. All right, everybody, it's time for round 2 here at World Championship 30. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Thanks so much, Maria. We are super excited to jump into round number 2 of the draft action here at World Championship 30. Can you believe we've had 30
I can't
World
believe
Championships?
it. I can't believe it.
Corey Baumeister, I get your name right, alongside me, and we have the pleasure of watching the current reigning Player of the Year, Simon Nielsen, just doing Simon Nielsen things. It doesn't seem like he can lose, ever.
Yeah, just really can't lose. His draft deck looks awesome. Really hard to vote against Simon right now. He's just on an absolute tear.
On the other hand, Minyang Chen playing the Azorius deck, which I must say, when I've drafted this format, I really like Azorius. All this eerie,
very good.
pseudo constellation stuff happening in this archetype. Like, it's such a powerful archetype in this format. But you know what? It's got black-red, and black-red can do really dumb stuff.
Yeah, honestly, these are my 2 favorite archetypes to draft, and both players have very strong decks. Maybe when you're drafting at home, you see a little bit stronger decks. Well, that's because this is the World Championship. You know, you don't really get all these busted cards coming last pick, second to last pick kind of thing. It's a lot harder to fight for the cards you want.
For sure. Get things started off here. A room with a view here now for Minyang Chen. So opening up the first of the rooms, gonna surveil, take a look, and chuck something away.
Yeah, and pretty strong hands for both players here. Both have a good chunk of things to do. Looks like we did have Simon on the mulligan to 6 there, but still very functional hands.
Underwater tunnel, a great way to get some things into the bin, and that's Minyang Chen's game plan here.
Yeah.
Get as many things as you can into the bin because, unlike standard, there's not really a cool way to cheat Abhorrent Oculus into play.
Yeah, not in this deck. Really no way to reanimate it. Actually, there is the Surgical Suite that you can bring it back from the graveyard to the battlefield, but outside of that, really no way to do so. You just got to get the prerequisite amount of cards into your graveyard to cast the powerful Mythic.
Kicking things off here now. We have our Escort. Pretty sticky critter, 2/4. Doesn't get removed all that easily, especially with the burn spells that you might expect from the red side of things. Black having an easier time getting rid of that card, but yeah, Simon Nielsen just turning things sideways and saying, all right, you deal with it.
Yeah, just a really nice aggressive start here from Simon. He has turned inside out here to be able to get rid of the creature on the opposing sides while continuing to keep your creatures. And this is great. Being able to put the Sprinter into the yard here, be able to get a manifest, and if you can just bring it back right away here, which I do see the mountain, this is just devastating here for Ming Yang.
That is pretty rough. So getting extra value off of that pump spell, able to bring back the Undead Sprinter, and gonna get a counter on it too for his troubles. So
yeah,
as long as a non-zombie died, you are good to go.
Exactly. Checks the creature type, and yep, not a zombie. Comes back as a 3/3. What an incredible start here from Simon.
So if Surgical Suite brings it back, though, from the dead, is it a zombie then?
Yeah, it should be.
Close to dead, not super dead, though.
So Ming Yang does have dissection tools in hand, though, so next turn being able to just play this incredibly powerful creature to do some nice catch-up work is going to be great, but Simon is still putting on just a ton of pressure here.
Yeah.
Just drew a Trial of Agony, so no matter what, can deal with one of the creatures here, and then dissection tools that creature can't block. So we could definitely see a lightning fast game here already from Simon.
Oh, we certainly are. And, he is just not taking his foot off of the gas at all.
He hasn't
so
the entire
nicely.
year.
He
or
hasn't,
for 2
no.
years,
Yeah,
really.
for 2 years,
Simon
yeah.
has just been dominating.
He's on a tear here, and Razorkin Needlehead is going to add even more insult to injury every time Chen draws now. He's gonna ding ya.
Yeah, Simon has a 14-4 draft record so far in this season, 15-4 now with winning this first round. Just an incredible record. And with Constructed, still doing okay. 69% win rate there already.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Minyan Cheng doing his best, getting these manifest critters down just to try and stave off the bleeding here from this absolutely nutty board. If you had to show this to any draft player, like, yeah, what do you think of this board state? You'd be like, yeah, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Now, Trial of Agony clearing 2 things out of the way.
So this is 8 damage, plus then the Needlehead will deal 1 in Ming Yang's turn. So now you can, of course, attack, gain some life back, but really, really up against it here as Simon has a final Vengeance, which he probably will just sack second main phase to deal with the other creature and leave Ming Yang Chen pretty much done for here.
Yeah, jeez. Talk about a fast game 1 here between these 2 players, both at positive records thus far. But Simon Nielsen doing his best to make sure that only he's going to remain as such.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ding, ding, and we're gonna go to game number 2 then. That was pretty much everything you wanted from that deck.
Yeah, that was impressive. The Sprinter doing great work there, being able to be brought back twice, sacrificed to the final Vengeance. I mean, that is kind of the dream, just how you draw it up.
We are going to now join Chen and Nielsen live as this game is going on pretty darn long indeed. We want to show you as much Magic as we can from all of the players here this weekend. So let's take a look what we got here. We got a Disturbing Mirth. We've got an Irreverent Gremlin. Say that 10 times fast. Excellent card draw for Simon Nielsen in this Rakdos deck. On the other side of things, Minyan Cheng looking to be putting down quite the beating. We've got the Inquisitive Glimmer, we've got the Escort, a Manifest Creature, and a Crab, which is, just doing some blocking against these 2 power creatures. But Delirium, importantly, is up.
Definitely, and I do see 2 Sprinters in Simon's graveyard here, so if he can deal with any creatures, this could be really big game. But one thing with Final Vengeance, it does exile. I mean, you can, of course, sack one of your own creatures to then return it, but that interaction can come up.
I mean, I would love to see Simon just turned things sideways, honestly. You know, get rid of one of these blockers, then you can bring back both of these sprinters. Maybe
Yeah.
3 3s.
Yeah.
So 6 that we have. Oh, well, we still have Delirium. Yeah, we still have a creature in the yard with the Ragged Playmate there.
Either way, the life-linking 4/4 attacker here from Ming Yang is just going to spell some bad news from Simon, as even if you deal with that, Ming Yang can just sacrifice the crab, put the tools on something else, and start going to town. That you can really deal with this card pretty effectively when your opponent doesn't have a wide battlefield, but when you have 3/4 creatures, you're already ahead on life total, you're really fighting an uphill battle against this card.
Yeah. So Simon doing the math here. Just making sure he's not dead on the crackback if he decides to do something like that.
Yeah.
If we do sacrifice the Mirth, that'll give us a couple extra looks to the deck. Manifest Dread, another creature on board then will be available.
Yeah, another 2/2, not the best at combating what's going on here, but Ming Yang with only Seize from Slumber here, you do have the possibility of fighting back, but going to be tricky.
Yeah. And also no instant speed sacrifice. You know, if there was to be an attack with the life linker, then a block and sack to prevent the life gain. So
yeah.
Final Vengeance, sorcery speed. We're going to sacrifice the Mirth, kill the Manifest, revealing not a creature.
Vanish from sight there goes to exile. And now with that enchantment being exiled and the creature, or the enchantment being sacrificed and the creature being exiled, you can't bring back the sprinters yet. So Simon will have to do a little bit more to be able to get that going here. Maybe not the most intuitive interaction.
Fear.
Deciding to discard here with the Gremlin. Okay.
3 and 5. It's 8 damage. You got a 7. Go.
I wonder, maybe sacrificing the Fear of Lost Teeth would have gotten him the sprinters out.
Yeah, I think he drew that off the,
he did?
the
Right.
Gremlin, yeah, because I think he had 3 lands in hand plus the Vengeance. But yeah, even sacrificing the hand that feeds or whatever, you get to use up the rest of your mana and start playing those sprinters. But still, Ming Yang Chen able to next turn sacrifice the crab, equip one of these creatures, attack for 4, go up to 11 just at surface value. It's even before we have this removal spell. It was just a really close game so far.
Yeah, a lot of things going in here for both players. So dissection tools, not attached to anything as yet. I think we might see Krabby go bye-bye here.
I would think so. I mean, depending on how many cards Simon has left in his library, I don't see a lot. You know, that is a large graveyard. Looks like Simon's going to do us a favor here and do us a count.
10 and 11?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, another Inquisitive Glimmer, so more discounts. Eerie Trigger off the crab.
And there it
could well
goes.
see a mill out here if Simon doesn't die first to this.
Yeah, I think Ming Yang
Onslaught.
definitely wants to win this game via combat, as this is a nice attack here.
4 more life. 5 more?
Yeah, 5 pumped up with the escort, it looks like. So no matter what, Ming Yang Chen is going to be up to 12.
Yeah.
And then this Seize to Slumber when Simon decides to attack or just firing it off right now on the Gremlin. You can play it now for the discounted rate. I think Simon's just trying to think, can I just win on the crackback in any way? If he had any way to sacrifice this in combat
Yeah,
to
that would
prevent
be
the
so
5
sweet.
life, it would be a huge advantage, but...
Alas.
And I didn't get a good look at what the manifest is, so that could be something tricky to boost this up.
He takes 7 here. He's trying to figure out, okay, can I hit you for 12 on the crackback?
Just takes it.
Okay. All right. Let's see what you got.
All right, big draw step.
Fear
Oh!
hunted.
Oh, my.
Oh, that has to
Okay.
be blocked.
So you have that. That automatically gets blocked there. You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
turning things sideways. That's the best part of draft. We also have the faced gallery.
And then we have the gallery to pump everything up. 10,
Yeah.
11, 12, 13 damage. But the slumber will be able to neutralize it.
My.
Yeah, take 8, go 4.
All right,
Oh, wow.
impressive.
That was a close game, but yeah, that
Play both of my.
that removal spell from Chen just taking care of what would be lethal.
I mean, now you get to play both sprinters as blockers.
Yeah.
And now, Mingyang Chen doesn't have lethal on the crackback here.
Still has to attack though, for sure.
Yeah.
Just to gain that life.
For sure. But with a land off the top, I cannot believe, I think Simon might be able to pull this game out where when we came into this game, that did not look even close to possible with the 4/4 lifelinker cracking in.
Grief. So 5 life, we go to 9. If we attack with the escort as well.
Yeah, attacking with the escort is reasonable.
Just to keep it indestructible.
Yeah, because then it does force the sprinters to go 1 block on each, but then only 1 sprinter will die. Mingyang Chen would go up to 9. And then you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage on the crackback. So I don't think there's a way out here for Mingyang Chen.
Just too many little idiots on the board here, and these sprinters are putting in work. That pack 3 really saved Simon.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. Yeah, his deck after the first pack looked okay.
Pack 2 seemed like a bit of a train wreck, but then yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, double block, okay. So,
Double blocks. So now if we can find any way to sacrifice a creature here to be able to bring back these sprinters, it'll be just over right away. But now the thing is, Simon only has to deal with the 2/4. You don't have that wide battlefield to keep equipping these tools.
Turn things sideways, a block, the manifest, another room revealed. Ticket booth.
Yep, takes 5, and now you get to play both sprinters once again. And man, these sprinters just keep coming.
Yeah. They're running marathons here, not sprinters. Oh, Razor Kid Needlehead again. So any card drawn out from Chen is just punished extra here with the 1 damage being dealt.
Yeah, this was a really impressive game. Impressively played game by Simon here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we expect nothing less from Simon than impressive. You know?
Exactly. Increasing his record, what it looks like, to 16-4 in drafts so far this season.
No biggie.
Just honestly impressive and unheard of numbers that we've seen across professional Magic.
Insane. Lionheart Glimmer, that is going to be it. Simon Nielsen, 2-0. Wow, that game was sweet.
That game was sweet. It just feels like a right at this point to just say, all right, Simon Nielsen 2-0 just to start the tournament. I don't even think we have to make him play in the first couple rounds anymore. Just start him 2-0 and then put him into the tournament.
I don't even think we have to be yours. It's like, yeah, Simon's 2-0.
Yeah.
That was super duper cool indeed. So congratulations to Simon, 2-0. One more to win the pod.
Impressive, playing for the trophy next round.
We're going to see that soon, my friends. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be right back. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. MagicCon happening alongside the World Championship. 14,000-ish people here this weekend, Corey.
There's a lot of people out there.
So much Magic being
having
played.
so much fun. It looks awesome out there.
I want to go play with them. I'm just saying. But,
fair.
We have a job to do, as do the 113 players in the room here this weekend. One of them needs to claim the title of World Champion. And we've just seen reigning Player of the Year Simon Nielsen continue his climb towards that, as that is basically the only thing he hasn't done yet, you know, barring Hall of Fame, I guess. So.
No kidding. He has a ridiculous career in just these last 2 years. You know, he's basically accomplished everything but winning this specific tournament. Just incredible stuff.
Well, let's turn our attention now to our reigning world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. He is certainly going to be looking to defend his title up against Matti Kuisma here. Another excellent player over the last couple of years that we've seen making excellent runs at the various events. So we're going to jump in here where we are 1-0. So this is going to be game number 2 that we join these players.
Yeah, it was really awesome to see JED win Worlds last year. You know, he just had so many close results, so many close finishes, so many top 8s leading up to this moment.
Yeah.
To see him finally hoist that gigantic trophy was really special last year. I'm sure he'd like to do it again.
Oh, for sure. You know, like there's only been one back-to-back world champion. So Jean, I'm rooting for you, man. Come on, let's see. Let's do it again, shall we?
So JED has a nice little Mardu deck here that has just bombs galore. There is Overlord of the Belmerg, there's Velgavoth, Terror Eater, Shroud Stomper, and Rite of the Moth to be able to bring these powerful cards back. This is really the Mardu Reanimator deck, which has just an insanely high ceiling, but the floor can be kind of bad if you just draw these really expensive monsters. You know, they're not doing anything too great if you can't do what the deck's trying to do. But if you can, and you can get a Velgavoth on the battlefield on turn 4 or something like that, it just looks incredible.
So just survive the first couple turns here. Matti Kuisma, on the other hand, has a Bant deck with a couple Signpost uncommons in here. We see an Oblivious Bookworm. Also picked up a Rip Spawn Hunter, which has been quite cool when it works. Survival's a little bit of a tricky mechanic to get going there, but yeah, plenty of removal too in his deck, so this should be a good fight.
Yeah, I think the best survival decks that I like to play, at least, are the blue-greens that splash for the good survival cards. Blue-green is always extremely powerful. Blue-green X, blue-green,
yeah, blue-green
red,
whatever,
blue-green white, whatever, for splashing for your bombs type thing.
It's make pretty good in this format for sure. Floodpits Drowner hits the board here for Matti Kuisma, and is able to keep the popular Egotist tapped down for the time being.
Yeah, and looking at some cards here with Commune with the Evil, trying to ideally get one of your powerful reanimation spells into your hand and get one of your bomb creatures into the yard. That's kind of the ideal scenario with this card. This is one of the cards where if you just draft this card, you don't want to put it in every single deck, like a Golgari mid-range deck, something like that. You really want to be able to be doing the things. Put the cards you want to reanimate into your yard and put the stuff that reanimates them into your hand.
Yeah, Fear of Burning Alive. That's a
good one to reanimate.
That's a good one to reanimate for sure. So
that's the thing I love about this set so much, is that that's a card that, you know, doesn't look that good in other archetypes, but is an absolute all-star in these black-white reanimate strategies. There's just so many cards like that that are fine in other decks and then just really hit home in the archetypes they're designed for. Just a home run set, in my opinion.
I've had a lot of fun with this set too.
So much fun.
You know, the drafting experience has been varied and interesting, and you know, there's so much that you can do every single turn because there's just so many different ways to use your mana.
Yep, absolutely.
Wickerfolk Thresher hits the board here now for Matti Kuisma.
And he has a couple of those, so a nice 4-drop to kind of even out your curve. Still only the 2 types in yards so far, but 4 mana 5/4, this thing hits very hard.
Sure does. And you know, the Mardu deck not typically known for beefy creatures at 4 mana, so yeah, definitely looking to accelerate the pace, try and get a couple of these big creatures out of the yard and blocking this Wickerfolk.
Yeah, and the thing is, trying to reanimate this Fear of Burning Alive is fine right now. If you can get Delirium, then it's excellent. But outside, this is not exactly the target that JED wants to have right away for the reanimation spells.
Yeah.
If you can get Velgavoth, Terror Reader into play, you pretty much just win the game.
Yep.
That card is unbelievable.
Oops, I win. Yeah, no, yeah. Unless you have like a sacrifice effect,
Yeah.
you know, that can hit Velgavoth, you're in trouble.
Yeah, if you ever have to actually pay the ward and just deal with it and get 4 for 1, you know, it's never going to be too ideal here.
Oh boy. Looks like we got a big old shark. Dagamar Megalodon hits the board here now. So another pretty big creature here with vigilance. So I really like these land cyclers.
Yeah, they're all just perfectly fine. You know, none of them are just absolutely busted. There's not one of them that is better than the other, I would say. They're all just fine. You know, they make your deck about 50% of the time. You're never super sad to play them. Most of the time when I end up playing these cards, it just replaces my 17th land.
Sure.
Yeah.
The fixing in the set also pretty good. So you can do things like this. You can have a base, you know, green-white or green-blue deck and then splash for whatever the uncommon is that you've picked up in the draft. So
Yep.
Sporogenic Infection enters the battlefield. See, this is the kind of thing that can get rid of a Velgavoth.
Yes. Maybe JED was drafting all those just to make sure his Velgavoth would live. That would make sense to me. Gets a piggy bank down as well. If that were to die, maybe, you know, John Emanuel is just getting very close to being able to cast one of these powerful creatures if he does have it in hand.
Plenty of mana to work with now. If Piggy does die, we get an extra treasure there to work with too. Life total's not changing all that much, but there's certainly an exchange of resources happening on the board.
Yeah, and for Quizma, just land go here is not great. There's not a lot of instant speed things that he has in the deck. There's a Don't Make a Sound, a Glimmer Burst that is already cast, so that's got to lead me to believe that he is just flooding out a bit and doesn't have any good plays.
Let's see where JED goes from here. 3 mana something for what we got.
Okay, are we reanimating? Nope.
Tapping like an adult.
Okay.
There, oh yes, there we go.
All right, not even getting the Fear of Burning Alive.
Right of the Moth. Bringing back the Egotist. So there's a way to kill the piggy, as needs be, and also keep this creature alive. It's very sticky. If you have excellent creatures to sacrifice to the Egotist, like, you're going to have a hard time dealing with it.
Yeah, and just the fact that that ability down below is just a static ability. It's not just when you sacrifice a creature with the ability, you get that that every single time you sacrifice something ends up being really strong.
And, you know, just looking at the sacrifice effects in the deck, 2 Terramorphic Expanse.
There you go.
Which is awesome. You know, we have a Soulblade Skin Ripper 2, the Egotist, one of them.
Yeah, decent amount of ways to do it. And then just, of course, if you get your opponent low enough, every 2 mana turns into a drain for 1.
Ding, ding.
You sacrifice creatures late game.
I do love me a good Aristocrat stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Goes quite well with Cat Oven. Your favorite interaction there, huh?
Meow.
Yeah, Marty's just got to be flooded out here pretty bad. Not jamming anything.
Hate to see it.
Last turn.
There's another land. Tap in all the things. Let's see, we got a big idiot here. Oh, well, well, well. That's not going to... The sacrifice effect is not going to help JED this time.
Yeah.
Duskmourn's domination now has control of that there critter.
Yeah, definitely doesn't have any power or anything now, but just taking that away from John Emanuel is pretty ideal here. This card is definitely not what mind control effects used to be. You know, they keep getting downgraded and downgraded because it's such a powerful effect.
Yeah.
This feels more like a just 6 mana terminate, a 6 mana deal with a creature style of effect.
Yeah.
That sometimes, if the creature's big enough, you can actually do some damage with it. But for the most part, it's just a good way to deal with a creature without having to deal with, you know, death triggers kind of thing.
Hey, Corey, you want to play a game?
Yep.
Let's play a game.
Let's play a game.
Gonna go for the -1 ability on Let's Play a Game to get rid of that blocker. So now it's just a 0/3, right? Or is it a 1/4?
It is a 0/2.
It doesn't come back with a counter, yeah? Just the finality counter.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so it's a
jump blocker. Yep,
effectively.
exactly.
Goodbye to exile the Egotist goes. And now Johnny Manuel sitting pretty here as Mighty Quizma is looking for something to do. Looks like he may have drawn.
And something noteworthy is he hasn't cast the reanimation spell from the graveyard.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. We will jump back into that matchup when we can. But as we left that matchup, it looked like JED was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it was interesting that JED didn't want to reanimate Fear of Burning Alive or anything to kind of push his advantage there, so had something else to do, or just really wanted to wait to get Delirium with Fear of Burning Alive, or just have a target to be able to get some max value out of it. But I gotta say, JED's deck is really nice. It's a solid one.
It is indeed. So, friends, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll get you some more Magic after this. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are in round number 2 of our Duskmourn draft. We apologize for the break in transmission earlier. Turns out those irreverent gremlins were let loose, and we have since sent a gremlin tamer after them. So hopefully no more technical hiccups as we rejoin our matchup here between Jean-Emmanuel Duprat and Mighty Quizma.
We're building suspense, really.
Yeah. Monstrous emergence taking care of the piggy. We get a treasure, though, for the death thereof, our little bacon guy.
So now we will see a couple big things here from JED. We're going to see, number one, if we have Delirium now, we can bring back Fear of Burning Alive with the flashback from our reanimation spell, or just a Vegalovoth check here at any point. Velgavoth check at any point here. So if you draw that, you are absolutely windmill slamming it.
Let's hope so, but it is going to be Fear of Burning Alive. Get rid of this Tunnel Surveyor, so it's just this itty-bitty 1/1 Glimmer hanging out here to try and keep Mighty Quizma alive, taking 4 from Fear of Burning Alive.
Yep. Phenomenal card. Absolutely great whenever you can get Delirium with this card. It's already just a great curve topper.
It's so cool.
Just 6 mana, take 4
I
to
have died
finish
to
off.
that, yeah, many times.
Absolutely.
It's like, I'm at 4. It's fine. Oh, I'm dead.
Maybe pair that up with a Jolly Balloon Man, and then we're really cooking. That's my favorite interaction here.
Icky. It's going to get exercised, so goodbye there. No more reanimating for you. You had a finality counter anyway, but now you're off the board, so that's cool. Innocuous Rat is available for JED, so perhaps we could see Valgavoth just, boop, pop out of a manifest creature. Who knows?
Yeah, and this is kind of the first spot of the game where JED has really been behind. Seems like Madi is now finally kind of drawing out of this flood. Has the Gremlin Tamer now, so any kind of enchantment coming into play is going to give you some extra value, and things looking a lot better here for Madi.
See, I told you we had the Gremlin Tamers on the job.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. All good.
You can see in the future, I guess, huh? All right, big turn for JED for sure.
Valgavoth. He's not the one I have to worry about saying the name 3 times.
Yeah, there you
Please,
go.
nobody panic.
There you go.
Although, I did hear about an Altanac being cast.
I did, or put into play. Yep.
Yeah.
I did see
Say
that.
its name 3 times. Woohoo!
All right, Curse Recording being able to put into play.
I don't see this one being played too often.
Not too often at all, but it really can be incredibly powerful when built around. This is really a build-around card. You can't just put this into any red deck.
And you don't play it on turn 4, typically.
Yeah, and it doesn't look great right now, to be honest. We'll see what we can pair with it.
Meat Locker, Drowned Diner hits the board here. Draw 3 discards. So now Madi seems to be getting out of this pickle he's found himself in. So
yeah,
hopefully a decent game.
Huge draw
here
step
still.
there. Huge draw step. Getting 2 gremlins, being able to discard one of the lands that you had in your hand while finding more gas. That was a huge pickup.
The rat is just going to be sitting and
oh boy,
taking a bunch of damage. No, this is Demonic Council.
Yeah.
Into Valgavoth.
Yeah, being able to search up a demon here, you do get to copy it. Search the library for any card, put it into your hand. Now that we get to,
I wonder what
that we have Delirium. Yeah, I mean, you get to get 2 great cards. That was a huge pickup.
Jeez.
I can't say I've seen this other rare interaction before when I've been testing for this. This looks really nice.
Valgavoth whispered into Marina's ear until he was all she could hear. That's pretty spooky.
A little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, I want to see what you get.
So gets to pick out 2 things here. Has Overlord of Belmerk as well as Vagavoth. You can get Shroud Stomper as well. I mean, a ton of great picks here.
What you got? What you got? Let me see. Oh, it has to be Valgavoth, right?
Yeah.
I know there's probably a smarter thing to do, but I just want to see a big dumb Terra Eater hit the board. Because, yeah, this card is nuts. You just get to cost things using your life total. I mean, yeah, a 9/9 flying lifelinker.
Yeah.
And you don't even care if you're going to get hit for 20 with the Cursed Recording.
Yeah, there you go. It does pick up the other incredible signpost uncommon here, the Saw Blade, Skin Ripper, throw the rat at some things, deal some damage, get a manifest. This was incredible as well.
Oh my, that's a visual.
I think that was Valgavoth that manifested.
Yeah?
That's a nice little surprise here if that was indeed what I saw.
Oh man. Madi, please don't scoop. I want to see this guy. Just once.
Yeah, JD is just like, please do not target this manifest. It's just a lonely tutu. Don't worry about it.
It's just a little guy. Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? And you know Madi's going to be thinking about that card.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Open deck list when it comes to these events, so it's definitely on the radar. But JD gets to untap if it indeed is the powerful Elder
That's just
Demon.
lights out. There's
Maybe
no... Yeah. Woo! There he is! Valgavoth Terra Eater flying in for 9. Yeah, I would read it too. There's a lot of words on this fella, but the most important being flying. No reach.
The thing is Madi does have
Madi
does have a lot of things to sacrifice here. So if there is still a removal spell, it's actually not the biggest deal.
Yeah, what could it be for Madi? Let's see, what's he got? Another one? We've seen Seize from Slumber, right?
Yep. Oh, now we have.
Oh!
So has the amount of permanence to sacrifice and is able to deal with the extremely powerful demon.
Okay, there we go. So sack the little gremlins, sack the room. Those are like the one use only rooms. Velgavoth was here and left. He's got some other previous things to go and do, so he'll be back, hopefully.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be a lights out attack there, so huge time for Madi to have a removal spell.
Manifest Dread, what do you think this card does, Corey?
You know what, Manifest Dread? Yeah, absolutely. Read the card, yeah.
You don't actually even have to read the card to know what the card does.
There we go, there we go. Great design.
Alrighty, Velgavoth Lair enters, allowing the Stalk Researcher to attack, as it is an enchantment land. Yeah, what color did you name there? Green or blue? Blue? Cool.
Okay.
For those of you taking notes at home, please mark blue on Velgavoth Lair.
So there is still two emerge from the cocoon to be able to bring back the powerful demon. We do have the Rite of the Moth already gone, but instead just has the Shroud Stomper here to be able to get that powerful stuff going. And this is the spot where JED's deck just really shines. You have enough mana, you know, you're at a pretty safe life total. You just have way more powerful creatures than your opponent here.
Madi, though, you know, kudos to him. He's put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah.
And
looks hell-bent now, though, so this is just what you got here.
Little Patchwork Beastie ain't gonna cut it, unfortunately.
We'll see
and also we can put mana into the mana rock there and make a, how big is it, 7/7?
Yep, and be able to attack with that if needed, and that looks like JED is going to choose to do that. Love the flavor of this card, by the way.
Once it's green?
Yeah, it's so great.
Black or white.
Adds black and white for sure. You gotta pay extra for colored TV, though.
Yeah, you sure do. But what's one life, you know? It's all good. It doesn't fly, though, importantly. So
that's true.
This is still gonna hurt. And yeah, that's gonna be it. Madi Quizma having no answer for just a bunch of powerhouses on Jean Emmanuel's board.
Yeah, that was awesome. JD playing for the trophy with the black-white splash red Mardu deck. You know, this is not necessarily the best archetype in Duskmourn Limited. Reanimate strategies can be a little tricky, but that is definitely one of the nicer looking reanimate decks I have seen. So go JED.
Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to seeing, if we can, possibly, just putting in a request, that deck one more time on camera in round number 3.
Looks
so
really good.
Kudos to JED, reigning world champion, picking up another win. You know, we expect to see JED winning, and he's doing just that. But friends, we're going to take a very short break, and after this, we'll be back with Maria.
showdown events, and then bring your perfected deck to your LGS and battle it out for the right to call yourself Store Champion, now through January 5th. Participants get a Chromatic Sphere promo card, top 8 players receive Reality Smasher, and the winner takes home Void Winnower while supplies last. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30, where you can find a lot of awesome stuff happening here if you're at MagicCon Vegas as well. Take a look at the players area here at the World Championship and a look at the event floor where so many thousands of Magic players have gathered this weekend to celebrate the best game in the world. Well, a player we've been following a lot so far this tournament is, of course, Simon Nielsen, your reigning Player of the Year, the leader in the current Player of the Year race. But there are 7 other people who are hot on Simon's heels. Let's hear from some of them before the big show.
My season's been really good. I've been running pretty hot, and decks I've chosen been pretty good. Been pretty decent about calling the metagame, even though I was way off for Worlds. Very, very off. But that's okay. I still think I picked a pretty good deck, and I found new innovations to the decks I've played, like Amalia and I for this event. So I'm pretty excited heading into this one. It'd be pretty awesome to get Player of the Year. Definitely an accolade I've never achieved, and would be really sweet to put a cap on the mantle for that.
Yeah, I've had an excellent season. This year was my first PT, starting off with the first PT of the year in Chicago, where I got 14th place. And then after that, I top-aided 2 back-to-back Pro Tours with PT OTJ playing Slogurk and PT MH3 playing Nadu. I've been having a blast working with Team Sanctum of All. I think we've been doing a really good job of really breaking it with our really innovative decks, and I think this time for Worlds we've got another one, and I think it's a good one. So I'm excited.
This has been the best Magic season of my career. First Pro Tour of the season, Chicago, went out, made top 8. Unfortunately, got absolutely demolished in the top 8. 0-3 in games. Sent home very quickly. A bit of a letdown, but still happy. Second Pro Tour of the year, Seattle, didn't do so great. Made day 2, didn't really make a run of things, never really got things going. And then Pro Tour 3, Amsterdam, I again made top 8. This time I did a little bit better. I ended up making it to the finals, which was my second finals loss. Unfortunately, it was to Simon, who is very likely now to win Player of the Year because of that. So at this point, for me to win Player of the Year and sort of put that exclamation mark on my best season yet, I think I need to make top 8, and I need him to not do well at all. So I guess that's what I'm rooting for. Also to become the world champion. That's my goal.
Yeah, so I've had a fantastic season. I've had a really long run of consistent finishes. And in Seattle, I finally broke into the top 8, which obviously I was pretty happy about. I've been doing really well in limited throughout. I've actually had the highest limited win rate on the Pro Tour this year of any player. So I'm pretty happy. And I have to say the biggest improvement by far has been in my deck choices in Constructed. So I've been working with the same team, World Council, for the last 2 years, and we've just been getting so much better. We've been improving our processes, we've been improving deck selection, and always improving and innovating in Limited, and building each other up. And I would say you could have talked to me a year ago and said, Sean, you've made some pretty questionable deck choices in recent tournaments. This year, that's not true. I am so happy with every deck choice I've made.
Player of the Year race, something we'll be keeping our eye on all weekend long. Well, we are in draft here this morning, Duskmourn draft, and it's been awesome so far. And Cedric has been around the top tables to give us a roundup of how players are doing here after 2 rounds of play.
Yeah, kind of getting my eyes on what's going on. This is kind of crunch time, the early stage of the tournament, right? Players are 2-0. Now it's like, I want to finish off that pod 3-0. It's the best feeling in the world, especially when you're playing in a Pro Tour, and especially when you're playing in the World Championship. So take a look at our pods here. This is going to surprise surprise everybody. Let's get this started. Simon's 2-0.
What?
I know. I can't believe it myself. Reigning Player of the Year and most recent Pro Tour champion is 2-0. Going to be going up against Mateo Ferreira, it looks like this round, who is also checking in at 2-0. Mateo is a RC winner, so that's how he qualified for this tournament. Just have to go up against the best active player in the world right now. No big deal to get to that 3-0. Pod number 2, let's take a look at it. We'll get our eyes here on Shuhei Nakamura in just a moment, who one of my favorite Magic players of all time.
Absolutely.
A Hall of Famer, 2008 Player of the Year as well. Gonna be going up against Ha Pham here, who is also an RC winner. One of the things I love about this particular tournament, not just the level of competition, we have a lot of great players in the field, but the myriad of ways that one can qualify for the tournament. As I've mentioned, we've got Player of the Years, we've got Magic Hall of Famers, we've got Simon Nielsen, who just wins every single thing, and then you've got players that have also qualified via the RC, like Mateo in the previous slide, and Ha on this particular slide. Again, for Ha, gonna be having to go up against someone who's incredibly good at the game, an all-time great there in Nakamura, but that should be a very fun one to watch. Let's move on to pod number 3. Louis Dukow, who qualified for this tournament in a really interesting little journey. So does well in the Magic Online Championship Series on Magic Online to qualify for Pro Tour Thunder Junction, then top 8's that tournament, and now is here this weekend and off to a beautiful start here at 2-0. Opponent is going to be someone else who qualified via online play, but the other online program, that's Magic Arena, named there is Volter Nordsee, who qualified via the Arena Championship 6 and winning that tournament. So probably not the two people you may have picked to go 2-0 in this particular bracket when you've got Reed Duke, you've got Christopher Larson, you've got World's runner-up of last year, Kazune Kasaka, but this is where we are, and one of these players is going to be thrilled after this third round to be 3-0. And then we go to our last one here, Jim Davis, who I talked to a little bit earlier today, was very, very happy with the deck that was drafted. Jim's approach all year long has been slow and steady, steady and slow. That's a quote. As he made all the day 2s in the Pro Tours, but no top 8s. But because of adjusted match points, just had a very solid year and is off to a very solid start via the 2-0 start here, going up against Yuya Hasakawa, who is also qualified for this tournament via a regional championship. So you see again here, these two players checking in at 2-0. This should be really, really fun to watch. Again, the thing that's lovely about a tournament like this, yes, the pressure is high. Yes, there's a lot on the line. Player of the Year, title of world champion, everyone knows what that means, but you can qualify a bunch of different ways, and we see how players journey to get here. All that matters is getting in the room, getting the tournament. From there, anything can happen, and your Magic career can change drastically.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cedric. Starting out at the World Championship 3-0 would be an immense feat. Let's find out who's playing for the pod and who we're going to watch in our next feature round here in round number 3. Simon Nielsen, very bad at losing at Magic the Gathering, continuing to win here this weekend up against Mateo Ferreira. Let's get to meet our players. Simon Nielsen, your current reigning Player of the Year, has a chance to go back-to-back because he's also leading the Player of the Year race this season. He's also your most recent champion at a Pro Tour up against Mateo Ferreira. 2 Pro Tours in 2024, a regional championship winner in Naples, said the turning point in his season this year was playing with friends, which is awesome. Playing with friends, hopefully they're better than you so you can learn something, you know? That's how it works.
Usually the best way to improve is just surrounding yourself with players that are better than you. And paying off so far for Mateo, but let's take a look at their decks. Simon deck, of course, very familiar at this point. We watched him draft it this morning, and it has a very solid direction. And Rakdos aggro worked out beautifully. Curve is there, powerful rares, removal. It is all available for Simon here, and so far we have just watched him make easy work of his opponents. This deck is absolutely fantastic. Now, Mateo's deck, on the other hand, well, let's see if Simon read the table right, because Mateo was passing to him on his right, and Simon started off the draft with a red card, a blue card, and a green card, and then said, I'm going to go red-black, and he nailed it. Mateo is blue-green, so Simon ditched both of those colors, and this deck is nice. Really headlined by 2 copies of Oblivious Bookworm, the Signpost Uncommon, and possibly the best Signpost Uncommon in the format. This card is absolutely fantastic, and being able to curve it into one of 3 copies of Cursed Windbreaker cards we saw going around the table can be really nice. For me, I think this deck is absolutely excellent. If I had to make one qualm, I think a little bit short on sources of Manifest Dread. We do see 2 copies of the Survivor there in the 3-drop slot, but in order to get that through and survive, you're going to need a windbreaker on it most of the time, and that's just asking a bit too much. I think this deck is very strong, but Simon's deck is just blisteringly fast, and I think it might just bury this deck.
Is Simon going to get the 3-0 here, Monty?
I think we are starting off with the Simon Nielsen trophy.
Unbelievable. Well, let's find out what happens here for the pod. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're heading into round 3 of Booster Draft. It's Duskmourn, and it's been a good morning so far. Really great stuff from the feature match area. We've got more to bring you. Again, Simon Nielsen with his very aggressive red-black deck, and on the other side, Matteo Ferreira. And we had to do a chandelier check here, Paul, just to make sure that Matteo doesn't fly a little too close to the sun. There is a lot of Manifest Dread in this list, and it can kind of add up, right? When it's like, well, I need to play a creature. Okay, but you're kind of going through a bunch of cards, right? Like 2 cards are disappearing every time. I'd have my eye on it. Let's just say that. I doubt that that'll actually happen, but this is a sweet value deck. The real headliner for me is the 2 copies of Oblivious Bookworm.
Yeah, double Oblivious Bookworm into triple Cursed Windbreaker is just a really, really nice combination. Also with triple Cursed Windbreaker, double Defiant Survivor is in his deck as well, and that's a really nice combination as well. That's one way to get your survival creatures actually through.
This is robbery for Matteo. He has a forest, an island, 2 bookworms in his deck, and none in his hand.
Yeah, and no 2-drops at all. The one interesting card I see is Enter the Enigma. This is a type of card that you don't see too often, but I guess I understand why Matteo's playing it because of the double Defiant Survivor, double Rootwise Survivor that's in his deck, probably trying to find an additional way to push through damage and trigger that survival.
That might have been one of the reasons that the card ended up in the set. It doesn't see much play. There's Cryptid Inspector, though. He's got 3 of those, and they are very well built around. This is like one of the best Cryptid Inspector builds you'll see, and a really nice turn 3 play here facing down the 2/2 Undead Sprinter from Simon Nielsen. It did get in for 2 last turn, but could be a little stop sign here if he doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, Simon's got a couple of options here. You can just play a Needlehead, which I think I like just because you do have Trial of Agony next turn. So just gonna wait for Matteo to play something. And it also has kind of that 1-2 punch of Trial of Agony. If let's say Matteo plays something huge, you go Trial of Agony, trigger on the stack, or ability on the stack, then Scorching Dragonfire, the smaller creature. Then with Trial of Agony, with no other thing in play, you can kill a 4/4 or a 5/5 because there's no other targets for the damage.
Ideally here, Matteo would start getting some Manifest Dread going and get that Cryptid Inspector.
Yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity to play a Cursed Windbreaker here. I think he's looking at the Defiant Survivor plus Enter the Enigma combo, but at the same time, turning the Inspector into 3/4 is so big because that allows you to play around Scorching Dragonfire, which Simon has 1 copy of, I think, in the deck.
There's a Cursed Windbreaker and a trigger from the Inspector. Did he attack? No.
Yeah, Simon just has a clear double block here, so I don't think he wants to make that exchange. Especially if one of the creatures that dies is an Undead Sprinter.
Yeah. Yeah, that Inspector, that could get much, much bigger from here. So Matteo would prefer to keep that potential on the table. And it looks like Simon's going to step away from the table for a minute.
Well, given his hand,
that's hilarious.
We know the question.
He has Trial of Agony and Scorching Dragonfire, Paul.
Yeah, I mean that has to be the question, right? This is something that if you played a bunch, you've run across this combination, Trial of Agony into Scorching Dragonfire. So what Simon can do here is Trial of Agony to 2 creatures. Obviously, if he just did that, Matteo just chooses the 2/2 to have die, then your Dragonfire can't kill anything. So what you do is Trial of Agony on the stack, Dragonfire the Manifest token, Trial of Agony would get the Inspector off the battlefield, boom, attack for 4.
No other choice. Looks like they're doing a little bit of reading there. This is typical for You're allowed to ask judges for rules clarifications. They obviously can't comment on any type of strategic choices, so you have to be very specific about how you ask. But
right. But there's actually, I think, a better line here.
What do you
think about it? So what you can do here instead is just cast Trial of Agony. Something dies, right? Or no, you start with, oh yeah, you can go Trial of Agony, and then if you Final Vengeance away the Sprinter, can you still recast the Sprinter if it dies afterwards?
Yeah, why not?
And then you can just replay it in attack.
Yeah, he's got a Swamp, right? Yeah, another Swamp in hand.
But both are good options, of course.
Those are both good options. Yeah, I'll see. I'm curious to see what line Simon actually ends up taking here. He would have clarified, we're assuming that the Trial of Agony Scorching Dragonfire thing works.
We will call the head judge right now. Please wait a minute, okay?
It looks like they're still getting a clarification.
We're waiting on the head judge to come to table A now.
Yeah, and with Mateo, kind of missed land number 4. The deck is a little bit mana hungry, so really wants to try to fire off that Enter the Enigma as just to try to hit more land drops here. Yeah, that Sprinter. That's the thing with the Sprinter, though. Every time you just keep looking, you're like, oh, 2/2, I get it back, and then you just play with the card. You're like, no. This card just does so much more than that. Anytime there's combat, this thing will always come back as a 3/3. We saw Simon take full advantage of this in the last match, where it didn't look like he could beat that Dissection Tools, but just every turn, trade. All right, I get to play these 2 again. He had 2 of them, just like 2 3/3s every turn. At some point, your opponent's just going to run out of action.
It looks like Simon once again has stepped away. What happened was he asked the judge a question, and it looks like the judge was consulting with another judge to get the proper answer.
Yeah, it's a really cool interaction. It's not super intuitive, right? Because the spell's on the stack, and then you're casting a removal spell.
Okay, so he is going for the Trial of Agony, though he's going to let it resolve.
Right, and then, but the other creature can't block, right? So you can also have that as an option. And then, of course, like I mentioned before, with the creature dying, you can go Final Vengeance on the Sprinter to get the Inspector off the battlefield and then replay it, I believe.
Then I will Final Vengeance across my Sprinter.
Yeah, then he's going to play a Swamp after this.
What a turn. What a turn.
Huge swing here for Simon Nielsen. This is exactly how he drew it up. Removal spells. I mean, he used up all 4 mana.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay, sure.
And he got rid of both creatures on the other side, plus upgraded one of his creatures in the process. Yikes.
And he's got the Dragonfire for the follow-up creature here. So that's another attack for 5. And then, of course, the Needlehead's also getting in for 1 extra point of damage.
Chip, yep, it adds up quickly. And no real board here for Mateo. Let's see what he finds.
I wonder.
Defiant Survivor. That is a good target for a Scorching Dragonfire.
Absolutely. I suppose you could just attack with both. It doesn't actually matter. I mean, Mateo can't block.
Yeah, first strike, sure.
Right? If you trade with the Sprinter, you just recast the Sprinter because the Survivor dies. That's the power of the Survivor, though. The Sprinter, you just can't really block it for trades.
Yeah, I guess there's.
I don't think Survivors
kill it.
Right.
Yeah, like, does he want it gone?
Yeah, it depends on whether or not Simon has a follow-up play here. But I imagine you want to kill this. Every time I don't kill the Survivor, I always regret it. So.
Exactly. It's like a Planeswalker. Like, just attack it.
Oh, jeez. So 7?
So now it's 7 down to 4, and then another 1 down to 3.
Down to 3, so then that's 2 lethal attackers next turn.
Right. Or he could just sit here. I mean, his opponent's playing blue-green. There's not a lot of answers for the Needlehead.
Yeah, you have Unable to Scream and Monstrous Emergence as kind of the 2 big ones.
And that's going to be game number 1 going to Simon Nielsen. He was able to take that 1 critical turn and ride the wave. I mean, that was 2 turns ago, and the game never came back.
I do think it's kind of funny that Simon asked the judge about a play, but then didn't make the play. He's like, actually, while we were doing this, I saw a better line.
Good to know for future reference there for Simon. Oh, is that 4 cards in the opening hand here for Nielsen?
Oh, man.
I'll tell you, Paul, you know, his low mana curve does allow him to operate on 1 or 2 lands, but you just not have enough gas.
Or,
yeah.
How many times have you ever won on a Mold of 4? 5% of the time?
Oh, less. I would think less, yeah. It's very rare.
Yeah,
Maybe 5%.
Right,
Yeah.
and Mateo's on the play, kept 7, and his hand's totally fine.
Yeah.
So.
Fear not. Or maybe it is fear. I don't know. Fear of lost teeth here for Simon Nielsen to start things off.
I mean, this is an aggressive. You got. Oh, it looks like he drew a 2-drop here. Okay.
Hand that feeds is the. So he just went 1-drop, 2-drop.
1-drop, 2-drop.
Assuming Mateo does absolutely nothing.
Maybe a removal spot. I think I saw a deface gallery, so you can just play that and attack with both.
He's got
You know?
Scorching
Okay.
Fire. Yeah, it looks like it was Ticket Booth in hand there, as well as the Needlehead.
Can he get it
Come
done?
on, no way. Like, this is all fine and dandy, but in a couple of turns, we'll see a mana and card advantage start to play itself out for Mateo, and I'd be very impressed if Simon Nielsen can find a victory.
Right. So
on the draw on 4.
Mateo's got a million 3-drops in his deck. Can't really double spell here, so probably looking to fully utilize his mana. Make a 3/3, and then if you draw land number 5 next turn, then you can go 3-drop plus the Wary Watchdog.
Let's see what Simon finds.
Yeah, at the very least, Simon can go deface gallery, attack with both, and that'll at least mean one of the creatures will trade. But given that Simon's at 4, Mateo just always makes the trade, right? It's just like trade everything. Oh, excuse me, that's a Ticket Booth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so without a land, although he did find one, it means he can cast either spell.
He can cast either spell. Now, I'm trying to think about the types of creatures that you can manifest here that might be better than playing the Needlehead. Of course, you're just using 3 mana, but that's less relevant when you're mulliganed down to 4, right? You don't need to be as mana efficient because there's nothing else to cast out of your hand. Is this Needlehead going to go all the way?
Acquired, yeah. See you in 15 turns.
Mateo drew land number 5, so this is going to be really, really hard here for Simon. He's just going to add too much to the battlefield, I think.
These type of games, if you can actually pick them up, are monumental.
So unless you're going to play the Cursed Windbreaker, I would probably Wary Watchdog here first just to kind of see. Oh, but I guess if the play is to play the Inspector, then that's fine too. I was thinking maybe if you try to surveil a land to the top, you can run out the Survivor, then you play Cursed Windbreaker, give the Survivor wings, attack, and then manifest. What just...
He flipped up a Bookworm.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's better than playing the
Is
Watchdog.
that better?
I'm like,
yeah.
I was like, why isn't there a Watchdog in play?
He wanted to get some cards flowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one...
It is Simon's job now to try to maximize his possibility of winning, but we could be talking about going from 2% to 3 or something like that.
Great draw here there from Simon.
Oh, very nice.
So now you just attack with everything. Oh, holding the hand that feeds back, trying to get Delirium here. First, wait, why would...
That's first strike.
Why would you block? Whoa.
Maybe he didn't remember it was Sporogenic.
It's a rare. I guess you don't see it that often. Sporogenic.
Wow.
Wow, is Simon going to get this done? No way, right? There's just too many cards here for Mateo.
Dude, that was a big misstep, though.
That was huge. Now with the ticket
even
booth,
the trade would have been like not super great, but
Right.
just giving it up.
Because you could have at least blocked the Fear of Lost Teeth.
Yeah, he would have gotten it off the table.
Oof. Okay.
And that's, by the way, why Paul was saying you attack with the hand that feeds there, too. Because that was another trade that you would theoretically be willing to take.
Right.
Wow,
Okay.
what a turn of events. But is there too much firepower left over for Mateo still? He's down to 12. The Needlehead still on the battlefield.
I mean, if Simon just draws a spell every single turn, I guess he can come back, right? His curve is
Got
extremely
ticket
low.
booth.
Yeah, he's got a ticket booth. Mateo's still at 12. Simon's really trying to find any way here to try to hit Delirium, so hand that feeds can also start cracking in. I wonder if Simon is considering attacking with Needlehead and hoping for the non-double block. Now, if he can find like an artifact creature, like a percussionist, and put that in the yard.
Oh, yeah.
That would be pretty nice, but it doesn't look like he did. And given that there's also already an enchantment in the graveyard, I imagine the Trial of Agony will go into the yard, because that gives you spell type number 3.
So a hand that feeds is 1 step away.
1 step away, so
much
fear,
bigger threat.
yeah, Fear of Lost Teeth can attack or just stay on defense if you want. Mateo's just going to take the 1 here if this attacks.
Let's not make predictions.
Well, sorry. Do you really want to give Delirium? I guess if you really want to preserve your life total here, I guess you could maybe consider blocking with the Watchdog, just because with the Lost Teeth in play, it's kind of awkward. And then you do get a Surveil here.
Yeah.
If you can find land number 6, you can double spell next turn, so that could be a consideration. But he also still needs to be mindful of the fact that that will give Simon Delirium for the hand that feeds. And especially with the Needlehead and Mateo not having the answer, even when you're at 12, you just start getting a little bit nervous. Once you start kind of hitting that single digits, you're like, am I ever going to actually find a removal spell? Or am I going to be able to find a way to close out this game before the Needlehead gets me? Definitely not blocking with the Survivor. Okay, I can probably.
Yeah, I'll jump on
You'll
that.
give me that one?
Yeah. It's really interesting. Every bit of damage matters. That it seems like it's small, but like Nielsen's deck has the ability to chip away a lot, like he's doing right here.
Yeah.
Needlehead plus this trigger, it's just ding, ding, ding.
Did he not surveil? He did not surveil.
He did not surveil.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so now you can double spell here at least.
With land number 6 and a handful of 3
Right.
drops.
Has a couple of options. You can actually move the Cursed Windbreaker if you want to get in and get in for 3, so you can start attacking while also putting.
I think you do that.
Threats on the battlefield here.
This is an engine that is very difficult to overwhelm with small creatures.
Now, if Simon can find a removal spell
there's
here, there's so much damage.
Really ugly.
Right, because if you have a removal spell for one of the manifest, the Needlehead can't really get profitably blocked, and the Hand that Feeds can't get blocked.
I like this from Mateo. You do need to get this rolling, but it does leave this one possibility.
Wow, Mateo milled a Balustrade Worm into the graveyard. Not sure if he's got Delirium just yet, but you can play that out of the graveyard for, I believe, 4 mana, so.
Yeah, 2 GG. I will remind you that Simon Nielsen is on 4 cards this game. But mulligan 3 times, and somehow we're still here commentating.
Right.
And it's like we're trying to make sure that there isn't some blowout play with a removal spell or something. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, this was the big turn, though. Simon had to draw something this turn.
Yeah.
And failure to do so means, given the fact that Simon doesn't have a removal spell for Survivor plus the Cursed Windbreaker, it's just going to be really tough. Now, Mateo can just maybe double block the Hand that Feeds, right? Just get that out of the battlefield. I don't want to think about any weird double blocking Delirium thing. Just take 4, because no other block's really great. The only other consideration is blocking the Manifest token. You certainly don't want to just chump block. If you're going to do that, might as well just get the Hand that Feeds off the battlefield. You could also do this, but this puts you down to 4.
And you take a lot of damage here, like right now. It does solve an annoying further long game problem, but at the cost of even more damage at the moment. You take 6, you're down to 4.
Okay.
Needlehead's finally gone.
And now there's the Delirium on the Hand that Feeds, and then there's also Fear of Lost Teeth. That's an extra point of damage,
It is,
right?
And this is what he's going to cast, and he's going to pass the turn back. It feels like the engine's online for Mateo to really start to pace himself away, but I would be very nervous at 4.
Right. Now we're doing a Delirium count here, because I think Mateo drew land number 7. So if he does have, I don't know that he does, but if he did have Delirium, he could return the Worm and play a 3-mana play this turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't, okay. Could still get it here, potentially.
He's going to play the Cursed Windbreaker.
Is it just lands? Oh no, it looks like land, creature, and sorcery.
So the Worm is not ready to come back.
Not yet. Needs an enchantment or an instant.
Okay, well, he can get in with Defiant Survivor, and it looks like he has another one to follow it up.
Right.
Just any material on the board at this point is the name of the game.
And this is a fantastic combo. Another 3, another 2-2 here.
Sees a Cryptid Inspector and a Island.
Okay. So probably just going to play another thing here.
Yeah, I think you just
keep playing everything.
Keep playing everything.
Oh, it looks like he just wants to flip it up and turn it into a 3-4.
Sure, it does count itself. Feel like with hand that feeds, you just want as many bodies as possible, but maybe that's even being a little conservative at this point. Simon has a lot of very low impact draws available to him at this point.
So with this, I guess you can put 2 creatures in front of the hand that feeds, 1 creature in front of the 2-power creature. Man, if Simon
want to lose to Inside
Out,
Out
if Simon top decked an Inside Out or Violent Urge,
Violent Urge at this
would
point
have also
as well.
gotten it, get it done here.
Yeah. That was the downside of the double block on the Needlehead.
Right.
That it puts you in range. It's also the downside of not playing Defiant Survivor.
Ooh, okay, and now Mateo might be turning it around here. Huge board, down to 4 though, but has some evasive creatures here. That just 1-2 punch of the Windbreaker plus the Survivor, very, very strong.
Huge
And
sigh of relief for Mateo to not get attacked there.
absolutely, and really close to returning that Balustrade Worm from the graveyard.
At this point, Mateo should be able to pilot the board state that he has to a victory.
Yeah,
He's definitely at the stage of the game where you should be thinking about, if I were to lose, what does that look like?
Right.
And you might even get into 2-card combinations, right? What if Simon draws this and this, that type of thing.
The nice thing about the Survivor, though, is it's always just a free attack because it always replaces itself.
That part's
right?
easy. Yeah.
That's the free attack. It's can I get in with the other flyer here this turn, right? Do I have enough to put into play and attack with both flyers?
And the Cryptid Inspector is a question as well. Don't need to tap that one. There you go. It's a 3-4 currently, but there are 2 manifests on the board and 7 mana available. So Simon has to respect that. And he's just going to jump block.
Putting him down to 3.
3.
Okay.
And theoretically, as the board sits.
You come to that, you went down to 4 to 3, okay.
Yeah, Simon does gain 1 life as well.
I'm going to 13.
13, yeah. 13, 3.
Now,
Trigger.
Tunnel of Hate plus hand that feeds is a nice little combination.
That is a really nice.
You have to double block, and you're just going to lose both of your creatures. It does trade with it, but it's a 2-for-1. Is that a Vanish from Sight? Okay, that's a Vanish from Sight in the graveyard. So now that's Delirium. And now Mateo can return the Worm from the graveyard.
Okay, but he had to do it post-combat, but that
Right.
should be plenty enough blockers at this point.
Oh, man, if he drew that last turn.
He drew Violent Urge this turn.
If he drew that
so
last turn.
close.
Wow. This is off of a mold of 4.
It's just there's 6 blockers.
Yeah, there's just too much.
There's just no way to get through.
Unless Mateo just decides not to block. I just don't see how Simon can get out of this now.
Mateo's definitely going to block. And in this case, it doesn't particularly matter how
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Yeah. I think for Mateo, you just have to think, is that manifest creature some kind of trampler? Do I need to put a bunch of things in front of that?
Right. Undead Sprinter. Or
Yeah,
something
exactly. Undead Sprinter plus combat trick. Right. So you might just put a ton of things in front of that creature, right?
Yeah, plus Violent Urge.
Right. There's no spell, I believe, that gives trample. So with the hand that feeds, I think all you need to do is just double block it. Like, I'm going to put this Worm and this Survivor. Like, I don't know what this is, but...
So it looks like he has blocked accordingly here.
And this will 2 for 2, I suppose. Yep. So the manifest, yeah, everything dies.
Yeah, so both of yours die.
Both of yours die.
That gets exiled. It doesn't go back into the graveyard.
Yeah, Balustrade Worm's pretty good. It's not that good.
Yeah. It's good enough.
So what kind of damage? Can Mateo just spread this out over this turn and next to finish the job?
Yeah, this is 13 already. If you can find a way to just get that manifest off the battlefield, that could potentially be lethal.
He would force a block, regardless.
Okay.
And he gets to keep the Cryptid Inspector on blocks as well, thanks to Vigilance.
13 damage.
3, 6, 9, 11, 13.
Okay, no blocks.
And Simon Nielsen says they all made it through.
Oh, one of them was a branch snapper. Okay.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They do have to reveal those, by the way, as part of the rules. And we're going to get a game 3 here.
How many cards this time?
Yeah, that really is the question, isn't it?
Oh, we kept 7.
7 apiece?
Oh, look at this hand here from Simon. It's not the most aggressive hand, but we do have Percussionist into Disturbing Mirth, which is a really nice combination.
That is a nice combo. How is Mateo's hand looking?
Looks like he's going to surveil. Oh, wait. Oh, you can target your opponent's creatures.
Sure. Going to do something on turn 1. Enter the Enigma.
Ooh, another land here for Simon.
He's so 3-drop heavy. Both of the last 2 games, Mateo has had tons of 3s.
Is it time to just fire this off? His curve is so low, it's like impossible to miss.
Yeah.
Unless you hit a removal spell, that's pretty
I guess I draw the card
unfortunate.
first.
Yeah, I think you need to draw the card first.
Oh, I do, yes.
They're saying that you need to draw the cards first and then manifest.
Draw the Sprinter, and then draw another card, and then resolve the trigger.
Oh, see, that was way worse for Simon.
Way
Because now
worse.
Mateo just doesn't play anything if he does draw a 2-drop. The thing is, he didn't have a 2-drop anyways, but it always feels bad when you miss on the Percussionist, especially with a curve as low as Simon's deck. Simon would really love a Final Vengeance, right? Just some way to throw away that Disturbing Mirth just to get a little extra value, but...
Yeah, he's not full on into the sacrifice theme for this, but he does have the Disturbing Mirth in a few ways to sack it, and every time we've seen him do it, he's won.
Simon getting a bit flooded here. Has 3 additional lands in hand here. And
his deck, he's only on 16.
Right, just a Sporogenic Infection left in hand here.
Okay, there's a Cryptid Inspector. That does start things off nicely for Mateo, assuming that it were to survive.
Oh, wow. He did draw Final
Vengeance.
I think you just go. You just go for it because the infection is going to kill anything anyways.
Right.
Right. So you can put the infection on one of the others. Oh.
Was that the Needlehead?
That was, yes, it was.
He hasn't played a land yet either, so he can just play a mountain.
Right. And then go mountain,
and he's
flip
just
it up.
Do it right away so
yeah,
he
of
gets
course.
that trigger. Yeah. Nice.
Great turn. What a draw. Final Vengeance was so big.
Yeah, you were just mentioning that he really wanted a way to sacrifice, and he found it.
And now you can put Sporogenic Infection on the Needlehead. If you're just plans to just attack with it anyways, it's got first strike. So the downside is negated because it doesn't really matter.
Right. And he can use that to kill this 3/3 manifest, and it looks like it's going to be a bookworm.
Okay. A dead bookworm.
It will be a dead bookworm. Rootwise Survivor's going to hit the bin. And as you mentioned before, Paul, that means that there's a creature under there under basically all circumstances.
Yeah, 100% of the time, unless they need Delirium or something.
Okay, whatever. A 1 toughness creature is the same thing.
Yeah.
Wow! Oh, jeez!
What?
He found Fear of Being Hunted to add an additional 4 damage right
There's
now.
Just nothing.
You're at 3. This is the problem of playing 1 spell a turn for Mateo. He cannot keep up, and that is going to be Simon Nielsen locking up the pod. Perfect 3-0 start for him for his World Championship run. What else is new?
I mean, Simon just keeps winning, keeps just... The miraculous season just continues. Actually, it's not even a season at this point. It's just 2 years.
Yeah, it's just years of him doing this.
Years of absolute dominance. Even with this draft where it kind of started out a little bit shaky, but Simon just staying the course, making a slightly risky pick there in Pack 2 and having it pay off dividends with an amazing Pack 3 that saved his draft.
Yeah, we'll look back at the Pack 3 specifically. If he makes a great run today in day 1, that'll be the thing that got him there, because the 3-1 draft is the perfect start. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back with more limited action here from the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada. Paul, your hometown now.
It is.
Not where you grew up, but where you live.
Yeah, it was a nice little 15, 20-minute drive to get down here.
Not too bad.
I must say it's not. I got a full night's sleep, so I'm ready for the day's action.
That's right, and we've got a little more action to bring you right now in the feature match area. Playing for the pod, game number 3, by the way, we're going to join it. We've got Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer from Japan, from Canada, Ha-Fam on the other side. And matchup-wise, kind of an interesting build here from Shuhei, Paul. We saw some cards in the main deck that you don't always see.
Yeah, so Shuhei Nakamura is playing a Gruul mid-range deck, almost a Gruul control deck. He's got 3 sweepers in the main. So here are the good ones. Waltz of Rage in red-green, obviously very, very strong. The Roller Crusher Ride, amazing. Main deck Pyroclasm.
You don't see that very often.
You don't see that very often, but it might be pretty good against Ha-Fam's list, who's playing a blue-white deck with double the Mind Skinners.
Oh, very nice. Well done. And yes, it is good against that. That's awesome. I wonder how the games have ended. You know, yeah. Ha's in the finals here, so
right.
He's winning one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm very curious how many wins via decking Ha is able to.
That's what I'm curious about. Right? Yeah.
Not too surprising to see the Hall of Famer here sitting at 2-0. Just historically been one of the better limited players ever. Just anytime back in the day when we used to have Grand Prix, he would just be top 8ing almost all of them.
He would top 8 so consistently, even, you know, huge fields, 1,500 players, and it's like, there's Shuhei again. Yeah. And then once top 8's over, he's at another table drafting again.
Oh yeah,
like every single time.
Loves it.
Yeah. He had Manifest Dread there on turn number 2.
Ooh, that's a free Glimmer token.
Glimmer token's going to get eaten up. This is why Fear of Being Hunted performs so well. It does not read well, right? When you look at it, you think it's going to trade for some random 2/2.
It's hard to cast.
Yeah, and it's expensive, or it's tricky with the double red. Nope. This card plays out awesome, and it even has combos that make it better.
But that's the thing. It combos with Most Valuable Slayer, combat tricks. If there's an empty board, it hits them for 4.
It slams hard.
Right? So it's either...
look at Shuhei, by the way. Seized by Slumber. He's going to play around it. Yep.
So smart. Although, perhaps the next thing to do is if you want to play around a counter spell, maybe you want to run out the 5/3 first. See if that gets countered, then you can attack.
Oh, interesting. Right? I like that play. And by the way, Offhand's like, fine, I'll have to play it on something. So the Manifest token, which actually was the Pyroclast,
it was,
is going to get put in the bin. But I mean, that's the situation that Shuhei puts you in by making such a heads-up play like that. Ha realizes, I can't just sit here and not spend this mana. I have to do something with it, and I would have much preferred to take out the bigger threat, but nope, Shuhei's going to play around it. God, that was a nice play.
It was very, very nice.
Okay, Unwilling Vessel for Ha is really just hoping to trade.
Right, not at its best here.
And he
3/2.
really better hope it gets to trade, because if it dies, it's going to take, what, 9?
Yeah, but Shuhei, I think, has a Glassworks in hand, but it looks like he's not going to use it here. Just happy with the trade.
Oh,
saving
man.
it for something else. Must have another creature to just run out here instead. What is that cool looking card in his hand? Is that a Roller Crusher?
I didn't see it. Good chance we get to, though.
Yeah.
Interesting turn here for Shuhei as well. He's going to play Overgrown Zealot to continue building out his mana, but I think he has Wary Watchdog in hand and chose to go for a more explosive turn next turn. That's Conductive Machete.
Yeah, it does allow him to double spell next turn. If he doesn't draw land number 5, you can still go Watchdog into Glassworks to kill Ha's follow-up play here.
Just had to take a little bit of a turn off to do it. Let's see what happens, though.
Could also just choose to play it slow, right? If that is, in fact, a Roller Crusher ride, it's really hard for me to tell. But if it is, then I could see Shuhei just kind of playing it slow and just running out the Wary Watchdog, perhaps even sack a land, right? Just try to get maybe a 2-for-1 here off the Roller Crusher ride.
By the way, bad news there for Ha. Surveil to the top. Oftentimes, these green-red decks are looking for a reason to put a card in the yard. So if they keep it, and does he ever have Delirium?
He does have Delirium.
Oh,
so
he's already got it anyway.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that Roller Crusher ride is going to hit pretty hard, even when you don't invest that much more mana into it.
He can do it for 3.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
If you do Roller Crusher ride for 2, it'll deal 4 damage to 2 targets. The question is, can Ha afford to just sit there and try to play around the Roller Crusher ride? It's like Shuhei's able to turn his lands into resources with the
Razorkin.
The Razorkin, so.
Yeah. Oof, I don't like this position here for Ha.
One note, though, is that the Conductive Machete, when Ha cast it, Gremlin Tamer went into the graveyard. That's got to be one of the best cards in your deck, right?
Wow.
Is that a Mind Skinner? I'm trying to think what it could be.
That is a possibility, yeah. Ha has triple blue. Although, if it is, he's doing a really good job of hiding it right now. Plays Glimmerlight. Trying to build up the defensive. 2 cards left in hand here for Ha-Fan.
Can move the Glimmerlight, but it doesn't really change kind of the sizing much. So just keeping up 3 mana here instead of equipping. So now Shuhei's also got to be thinking, all right.
Twist Reality.
Yeah, do you have a counter spell here? Fear of Imposters, Twist Reality, what can you have?
Right.
And this is game 3, so Shuhei's seen a large portion of Ha's deck at this point.
It's like Most Valuable Slayer.
Yeah.
Was the draw step there?
That allows you to make a fairly clean attack here. Does he attack with the dog just to play it safe because he doesn't know what's underneath the machete?
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Fear of being hunted sheds a tear in the graveyard as its best friend, most valuable slayer, hits the board.
Yeah, the thing is, even if that face down card is a cult healer or a 3/3, you can even it's a 5/4, so it would still just chump.
Yeah, and Shuhei says, okay, you want to give up a little material here? I will take it. Your move.
It doesn't flip it up. So it's not something you can flip up for 3 mana.
Yeah, what
right?
is that?
I'm thinking it's Mind Skinner, but that's just me.
But he could have kept the mana available to do so.
Yeah, but I wonder if he's waiting to...
Like, was he just representing? Because he could have just tapped the 2 planes for
Right.
Glimmerlight and said, go. It's a little face
So,
up.
so is
but
he
like,
representing a white spell to that turn? It's really interesting.
It is.
We'll find
it
out
is.
what.
And this
what's
is a
in
game
there.
3, I'll remind you,
Right.
too. And as we saw, Shuhei already playing around removal spells prior. Fear of Immobility is going to hit the battlefield for Ha. That's definitely going to buy some time.
But now Ha's tapped out.
Is it
now,
Roller Crusher time?
Roller Crusher for 2. Kill both the creatures and then attack for 5.
That sounds like something Shuhei Nakamura would do.
Yeah, Shuei's going to take it here.
Razorkin gets unslumbered, but still tapped. And there it is. All aboard. The Roller Crusher ride.
So yeah,
This is a pod winning play.
Right, this is a Roller Crusher ride for 2. So normally it would deal 2 damage to 2 targets, but when you have Delirium, it deals double the damage. It was a Mind Skinner.
It was? Was it really?
It was.
He just wasn't ready to flip it up yet. That's
Yeah.
hilarious because it actually made the toughness less. In the meantime, that 6 damage coming across.
Yeah, Ha's at
down
5.
to 5, and the Razorkin's untapping next turn. No board state to speak of. Shuhei still got it.
Yeah, does Ha have a split up here in his deck somewhere? It's one of the only cards that'll save him here.
That card traumatized you. And that is the 3-0 pod winning victory there for Shuhei Nakamura. We've seen it so many times in the past, Paul, and he is still going at it. One of the best limited players we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And just even in that one game alone that we saw, we just kind of saw the mastery in play, right?
Yep.
As early as turn 4, where Ha just passed with 3 mana up, and Shuhei's like,
nothing. It's fine.
90% of people there just attack with both their creatures. You're like, even if they have the removal spell, I'm getting in for damage. You're going to cast your Shuhei's like, no, this card has more value. I know exactly what it is you have. I'm just going to tackle my 2/2, play around it, and then just force you to use it on my worst creature. So just an absolute masterclass from one of the best players ever.
Super impressive stuff from Shuhei Nakamura. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back over at the news desk getting ready for the next round of action. Don't go anywhere.
in the world of Duskmourn, House of Horror, and experience casual Commander games with special rules that are unique to the new set, November 1st through the 7th. Participate in your local Commander party and you'll receive a Crippling Fear promo card while supplies last. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We've had a fabulous tournament so far with draft this morning, MagicCon Vegas, also happening in this building. Like 17,000 people here celebrating the best game in the world. It is absolute madness in here. Hey everyone, welcome back to the News Desk. I'm here with Aldi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips, and I'm so excited because we're about to head into Standard, but before we do, we've got a draft roundup to find out which players went 3-0, Cedric.
Which players are on top of the world, which players are thrilled about their performance. 3-0ing a premier level event like this, there is almost no better feeling in the world. Simon Nielsen has been experiencing that feeling quite a bit over the past handful of years here. Another wonderful start for our player of the year and our reigning Pro Tour champion. Move on to our second pot here. It is Shuhei Nakamura, the Magic Hall of Famer, the 2008 player of the year, with the 3-0 in draft pod number 2. Congratulations to Shuhei. We move on now to Lucas Ducau, who qualified for this tournament via the top 8 at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. 3-0 from a difficult draft pod, so he is on top of the world. And then last, but certainly not least, it is Jim Davis, the very popular streamer who said slow and steady wins the race. Well, Jim, you are going fast and looking good at 3-0. Congratulations to our 4 players. And let me add a 5th one in really quick here. Some dark horse. Big fan, though. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, 3-0. Our reigning world champion.
Unbelievable.
And our player of the year. Crash Course, let's go. Crash Course, let's go.
So very cool to see JED crushing it yet again here at this tournament. It's time to reveal our leaderboard for the first time in our World Championship. Let's take a look at how our players are doing. Simon Nielsen, the leader in the Player of the Year race, your current reigning Pro Tour champion, sitting at 3-0. Starting off the weekend, he does not know how to lose. You also heard Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, your current reigning world champion, sitting at 3-0. This tournament is going to be a fight, and I am here for it. Shuhei Nakamura also starting off at 3-0. Then we head into the 2-1s. Lots of heavy hitters here. Eli Cassis currently sitting at 2-1. Loves his standard deck. Thinks it might be busted. Very excited to find out if he is right. Seth Manfield currently second in the Player of the Year race, also sitting at 2-1. As we make our way through the standings here, Matt Sperling sitting at 2-1. Javier Dominguez, your 2018 world champion, sitting at 2-1 as well. Christian Calicano, the calculator, at 2-1, and Reed Duke, many people's favorite player, sitting at 2-1. Excellent record to start off the weekend. More 2-1s here. In fact, all of them. This is 2/3 of our field. Greg Orange at 2-1. All right, Minneapolis superstar there for Greg Orange. Sean Goddard in Player of the Year race. Not a great start for him, sitting at 1-2. All right, there is a look at our leaderboard, everybody. Let's take a look at some of our groups of players to watch here in this tournament as we make our way through day number 1 of action, starting with our Player of the Year race. We've got 8 people in contention for that trophy. Here's a look at the standard metagame as well. So we're gonna, I guess, go to this one, Monty, and talk about that. Nope. Okay, we're coming back.
You gotta be light on your feet,
Maria. Preview of
this
it,
is
everyone.
called live television.
Got a preview
That's right.
of the standard metagame, which does, for the record, look pretty sweet.
Yeah, we'll check in on that in a bit.
We'll check in on that.
We're almost there.
Yeah.
Working our way.
But first, let's take a look at our groups if we can to find out how the players we've been watching so far through draft this morning have been doing. First off, we'll start with Handshake Ultimate Guard. Take it away, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, 3-3-0, certainly nice. Of course, Simon Nielsen, the big one as our Player of the Year leader. Eli, because he's disappointing 2-1 for him. I know he had an absolutely busted deck in draft, but most notably for these guys, no 0-3. So definitely off to a very good start as a team.
Team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard is up next. I mentioned Jim Davis a little earlier in the segment. He is 3-0. You see here, most of their players off to a wonderful start, including the German juggernaut, Kai, at 2-1. Nice. Only one 0-3 on the team there in Brent Voss, but there's still plenty of tournament left to bounce back, and I know that this team really likes their constructed deck.
All right, let's take a look at Moriyama Japan, the team that put 3 players into the top 8 at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. How are they doing? Not as well this time around. We mentioned Shuhei starting off 3-0, but 3 0-3s on the right side of the board there. Though we do know somebody who started 0-3 before and managed to turn around into a big W, and that is Yuta Takahashi. Can he do it again?
Yeah, next up we do have Team Sanctum of all, of course, Jason Yee in the Player of the Year race, and Limited Specialist, but this is not its weekend for Jason. Starting off 1-2 so far, so needs to bounce back in Constructed. 1-3-0 in Nathaniel, and Ray Zhang at 2-1 out of Limited. A Constructed Specialist is Ray Zhang, so one to watch out for.
Rampant Growth Heavy Play is up next. Lucas Ducal is checking in at 3-0 alongside teammate Adam Weiss. You see a couple of 2-1s here. Again, this is a team that is up and coming. Not a bad start for a couple of these players. For Adam and Liam, going to have to do a little bit of bouncing back. But again, this is another team that really, really likes their standard deck this weekend.
All right, and finally, we're going to check in on Team World League Council and see how they are doing. One lone 3-0 here for this group of players. Marcio Carvalho, who knows how to get into the finals of a World Championship, but has lost there twice. Can he get it done? This time, I mentioned Sean Goddard in the Player of the Year race, not starting out too well here at 1-2. There's a check-in on our player groups that we've been watching so far this tournament here at World Championship 30. We're going to check in on the Player of the Year race as well. These are the players that are in contention heading into this tournament. Simon Nielsen, your leader in that race, and also your leader on this board here, sitting at 3-0. We have Ely Cassis, Seth Manfield, and Javier Dominguez, though, hot on his heels, all at 2-1. Now we're going to check in on that standard metagame we had a preview of earlier. The thing is, everyone, it is really, really sweet. And every player, it seems, here in this tournament thinks they have broken it. Monty.
Sneak peeks over. Here is our metagame breakdown. Of course, Gruul Prowess leading the field at just 17.7%. And that was the deck that a lot of people were aware of and looking out for, building their decks with that in mind. But three more big decks right behind it. Demir mid-range of 14%, Azorius Oculus at 11.5%, and Domain Ramp also at 11.5%. And the big thing to me is a lot of people are happy with their decks. A good sign of a great standard format is when there isn't one busted deck and a bunch of good to middling decks, is when there's 3 or 4 good decks. Some people think there might be up to 7 great decks in the standard format.
I love it.
So there is a lot to look out for this weekend. One thing we're not going to see, though, I am going to do a little shout out to some fallen friends here as a result of the standard rotation. We're just going to wave one last goodbye to cards that we've seen plenty enough of.
Don't let the door hit you.
The Wandering Emperor, Wedding Announcement, Rafine, Scheming Seer, all of the Tri-lands from Streets of New Capenna, led by Rafine's Tower, and all of the Channel lands from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. These cards have rotated out. We will not be seeing them at this standard event or any others going forward.
All right, thank you so much, Monty, for a look there at our standard metagame. 3 rounds down, we're headed into round number 4. Let's find out who will watch do battle this round in our feature match area to kick off standard here at World Championship 30. We have Kenta Hirana versus Derek Davis, Demir Midrange versus Gruul Prowess. Both of these players currently sitting at 2-1. Kenta Hirana there, one top finish to his name, a regional champion at Nagoya, and a 2017 World Magic Cup champion with Team Japan. Up against Derek Davis on Gruul Prowess, top 8 at Pro Tour Phyrexia with a 60% win rate in Constructed this season. Those are the players, Monty, but what about these decks in our first round of Standard?
All right, well, our first look of Standard is 2 of the top decks, the 2 most played decks, and we are going to start with Kenta's deck. This is Demir Midrange. This, to me, almost feels like a spiritual successor of the Esper Midrange deck that we are so used to seeing. It's quick to the ground, but it also has a lot of staying power. The big headliner card for this deck is the new Enduring Curiosity. This card is absolutely incredible in power level, just being a 4-mana flash card that gives you that much value in the Coastal Piracy effect to follow all of these cheap pieces of interaction as well as creatures. It's just made a great headlining effect to this deck, and I do have to shout out Kaido Bane of Nightmares as well, as this is a very pushed Planeswalker in what it can do, and adding that ninjutsu ability onto it is really nice for a deck like this that has so many cheap creatures that also have effects that you would love to rebuy. On the other side, of course, Derek Davis is playing the deck of the room so far, the most played deck, though maybe not the best one, that is yet to be determined. It's Gruul Prowess, and this deck is really taking advantage of the very powerful mice that were introduced in Bloomburrow, being able to have Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, and Emberheart Challenger, as well as Might of the Meek in your spell package. Really nice addition. This deck's goal is all about going fast and having those explosive turns that are taking advantage of the prowess and valiant abilities. Now, this version of the deck is a bit slower than the Leyline version that we've been seeing so far, but what it gives up in explosiveness, it does gain in resilience, and this deck is definitely going to be one to watch out for, as if you're not prepared, it can close out games really quickly.
Absolutely. In this matchup, Monty, what do you like?
I think I'm going to go with the unproven so far Dimir deck. I think this deck is an absolute nightmare to play against, and I'm really excited to see whether it can prove that it has the good Gruul matchup that people think it does.
All right, well, a nightmare sounds pretty good here in Duskmourn. It's time for Standard and round number 4. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria. Welcome to Constructed Play, everybody. It is Standard. It is Duskmourn Standard. We said goodbye to a whole bunch of familiars that we just didn't want to see anymore.
Yeah, get out of here, Rafine.
Yeah. Go away, Wandering Emperor. No one likes you in this 4-mana open, and, you flash it. Yeah. Anyway, it's none of that anymore. Well, at least we hope not.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm looking forward to this matchup, Corey. What do you expect we'll see? Gruul Prowess, Dimir Midrange.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the story of the weekend. Did the Gruul Prowess players get it right? Is this the deck that is just so good that all these decks that are gunning to beat it just doesn't really matter? Or are the decks that are trying to beat it, are they good enough? So I think it's going to be really interesting. I need to see this Gruul Prowess deck actually get beat before I start counting it out, because I think this deck is extremely strong.
I love this deck. I hope we get to see the Leyline of Resonance version on camera too, because a turn 2 win, that sounds pretty fun.
Yeah. Only 3 players that registered it so far, just the 12 copies of it in the entire tournament. So yeah, not a lot of players.
Heartfire Hero to kick things off, and as your Beast Binder in response from Kenta Harane, qualified via the Japanese Regional Championship. And fun little fact here, Derek Davis has made all 3 day 2s this season so far.
Such a good, consistent player. And so far, he's 2 and Simon Nielsen, which is going to be a lot of players' records so far, as, not a lot of people have been beating him. That was his loss round number 1, and then rattled off 2 more.
Slick Shot Show Off
19
on the board now here as well for Derek Davis. So pretty much an ideal start.
Yep.
2 creatures down. Preacher of the Schism hits the board now for Kenta.
Now this is the big turn here from these Gruul Prowess decks. When you untap with Slick Shot Show Off, this is the turn where you could just win the game with a couple of pump spells. Now we do see Derek Davis doesn't necessarily have that type of draw, has a lot of creatures in hand plus the shock. But this is the really scary turn for Kenta.
Okay, so 2 Slick Shot Show-Offs now. Come on, swinging in.
So has the shock to be able to essentially deal 6 damage. 1 mana deal 6 with the 2 pumps to be able to get a bunch of damage through. And shock is fine in the matchup. It's not amazing. So we might just see Derek fire it off here. But looks like he has a Might of the Meek as well, which seems a lot better.
Close combat. Derek going for Might of the Meek. Oh, excuse me, this is in combat?
Yeah.
Take 5.
In combat, take 5. Ouch.
14. Yep. Dope.
Big chunk of damage, courtesy of the 2 birds.
Yeah, and
Fire Hero grows.
Now being able to draw a card off your pump spells and stuff, this just really shows the resilience of these Gruul decks. You just don't need to be all in with the Leyline plan anymore. You can just play this slowish game. You don't have to win the game on turn 2. If you win the game on turn 4 versus winning the game on turn 2, well, you still win the game, so it doesn't matter.
We're actually joking yesterday. I wonder who the person is going to be, possibly a Gruul Prowess player, that takes plays the least amount of games this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
So Preacher of the Schism getting a little help there from his vampire friends, as Kenta is the lower life total. But the turn is passed back, only 1 mana open for Kenta. He needs to be able to deal with these birds soon, or he's going to be a little dead.
Yeah, and if Kenta had a cut down or something like that, Kenta would have fired it off right away because it just can get invalidated so quickly. So Derek should pretty much know that all systems are clear to go, if he wants to try to piece together some kind of lethal line. And looks good here to kind of fire it off now. Not a lot of pump spells in hand. Still just the one shock and some more creatures, but could piece together a decent amount of damage.
13. Yes. Second.
Just one paltry little damage now from the Slick Shot show-off.
Activate Valiant Trigger. So spear.
Going to target the mouse just to get the extra counter on it with a land, and then another creature hits the board here for Derek. So this is looking dangerous.
I really like the inclusion here from Kenta to play the Azure Beastbinder. It's been doing some actually solid work here at just shutting off the prowess ability of these Slick Shot show-offs. So only one of them is really impactful on the next turn. A card we definitely do not see in all these Dimir decks. It's kind of an outlier, but some spice. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is pretty sweet that we've seen from Kenta here. You know, playing the new Kaito Bane of Nightmares. Maria mentioned Nightmares. He's going to be quite the nightmare to deal with. But as it stands, Kent is doing a decent job of shutting down at least one of the Air Force that Derek Davis has.
Yep, and Kaito is in hand here, so these three attackers, you do have the ability to get some stuff going. And Derek's going to read this new land here. We'll kind of check it out.
It's not a new land.
Well, I mean, it's a land that we don't see a lot of. Draneth Ruins, being able to put 2 +1/+1 counters on target non-human creature that entered the battlefield this turn. So that works pretty well with ninjutsu as well. You need a little bit more mana for that to happen, but a nice little utility land from this Dimir deck.
Block here on the Beastbinder. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or more, so this 1/3 body will be able to
Go to 12,
prevent
you go to 16. Yes.
some of the damage coming in.
Yep.
And the life gain putting in work as well here for Kenta.
Yeah, the life gain, when you can put 2 counters on your 1/1 lifelinker, all of a sudden this is a real thing that these Gruul decks have to deal with, as it's kind of a build-your-own Baneslayer type
Where's
aspect here.
Screaming Nemesis when you need it?
Yeah, right.
Let's see if Derek can find it.
So Kenta's whole plan here is just make these vampires, these lifelink creatures, put 2 counters on it, and then use your 2 mana for something else.
So
really like this
really like it,
strategy.
yeah. This is sweet.
Yeah, and this kind of matchup here, we see this really interesting take here on Dimir. You know, Derek Davis is not going to have a ton of experience playing against this style of deck, but Kenta's going to have a ton of experience playing against Derek Davis's deck.
Oh, for sure.
So that's just the disadvantages you have when you play the best deck in the format. Everyone knows what you're doing, and everyone knows how to beat you.
Yeah, they should definitely have a plan coming in.
Exactly.
For Gruul Prowess this weekend, so.
Yeah, they'll have a plan, and we'll just see if it actually works.
All right. Derek Davis passing the turn back to Kenta Harane on taps. A land, shoot the sheriff, another land in hand now, and a Kaito Bane of Nightmares.
So Kenta has a nice turn here where he can go ahead and attack with all these things. Ninjutsu Kaito if you want to. It looks like we're just going to play it instead and then still put the counters on. But Kaito being able to just ice down a creature here looks way too tempting.
Stun counters on
You go to 11.
one of the creatures.
Really liked how Kenta played that. Just waited to play Kaito until he had the ability to have another removal spell to play around one of the 2 Snakeskin Veils.
Nice. So just 2 Emberheart challengers in hand now for Derek Davis. Our little Beastbinder able to turn the Burb into just a 2/2. Another Vampire enters. This one won't be able to get the counters this time, as Kent is tapped out. But yeah, things looking good here for Dimir midrange.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Dimir midrange, we're going to see a lot of this deck. And Dimir midrange is kind of this very good, almost rock-style deck. It's able to play great removal, some of the best creatures, and then you can pivot to a bunch of duresses, a bunch of negates in your sideboard for more controlling and ramp-style decks. It just has good game against everything.
Corey, explain rock, please.
Explain right. Well, yeah, I mean, it is a Golgari strategy most of the time, but playing creatures, playing a lot of removal, kind of a mid-range style deck.
Alrighty. All right. Tough decision here now for Derek Davis. Doesn't have any instance to be able to cast here to protect these creatures. So we are going to see
go to
Birdie
6,
down.
and you go to
This is
17.
dangerous territory indeed. I don't think Derek's getting out of this one.
I don't think so either. These life linkers being able to be boost up to 3-3s instead of 1-1s make it from a okay blocker that gets to gain you a little bit of life to just serious threats that these Gruul decks just can't race. When you don't have cards like the Ley Line to be able to double your spells and stuff.
Yeah, and you can see the shake of the head there from Derek. He's not happy with how things have turned out here.
Yeah, and that is a bit of the problem with these Gruul Prowess decks. You're going to see the deck just really needs to draw a good mixture of creatures and pump spells. So if you draw way too many creatures, well, they're just kind of understated creatures. And if you draw way too many pump spells, well, then you don't have the creatures to put them on. So that's the disadvantage of the Gruul decks, is you do need a good, consistent draw from them.
Yeah, you definitely do. You know, ideally you have, a win in your opening hand.
Yeah.
But that doesn't always play out that way. And the longer the game goes, the more of an advantage that the Dimir mid-range decks.
Exactly, and you have cards like Questing Druid, the Seek the Beast side to be able to get some extra card advantage, but Derek is only playing 2. That's kind of the thing that most Gruul players have not really agreed on.
Yeah.
There's some players playing 4, some 0, some 2. It's really all over the place on what the correct number of that card is.
Heartfire Hero hits the board here for Derek. Manifold Mouse, Monstrous Rage, Innkeeper's Talent, Might of the Me, Questing Druid, like you mentioned, and Torch the Tower. So that's quite a few, playables to go there. But yeah, oh, okay, all right, final land. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Nobody panic. I mean, I'll probably keep it 102, just saying, but.
Derek was panicked, I'll tell you that, but drawing that second land, his hand all of a sudden looks amazing here where, it's not over if you don't hit your second land in this style of Gruul deck because your mana value, your average mana cost is very, very low, but definitely stifles your ability to be able to multi-spell.
Another Carplusian Forest, allowing Derek options, which I'm sure he would love to have going into game number 2 here. Down a game. Wants to get this game back here from Kenta Harane.
So Kenta has the ability to counter this or just deal with the creature. Now, if there was something like a Snakeskin Veil, Kenta is just so punished by going for the removal spell because then this powerful enchantment hits the battlefield as well. But that is something we're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend is Innkeeper's Talent, targeting one of your mice to gain that Valiant ability every single turn for no mana. It's going to be very, very good and something to look out for throughout the standard rounds here at the World Championship.
Kind of like the green Luminarch Aspirant, but a little less susceptible to damage.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that card was dominant, you know, and this card really is. It seemed like this card was going to be a combo card, you know, in some of the Gruul decks, this with Vraska, you get to win the game right away. That stuff ended up just being a little bit too cute, but just triggering Valiant every turn with this card ended up being absolutely incredible.
Down to 15 goes Kenta. No creatures to speak of on the board just yet. Turn 3, though, we're going to see Preach of the Schism once again. Pretty good blocker, and yeah, he's going to bring in his Vampire Army.
Yep, absolutely. 4 toughness as well is very tough for a lot of decks to deal with, especially the Gruul decks. You just have Torch the Tower to be able to deal 3. Not ideal here, and here is the combo, the Manifold Mouse, to be able to give this double strike or trample. I imagine we went double strike, though.
I think so.
Good 9.
Oh, 6 damage coming in there. Down to 9, but Kenta was in a pretty similar position last game, and we saw once he attacked with his Preacher, things got out of hand really, really quickly.
Yeah, but here is a little bit of the cost here from Kenta with playing lands like Drannith Ruins. 17. Kenta would have loved to have that be a black source and go double removal spell or even play Shieldred, everybody's favorite 4-drop. Yeah, but instead, you know, Kenta doesn't really have the ability to just put counters on that Vampire. He's just too far behind. Has to hold up a removal spell or the ability to play this Enduring Curiosity.
So, passing the turn back, not going to put the counters on the Vampire. 5 cards in hand. Question from Derek Davis. He's got a pretty decent looking hand as it stands, you know. Some ways to get card advantage with the Questing Druids, Seek the Beast, Monstrous Rage, and Torch the Tower to potentially deal with.
Yep, now Derek is just going to try to do the best he can to play around 1 removal spell. With only 1 black source, he knows he doesn't have to play around both, so we'll see where he put the mouse ability.
16.
So attacked first and then dealt with this. And now has the Monstrous Rage as well. So basically this is Derek Davis saying you basically have to deal with the large creature, yeah, the Heartfire Hero. And then I wouldn't be shocked if we gave Double Strike to the Manifold Mouse to kind of present two gigantic threats.
Yeah. All right, flashing in Enduring Curiosity. And then we're going to see the Monstrous Rage. Is that enough?
It depends where he put Double Strike. If you put it on the Heartfire Hero, yes, but I didn't exactly hear what he said on that.
It's 5 from this, plus 3 from this.
Okay, use the land as well.
So 5 plus 3, that is 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Double Strike Trample.
Oh, okay, Double Strike Trample. So he did target that for Double Strike, so that should be all it.
That's it, yes. So Derek Davis picking up game number 2 there. A much, much better better opening hand there to be able to just keep up with what Kenta was doing.
Now, this is what we're going to be seeing a lot of from here, from the standard portion. If the games end very quickly like that, 90% of the time it's going to be the Gruul decks winning.
Sure.
So if you see a game where we're in turn 7, turn 8, that's probably pretty bad news for any of the Gruul players, especially when you're up against Dimir.
So a couple extra lands in hand here for Derek Davis. A couple pieces of removal. Not all too many targeted spells for the creatures that he does have in hand, as your Beastbinder hits the board here for Kenta, and he does have 3 pieces of removal. Shoot the Sheriff, cut down, go for the throats, as well as the Preacher.
Yeah, that is kind of exactly what you want here from Kenta, being able to have one good threat that gains you value over and over with the Preacher. We also see the Beastbinder, which is perfectly fine. We saw it do some good work game 1, and then just back it up with removal after removal. That's how these Dimir mid-range decks win the game.
Preacher again. Can he get it done in this game for Kenta Hirane?
So we do have one of our sideboard cards, though, Scorching Shot here from Derek Davis to be able to deal with Preacher. This is mainly for Shieldred as well. Like, you absolutely have to deal with that card. Just like previous standards, shocking to everyone at home that you still have to deal with Shieldred.
Unbelievable.
And just as I said that, Shieldred was summoned to Kenta's hand, where if he's able to pick up a land for that, this would be extremely bad news here from Derek Davis, but doesn't look like we have it.
But importantly for Derek, Preacher of the Schism is taken care of, so we won't see any increasing advantage over there, as your Beastbinder is going to attack and basically shut off the ability of the little mouse.
Yep, so gets rid of that ability when it dies. You know, it is just a 2/2 at this point. Can't block, so is able to deal with both creatures. Derek doesn't mind that much, as he has plenty more mice where that came from.
2 removal spells being fired off, taking care of the 2 creatures that Derek Davis had available to him, but no damage being dealt off of the Heartfire Hero.
And here's the power of this Gruul Prowess deck. Like, look at what that Might of the Meek just did right there. It was 1 mana to give a creature +2/+0, draw 2 cards. Because you got to play the land off the top. Now, there's scenarios where that doesn't work as perfectly, but right there, that just looked beautiful, and that really shows just how much synergy this Gruul deck has.
Yeah. Disfigure now on the stack. Monstrous Rage in response.
Looks like it.
Just giving them an extra toughness to keep them alive. Nope, no, that's going to take care of that. Go for the throat. Kills the other creature on the board here. So Kenta doing a very good job of keeping mice off the board. He's the exterminator at this point.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, this is looking great because now Derek Davis is flooding out. And the thing is, when Kenta starts to flood out, there's plenty of ways that he can use his mana. When the Gruul deck floods out, you just get to cry.
14. Yeah.
But hey, this mouse is doing its bestest, but oh boy, now we have to deal with Shieldred, the Apocalypse.
12.
And this is a card that it is very strange to me, as we lost, you know, a lot of sets, that Shieldred isn't just the most powerful card ever, but it's actually not amazing against these Gruul decks.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to see it kind of take over now, but it's not at the best spot in the metagame, so we don't see a ton of Shieldreds here in really any lists. 3 in the sideboard here from Kenta, but none in the main.
No targeted spells able to give Derek a little extra look on top of the library there, but now we're going to see Shieldred just dominate here alongside. Oh, and Enduring Curiosity.
No blocks.
Whee!
Now
cards.
How about 2 cards and 4 life?
Good grief.
Not bad. We do have the Torch the Tower though, so Derek did have the option to sacrifice one of his mice to deal with the Curiosity full stop.
Yeah, and prevent the card draw and the extra life, but now it just looks like it's slipping away here from Derek.
And it looks like Kenta didn't play a land, which is kind of interesting there.
Looks like Shaw's Island go for the throat. Okay. Heartfire Hero joins the fray here alongside the Emberheart Challengers. Torch the Tower, you could target one of your own creatures.
Yeah.
Get some cards off the top of the library. You know, that might be last-ditch effort for Derek Davis at this point.
Yeah, not great. One thing that he can at least do here is block with the hero on Shieldred, Torch the Tower. Oh, no, yeah, you can only sacrifice...
artifacts.
Yeah.
Enchantments and tokens.
Yeah, so can't sacrifice the actual creatures here. So Torch the Tower not looking great. You can sacrifice the rolls, stuff like that, to be able to get its full value.
Big things here now for Derek. Can he take care of Shieldred?
Yeah, and this is just really showing how well this Dimir deck top decks in comparison to the Gruul deck. Like, Kenta drew a card that is going to draw him 4 cards over the course of 2 turns, and Derek Davis drew a 1-mana 1/1.
Woo! That's not where you want to be as the Gruul Prowess deck.
6.
Plenty of exchanging of resources there. The cat comes back as an enchantment.
20,
back to starting life total. Oh boy. This is like, worst case scenario for the Gruul deck.
Definitely. Well, so far, this Dimir deck having a good plan against Gruul.
Yeah.
It's looked very effective. Play good, powerful creatures that gain advantage turn after turn, and kill every creature on your opponent's side of the battlefield. Looks like a nice plan against the most played deck in the metagame.
Just the turn passing back. 2 Heartfire Heroes on the board. Nowhere to run. Yeah, that's appropriate. Anoint with Affliction and a negate, so more critters off the board with negative effects, preventing any damage, and that is going to be the Handshake extended. Kenta Hirane picking up a win.
Yep, picking up the win.
Portion. That's pretty good.
And I got to say, that Dimir deck looks awesome.
It does.
I would be feeling great if I'm Kenta here, just, having 2 extremely strong games up against the most played deck in the field. And it just looked like an absolute blast to play as well. So good job, Kenta.
GG's to Kenta there. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more from Standard at the World Championship. Welcome back to World Championship 30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are in the standard portion of the tournament. It is day 1. You've only missed 3 rounds of limited, but I recommend you go back and watch them because there were some spicy decks indeed. And we're about to see 2 more, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 spicy formats. There was 3 spicy rounds already, and that was a really, really nice first match here of standard. Both formats are just so good. This is going to be such an incredible tournament.
We are having a great time here. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is as well our defending world champion. It's going up against Marcus Wosner next. It's 2 Gruul decks, but one of them being the most played. The other one is in the other category.
So remember when I was talking about there was only 12 red ley lines being played here? Well, JED is one of them. So hard to argue with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's deck choices, as the last time he was playing in this tournament, well, he won it all with a deck that also people were not really saying was a good deck anymore. As for Legends, for anyone remembered that. And this was the list, this version of Gruul is a list that is like not really played as much, and here is the namesake card. So we'll see if JED was right.
Oh, let's go. This is so fun.
You can win as soon as turn 2 here from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, so we need to buckle up. This could be a dicey turn.
All right, so we need pump spells and we need Calisel Sword, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
okay.
Not much you need here.
Oh, land? No? All right, Might of the Meek first. Going to draw a card. Going to target it twice. Draw 2 cards. Yeah.
This is already awesome. Just being able to have 1 mana, draw 2, and pump this up, even if we don't have that miracle.
I mean, it's not Ancestral Recall, but it'll do.
Close enough.
Yeah. Right, land down. Do we have? Okay. All right. Just snakeskin bill. Just, you know, couple counters there. Sure. Make it enormous.
Take 6. Turn 2. You know, I mean, this isn't the extremely, you know, win the game on turn 2 plan, but look at how difficult that creature is to deal with already. And Marcus's deck is a spicy take here on Gruul Delirium. Has a couple of obliterating bolts though. If he's able to find that right here, that would be huge.
That would be ideal indeed. Like I sincerely hope Marcus kept a hand with removal in it. So let's see if we have that now.
He doesn't play a lot of removal for what it's worth. There's like the 2 obliterating bolts. And that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Marcus's deck is kind of an all-in aggressive deck as well, just a different take on the deck.
Yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator hits the board here. This is kind of the card that people touted as the new Scavenging Ooze.
Sure. I saw JED doing some math with his finger there. I'd be terrified if I was sitting across
It's
from him.
always terrifying when he does that. Slick shot show off. Okay, swing it in. What do we got here? Monstrous Rage. And we're done. Next game. I had to have a chuckle because I follow JD on Twitter.
Yep.
And he said, turn 4. What turn 4? And posted a picture of this list.
Well, that summed it up here for his first game of the tournament, winning the game on turn 3. Really incredible stuff. Being able to choose different targets with Leyline of Resonance is awesome. So that Monstrous Rage gets the roll on. Oh my goodness. 2 of them.
What?
Okay, now the turn 2 looks a lot, well, I was going to say a lot more likely, but without a turn 1 creature, it will not be possible.
That is so funny. I mean, he does essentially have a 5-card hand now, so, but he didn't have to pay 8 mana for those 2 things, which is nice, right?
The nice thing about Leyline of Resonance is even if you have 1 Might of the Meek, later on you basically unmulligan. You draw those 2 cards back thanks to the Leyline, so.
I do like this deck from Marcus, this Gruul Delirium, because it kind of feels like Duskmourn constructed. You know, Patchwork Beastie, we got a Violent Urge in there, Wildfire, Wickerfolk. There's a bunch of cards from Duskmourn in this deck. Fear of Missing Out.
Fear of Missing Out is one of the cards that's just been the best, one of the best cards from this set. You know, it's making impacts in basically every format, all the way down to Modern. So it makes sense that this is going to have some home here.
All right.
There's a plot.
Okie dokie, we're going to get a free birdie next turn. We could see another turn 3 win.
And this is really smart by JED, because if you cast this straight away, there's a lot of sorcery speed removal from Marcus, where you do not want to... oh my.
Yeah, it's lethal. It's more than lethal.
He's got the Violent Urge this time. Wildfire, Wickerfolk, let's go.
Marcus just said, yeah, it's lethal.
What?
Wow, welcome to Standard here.
Game 2.
Close games.
What's going on, Corey?
I'm loving this.
This is Oh, this is my cup of tea.
I mean, if you can get Delirium that quickly and
That was
then
nuts.
fear of missing out gives
Yeah.
you that second attack.
Yeah, whatever your biggest creature is,
Yeah.
go again. Good lordy, that was fast. Hey, did it again. Oh, I hope he's keeping track of how many, you know, pre-game effects he has.
Yeah. I was going to say, there's no settling in for any of us here.
No.
These games have been, we have played 6 total turns in 2 games so far.
That's so cool.
Unreal.
Hey, Corey, you want to go jam this matchup later?
Yeah, I think so. I need to play this. This is great.
That's so fun. Might of the Meek, ley line, counter, draw, draw. Why not?
So no extremely fast draw here from JED. That is decent. You definitely want to have that creature on turn 1. So that leads me to believe that JED did top deck that.
Little Mouse got bolted, unfortunately. Plenty of removal in the sideboard from Marcus. Has the Torch the Tower and Obliterating Bolt, as well as a couple other extra goodies there, depending on the matchup. Hardfire Hero hits the board again.
Okay, just a creature in past. Not amazing here for John Emanuel. Let's see if Marcus can get ahead on the battlefield here a little bit. I see not many lands here, so this fear of missing out is probably going to try to find land number 3.
Just that Worker Folk in the bin. There's a land.
Perfect. You got to discard a card that has 2 types, so you're pretty close to Delirium.
Send out Scout, Explore. Can make our fear of missing out a little bigger.
Yep.
If we do not find land, but there was land on top, so boo.
This is a spicy deck that Marcus cooked
cool,
up.
yeah.
We'll definitely say this one's in the other.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, I also love this. We said this about Pioneer in previous events. Like,
Yep.
It's great when you can take, I don't know, a pet deck or an iteration of one of the most popular metagame decks and just have success with it. And Marcus, you know, he's holding his own against the top deck of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Against the reigning world champion. So, you know, that's pretty sweet.
Absolutely. Yeah, and especially at the World Championship, like, there's a risk. You know, if you bring a deck like this and all of a sudden you realize, like, oh, dang, my deck sucks, you know, halfway through the tournament, it's too late. You already built this deck for, you know, the biggest tournament of the year. But if you get it right, you really get it right, and it pays off. And to be determined if Marcus did or not.
Send out Scout. Fear of missing out. He's going to block.
Now, this could be fireworks.
Yeah, there's 2. There's 4 mana open, excuse me. So I'm not sure how many cards JD has in hand, but I'm pretty sure he's got a couple. Oh, he's counting again.
I'd be like, please stop counting, John
Or it's
Emanuel.
Morse code being like, you know, just GG Morse code.
There, yeah, there you go.
Ooh, Monster's Rage, okay.
So now this doubles it, so it's not +6 because you only get 1 of the rolls.
Yeah, just 1 roll.
So it is still +5.
+5 on a
+5 +1.
What, is it a 4/4 now? No, this is the first time it's been targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll have 3 toughness right now.
Oh, goodness me. Oh, that hurts so much.
Oh my.
What is this game? Turn inside out twice. So he's the right side around again, right?
Oh, so this is amazing. JED targeted his own creature, but also targeted Marcus's creature, so his creature would die, and then he could finish the last points of damage off by it dying.
If a single target is the creature I control, I can copy it, but I can
on
choose any target.
You gotta be kidding me. That's so cool. Oh my.
Wow.
Grief, JED.
Just dealt 20 damage in 1 turn. I mean, this is the explosiveness with Leyline.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, JED did have 4 total ley lines in play over the course of 3 games. The deck looks a lot different when you don't have ley line, you know? Because if you ever draw your ley lines, you know, turn 1, turn 2 or whatever, it looks really, really bad. It's basically a blank. But JD had some great draws and, yeah, made for some exciting magic there. That was awesome.
That was so cool. I want to watch that again. You know, we'll probably have time before the next match gets underway here, but we are going to go and check out one more game for you, friends. It is going to be Shuhei Nakamura up against Simon Nielsen. Can Shuhei, Japanese Hall of Famer, derail Simon Nielsen. Just a little bit, you know, like just a little bump in the road for him here.
I mean, so far, every time we say, yeah, this person has a good matchup against Simon, Simon proves us wrong and ends up, you know, absolutely dominating here. So 2 legends of the game here going at it. This is going to be an exciting match.
Oh, and Simon playing Demons. We're joining them in game 3, so both players 1 apiece. We're just going to get the correct game up for you in a second, friends. So just bear with us. So talk to me about this Dimir Demons deck.
Yeah, so Simon, I talked to him at the player party yesterday, and he was on Jeskai Convoke for the longest time.
Yeah?
So he spent, what he said, 95% of the time just testing that deck. But he said this deck we think is broken. We think this deck is broken here from Simon, so he decided to play the Dimir Demon deck that basically most of the team played. It's kind of a cool combo deck. You have Doomsday Excruciator to be able to put that into play, and then if you have Jace the Perfected Mind, only at 2 loyalty, that's all you need.
Yeah.
You put their library at 6 cards, and then you just mill them out for the final 6 cards.
Alrighty, give us a quick second, friends. We are going to jump into this game as soon as we get the gremlins out the system. They just like to chew on wires. What can I say?
There you go. Well, honestly, that
puppies.
first match was so short with JD.
Yeah.
We're like, let's run it back.
Yeah,
we can just.
I mean,
that was awesome.
I did say that. I apologize to anyone in the back there who thought, okay, yeah, let's watch that. my bad. So, yeah, we are going to see Dimir Demons versus Dimir Midrange. So, very different builds, though. Both Dimir, but similar-ish.
So, looking at Shuhei's list, it looks oddly close to Kenta's.
Yeah.
I would assume this looks exactly like the same list. Yep, even down to the 3 Shieldred. So, looks like the exact 75 that Kenta played. Up against kind of the more over-the-top version with the Demon deck. So the more consistent deck from Shuhei, but kind of the flashier one that has the bit of the combo finish.
Corey, I have a question.
Yes.
Caustic Bronco is in this deck?
Yeah.
There are 6 and very, very, very big creatures in this. That's going to hurt, right?
I'm not going to lie. We went over this deck, and I had to go ask all the players that are playing this.
Yeah?
And I'm like, the Caustic Bronco, it's very hard to saddle this card. You can flip over Unholy Annex and Ritual Chamber and take 8. 8?
Oh,
yeah. There's actually no way to saddle this card up on turn 3 from Simon. So I asked Simon, I was like, what's with the Bronco?
Why is it in the deck?
It looks weird. And he's like, it draws a card, Corey. And I'm like, you got it. My work here is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, we like card draw and all, but there's plenty of it otherwise, right?
Yeah, but it makes sense. And he also said most of the time it just dies. It's a removal magnet, so it's still kind of good in that slot.
If I was Shuhei, I'd be like, yeah, I'm just going to leave that there. Let's see what happens. But no Caustic Bronco just yet, but we do have Deep Cavern Bats getting that Anoint with Affliction out of Simon Nielsen's hand. So yeah, let's get back to Shuhei's turn with 2 lands up here for Simon Nielsen.
So Simon passes with a couple of removal spells, so more than likely we're going to see Simon either fire off a removal spell now or wait.
Yep. Cut down, takes care of the bat, gets the Anoint back. Oh, I'm just going to bat you again. Cool.
Okay.
All right. Unholy Annex taken away. I mean, that's a card advantage engine, and that only hits you for 2 if you don't have a demon.
Yep, and Shuhei is, instead of playing the Unholy Annex, the Demon Synergies, is just playing Preacher of the Schisms.
Sure.
Just the powerful creatures that are just good cards on their own. Unholy Annex does need a little bit of help. Of course, it's very good if you can just play it on 3, but you're going to lose some life, but you do need to pair it with a demon at some point. Otherwise, it will kill you.
Yeah. And for anyone curious about this version of the Demons deck, it's not running the Unstoppable Slasher and the Bloodletter of Aklazot's finish, which we've seen quite often.
Yeah.
The last little while.
Neither of the players decided to play Slasher, which is, you know, a little wild, a little surprising because, well, when that card connects, it deals 11. I mean, that's just incredible. But turns out, you know, just dealing 11 isn't good enough. You need to be able to interact with a lot of creature decks. And everyone has the Gruul Prowess deck on their mind. You have to interact. You have to interact. And the Gruul Prowess decks can just trample over the Slasher, no problem.
As things stand now, we are going to Anoint with Affliction, get back this room for Simon Nielsen. Another bat down.
And decided to do it main phase to make sure this wouldn't get countered.
Yeah.
And it looks like Shuhei has land number 4.
And another bat.
And another bat or an Enduring Curiosity in hand. So had the option to just say go, play that powerful 4-drop, but decides not to.
Wow. Simon's hand is just getting ripped apart here. Like, sure, he's dealing with the bat each time, but
yeah,
it's just like, okay, this is definitely a roadblock in terms of I'm going to get this game won quick.
Yeah, it's not amazing just bat after bat when Simon just has so much removal. Yeah. Sure, Shuhei gets to keep looking at Simon's hand, but you keep getting the card back, so it's a little bit of a roadblock as Simon will just eventually deal with all these bats and then start deploying threats. And it looks like he doesn't even care to deal with the bat this time around. And this is kind of the window for Shuhei to be able to go Enduring Curiosity, draw an extra card off the bat, and see if Simon does have a cut down, which I don't think he does. Oh, he drew it off the Annex. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
You know,
I guess down, no card for you.
Whenever you're playing this good as Simon and you're also getting a little lucky to draw cards when you want to, how do you stop this man?
You know, people say rather lucky than good. Well, Simon just happens to be both. So.
Yeah. Insert why not both meme.
Why not both? Yeah, Ritual Chamber now making the 6/6 demon. Let's see if Shuhei has a way to deal with that. One of the other funny things I realized is that there's 4 duress main deck for Simon, and he hasn't seen one yet, I don't think.
Could have easily sided some out. You know, there's a lot of creatures in this Dimir mid-range deck. I wouldn't think he sided all of them out.
Yeah.
And there's a chance he doesn't side any of them out. But it's just really important to clear the way for Unholy Annex and your demons to come into play, because if you have this Unholy Annex, you play the 6/6 demon and it dies to a go for the throat. You're taking damage every turn where that clock can actually, you know, deal you a ton of damage. And then if you Bronco into one of these cards and you take 8, you know, it could be a really quick game.
Yeah. Then the Bronco don't look so good. But as things stand, the big old demon's going to swing in for 6 to Shuhei Nakamura. And we are going to flash in another former world champion and another former world champion. And both of them are going to die because 2 go for the throats from Simon Nielsen. Get those fairies out of here.
Yeah, and that was with the Annex on the stack. So Shuhei was trying to draw a card as well. And
oh, my goodness.
Now with Shuhei just with 2 cards in hand, it is just looking really, really great for our reigning player of the year.
It sure is. That was sick. It's like deja vu all over again. I'll just kill it more. Shuhei's going to go down to 4 here if he doesn't have removal or a blocker.
I was talking to Simon yesterday. There's a duress fired off. I was talking to Simon yesterday at the player party, and he was just like, it's a weird feeling to know that I could go 0-7 tomorrow and still be player of the year. And I was like, come on, Simon.
It is kind of weird, yeah.
I was like, come on, Simon. You're not going 0-7. He's like, I don't know. I'm not really that prepared. I don't feel as prepared this time around.
Hasn't he said that every single time?
You know, I think he does. I think he does. Whatever he's doing is working, though, so I wouldn't argue with his formula.
Yeah, no. Deadly Cover-Up is going to take care of our little kitty here, Enduring Curiosity. So no more extra cards there for Shuhei. They'll join the other in exile.
And this looks to be a spicy one-of here from
it is.
Simon's side. So a really nice card here, being able to deal with the Curiosities straight away. And now all of a sudden, like, Shuhei doesn't have the best ways to actually just win the game. Like, win the game with bats and
I saw Simon
creatures and stuff.
Show off Kaito there as he was shuffling his deck. So maybe he's thinking like, yeah, that's probably the way he wins.
All right.
Looks like we're...
And this Unholy Annex has just ran away with this game. Like, even though he's losing some life, it just kind of doesn't matter as you just see these Dimir mid-range decks, you know, even though they're 2 different decks, Dimir Demon, Dimir mid-range, it's all about card advantage here.
Yeah, for sure.
Your life total is a resource.
The more you have to work with, like, the better time you're going to have.
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent
3
card
steps
there.
ahead. Which mode did we pick? Tap for 5. We countering and drawing, perhaps? Archfiend of the Dross will hit the board. It's going to get some counters on it.
And now this is a lethal threat, plus the Annex deals Shuhei 2 damage. So one last draw step for Shuhei.
I mean, what do you find in this situation? I don't think there's any answer for Shuhei Nakamura, who cannot slow down Simon Nielsen. Good grief.
Unreal. 3-0's the draft with that absolutely incredible Rakdos deck. Picks up the first win in Constructed as one of the 7 or so undefeated players already. Like, he can't be stopped, Ailey.
We call Kai the German Juggernaut. Is he like, what, the Danish Destroyer or something?
That's
I'm sure
good.
someone else can find a better name for him, but at this rate, he needs a nickname, people.
I think that's going to be trending after this. The Danish Destroyer. That's pretty good.
Unbelievable stuff there from Simon. We're going to see plenty more of him, no doubt, but after this, you're going to see Maria at the desk.
Combine the cuteness of Bloomborough and the horrors of Duskmourn to create some killer combos. Update your standard deck and battle it out each week for your shot at glory and sweet prizes at Standard Showdown. Weekly winners will receive a copy of the next Cowboy Bebop promo card, Disdainful Stroke, while supplies last. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30, an amazing tournament so far. MagicCon Vegas also going on in the building today with thousands upon thousands of Magic fans celebrating here the best game in the world. One of the players here at the World Championship, though, is going home with this gorgeous trophy and $100,000. Hey everybody, we're gearing up for round number 5 here in the building. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and find out where we are after 4 rounds of play. Maria Bertoldi and Mani Debuti hanging out with you. Take a look at standings here. A bunch of players currently sitting at 4-0, most notably among them your reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Depras and your reigning player of the year Simon Nielsen, both still undefeated in this tournament. Incredible, incredible stuff. Shuhei Nakamura, you see there in spot number 16, currently sitting at 3-1 as well. Let's take a look at some more players and find out how they're doing here in the early rounds of the tournament. Still a lot of Magic to play here this weekend. Standard all the way down the rest of today. Tomorrow we're going to come back into draft and then into more standard. There is a look at some of your standings here at Magic World Championship 30 here this weekend. Here's some more standings for you here. Willie Adel, the Hall of Famer, currently sitting at 3-1. Check out Eli Cassis at 3-1. Absolutely loves his standard deck. Told me it was busted straight in half yesterday. Well, we'll find out. Won with it last round. Seth Manfield, second in the Player of the Year race, currently sitting at 3-1. Calculator Christian Calcano sitting at 3-1. Well, as we've shifted into standard here in the tournament, what you keep in your opening hand can be so very important versus what you throw back. And Monty has dived into some opening hands here in the format.
Yeah, Maria, I just wanted to, delve a little deeper into the standard decks that we have this weekend. Imagine some hypotheticals and take a look at some opening hands. So for this round, we are going to be focusing on Dimir midrange. Specifically, Yuri Duke. Congratulations.
Ooh,
you have great hair.
I've got great
Everybody
hair.
loves you. You're playing Dimir midrange. People think your deck's busted. Let's look at the first hand. Spyglass Siren, Fairy Mastermind, Kaido, Enduring Curiosity, as well as 3 lands. This hand's pretty good. However, I will say, at the World Championship, you're not playing in a vacuum. It's open deck list. So who are we up against? Let's take a look at our opponent. All right, we have the unfortunate opponent of current standard Pro Tour champion, Yoshiko Kawa. He's brought the most popular deck in the room, Gruul Prowess. This deck is fast, and it can kill you really quickly. Let's go back to our opening hand. All right, let's look at this again, but now we know we're against Gruul Prowess. Well, there's a 1-drop, but there is no interaction in this hand, and our only blue source in the Restless Reef comes into play tapped. This hand goes from a keep against an unknown opponent to a mulligan against Yoshiko Kawa simply because we're playing against Gruul Prowess. So let's look at a second hand. Let's look at something more like this. Cut down, go for the throat, Unstoppable Slasher, 4 lands. A little light on gas, but when you know that you're playing as Gruul Prowess, holding 2 removal spells as well as a creature, you're perfectly happy with it. And the fact that you have a few too many lands, well, you're buying the time to draw out of it. So this hand, a lot more what we're looking for, seems pretty clear cut. But how about one more hand? This is gonna be a weird one. So you gotta cut down, you have a Duress, and then you have 5 lands. This hand is really rough. But you know what? Believe it or not, Maria?
What?
Talking to Reed Duke.
He's keeping it?
If you're against Gruul Prowess, you're keeping this hand.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it really is interesting just how much the viability of a hand changes based on the matchup. And this was definitely a surprising one for me, but ultimately, that's why Reed Duke is one of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. Very cool. Look at some opening hands there with Monty. Well, one of our 4-0s in the room is none other than Simon Nielsen, your current reigning player of the year and the leader in our player of the year race. Talked to Cedric a little bit ago.
It's Simon Nielsen time once again. Our reigning player of the year, 3-0 in draft, 1-0 in constructed. Simon, how are you still doing this?
I think it might just be about trust as well. I mean, this time, in draft, I trusted that my favorite archetype was going to be good enough in constructed. I trusted that Javier had a good deck.
Pretty good team then, I guess?
A pretty good team is the key, honestly. Like, that's a big part of it.
So constructed, you're trusting Javier, who's a heck of a player to trust in a situation like this. Sounds like you're pretty happy with things, all things considered.
I mean, I think so, but it's very unclear. The metagame is not at all what we expected. We thought that blue-black mid-range was kind of bad. No one would show up with it, but I beat it this round, even though it's probably not the greatest matchup, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. We've been seeing Simon win a ton, and off to another wonderful start here at World Championship 30.
Wow, can anybody stop Simon Nielsen? This guy just keeps on winning. Guess what? We're going to watch him again next round. Let's find out who will be playing in our feature match area. Oh, we've got a great one for you, everybody. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat versus Simon Nielsen. Well, if anybody can take down Simon Nielsen, it just might be Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who is 4-0 versus Simon Nielsen lifetime since 2018, most recently at Pro Tour MH3, where JED did beat Simon, and Simon went on to win that whole tournament. So a super exciting rematch here. Simon Nielsen, your reigning player of the year, your most recent Pro Tour champion. Can anybody take him down? Well, if somebody can, it might be your reigning world champion. This is a huge matchup, Monty.
It really is, and it is, again, between two of the lesser played versions of the decks in the room as we're going to take a look through them. Starting with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, I believe, with Gruul Prowess, but Jean-Emmanuel is one of the 3 people in the room that didn't bring the new version of Prowess. This is the Leyline of Resonance version. This is the version that can hypothetically win on turn 2, and a lot of it is about having this Leyline. You are sacrificing some consistency for explosiveness, but in the words of Jean-Emmanuel Duprat himself, this Leyline is just so broken. He could not imagine not playing it this weekend. And this deck is very much all about getting something like a Cacophony Scamp or a hero on the board. And then with this Leyline, just casting spell after spell, and it does not take too many double spells to kill your opponent. On the other side, Simon Nielsen is here with the Team Handshake build of Dimir Demons. This is a slightly different take on Dimir midrange. You still have a lot of removal to interact with, but the big thing this deck has going for it is the combination of Unholy Annex into something like an Archfiend of Adros to start drawing cards and putting the damage on your opponent very quickly. This deck is also counting on Doomsday Excruciator going later on, but that's not really a plan that you're counting on for this matchup specifically.
Oh, we love both of these players. They're both so amazing. Madi, what do you think is going to happen in this matchup?
I am not a fool, contrary to popular belief.
You know,
so
I would like to check in on that. But.
I am going to go with Simon Nielsen.
All right, fair enough.
I am not a fool.
Sure, don't bet against Simon Nielsen. Well, let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 5. I'm going to toss it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
No, I'm not Marshall and Paul, but we can do our best. Let me just get a little taller.
Yeah.
It's Alien Corey.
There you go. That's perfect.
Thank you so much, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here, friends. Alien Corey or Marshall and Paul, whatever you want to call us, it's fine. Just don't call us bad names, you know?
yeah, just don't call us late for dinner.
Yeah,
there
actually, don't do that. That's mean. Anyway, we have one heck of a matchup here between 2 of the best players in Magic the Gathering at the moment, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, Simon Nielsen. And you know what? Monty went with Simon. I think I'm going to go with JD.
Are you saying you're a fool? I mean,
I am a fool. I would have played Gruul Prowess, and everyone's like, no, Dimir is better. But Gruul Prowess is fun, so, you know,
honestly,
I'm going to go with fun.
Both players, they're incredible players. Hard to really vote against either one of them.
Sure.
And both of them just have an incredible standard, incredible constructed win rate throughout the season. Simon at a whopping 69% going into this event, and he won round 1, so it's even higher.
Yeah, well, JED, I must say, is nice +1 with 70% win rate.
Yeah, impressive.
Very impressive. You don't become world champion, you know, just off luck alone. So.
Okay.
Excellent stats from both players, and just 2 of the nicest people you could ever talk to.
They really are. Really great humans and really great players.
Yeah.
And this is one of the draws from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, you know, unlike what we just saw last round. If you missed it, well, it makes sense. You probably just got a sandwich or something because the whole match lasted 12 turns. But this is a more down-to-earth draw from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. No leyline, just a couple of lands, a couple of creatures, and looking to develop his draw after that. But still still powerful. It just shows the power of this Gruul Prowess deck with or without the leyline.
Honest magic.
Honest magic.
Yeah,
I like that.
Just a little mouse. What do we do this turn, though? Aha, we're going to turn things sideways. Slick Shot Show-Off joins the Heartfire Hero, and the damage begins.
That's interesting to me. I don't know if I love that. I think plotting that would be way better as you have 2 turn inside out to be able to at least, you know, quote unquote, save your Slick Shot Show-Off, get a manifest out of it. But I guess Jean-Emmanuel just is valuing getting the damage in where he can more than trying to set up one of these ridiculously over-the-top turns up against an interactive deck like Dimir Demons.
Currently, in Simon Nielsen's hand, he can only deal with one of these creatures, so, you know, perhaps Jean-Emmanuel just hedging his bets and saying, like, okay, cool, well, whatever one you target, I can just stick a turn inside out on that one or the other one.
Yeah.
Or, just double up, I guess.
Yeah, so now it's the question of, we're going to see a lot of instants being used at sorcery speed because you just have to play around Snakeskin Veil. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat only has 1 in his main deck, but this is an open deckless tournament where, you know, Simon knows it, so he has to respect it.
For sure. Excellent draw here for Jean-Emmanuel. Might of the Meek being able to get a card
Oh my.
Oh my. We can't do it yet, but that's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is 3 power. Turn inside out makes a 6, and then the sellsword deals 6.
Do we have a land? Oh, we do. Don't we?
Yeah. So right now, just JD can just deal a modest 12 damage.
I love it. And manifest something, so that's kind of cool too. But does he go for it? Is he feeling gutsy enough right now?
I don't think he's going to sacrifice this.
He might. I mean, he might just be.
You
full
do get
tilt
the
here.
manifest.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, and of course. Yeah, yeah,
Is that legal?
the hero deals the damage as well, plus the
Yeah.
sellsword deals the damage.
Oh yeah,
so-
you're right. Of course.
Unreal.
That's the combo.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, that is.
Ready?
Yeah, ready. We are certainly not at this rate, but sellsword. Crazy little combo there.
And it's a
only
one-of.
one-of, yeah.
Exactly.
That's nuts.
Something really interesting as well from John Emmanuel's sideboarding is he took out all the ley lines against a matchup where there's that much interaction, just decides to just take them out.
Yeah. All right, then what are we bringing in then? It's the prowess deck. Let's see, we got this Paw Patch formation, we got a couple extra mice, more Snakeskin Veil, that sounds good.
Urbrass Forge, I would love.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be huge.
Ah, now we're plotting. Now we're plotting and scheming. Slingshot Show Off is going to go into exile there.
And now Simon had the Unholy Annex, but just does not have the ability to tap out for that when this Slick Shot can just absolutely pop off next turn. And wow, I mean, John Emmanuel's hand is just full of gas here. No third land, no green source. But
Okay,
yeah,
I love this. This is
same,
cool.
same. I love this. Just make sure Simon can't use his mana.
Yeah,
Yep.
an investment strategy.
Exactly.
That is cool. So
They
just
pass
tucking
again.
away those Slick Shot Show-Offs until we find land 3 and can do multiple things in one turn to get around any removal or counter spells that Simon may have.
Yeah, and Simon has the ability to cast 2 spells here, so can either counter some things or try to destroy 2 creatures. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see John Emmanuel not bring these Slick Shot Show-Offs from plot yet. Did top deck land 3, so that's pretty ideal. We'll see if he wants to be more patient and maybe seek the beast at Simon's end step, or if he wants to just kind of go all in, bring these 2 Show-Offs, bring maybe a Manifold Mouse, or bring an Ember Heart Challenger and just kind of go off this turn. So this should be a really big turn from JD. Oh boy.
Comes a 1. That resolves. Thumbs up from Simon. And the second one hits the board too.
So no.
This has got to be like, please no counter, or please no overprotect, or
Snakeskin Veil,
yeah.
Doesn't have that, and it looks like John Emmanuel is tapping the forest here, the green source, I should say. Okay, to play a creature, which kind of opens the door.
Just goes to damage here. I like that.
Yep.
JED is so patient when he does, except for when he doesn't need to be, and kill his opponent, because that just makes more sense than anything else. But he doesn't just jump straight into it. Like, yes, he could do that. He could use all his mana this turn, but he has so many options on Simon's turn that makes Simon have to think more about what it is he's going to do.
Exactly. And the one thing that puts Simon in a rough spot here is trying to cast Cut Down effectively, because even if John Emmanuel doesn't have Snakeskin Veil, Overprotect, anything that is a hard protect from a removal spell, just casting 2 spells gets you around Cut Down.
Sure does.
So that is a big thing here that Simon's going to have on his radar. So I would imagine we start with Go for the Throat and kind of see, is the Snakeskin Veil there?
Testing the waters now is Simon. Go for the throat, targeting one of these Slick Shot Show-Offs. How does JED respond?
I think he's just going to...
Just bump it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do a little manifesting.
So now the question is, do we go for the other Slick Shot?
Yeah, like now you could go for Cut Down on the other one, but let's say John Emmanuel has 2 1-mana pump spells here, then it's not going to work as effectively.
Yeah.
So a really tough game of cat and mouse here.
Bird and mouse.
There you go, there you go.
Okay, gate. But we still get the triggers off of the birds from the cast.
Yeah, but being end step, not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But this was just Simon saying, hey, I want to use my mana this turn. I want to make sure I'm mana efficient.
Sure. And then we're going to seek the beast. So we find, okay, a land and a creature. So
now these cards are able to be played during JD's next turn. And kind of ideal to hit like one land and one other thing. You hit 2 lands, no matter what, you're not going to be able to play them both.
So that's pretty neat.
Dreams of Steel and Oil here.
Okay. Sideboard card. Exiling whatever it is it picks.
Yep, just
artifact or creature.
Basically duress, but against your aggressive decks.
Yeah.
And the team decided to play 2 of this card. And I gotta say, this Dimir Demons deck is a team deck here from Team Handshake. Most of them are playing it, and they think it's broken. Yeah. You know, they truly think it's broken. There was a couple outliers that decided to play something else, either Cassis being one of them. The Azorius Oculus.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That deck is pretty mean.
Really spicy,
Yeah.
yep. And that was another deck. They're like, wow, this deck is also great, but we didn't have enough time to test it, so most of the team stayed on the Dimir deck. Man, just everyone in this tournament thinks their deck is broken.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? But, you know, it's also really, really nice when all the players are excited to play their decks.
Yes.
And they don't just have to default to whatever the hotness is at a particular moment.
Exactly. Looking at the metagame of no deck being over 20% is just healthy and leads to a really incredible format to be playing. Tough choice here, just between the Manifold Mouse and the Challenger. One of them gets you dead a lot faster, but one of them gives you way more card advantage. So it's really what Simon is afraid of. If he's afraid of dying, he's got to take, you know, the Manifold Mouse. If he's afraid of this game going too long and JD actually out-card advantaging him, you know, he would take the Challenger. But on top of that, there's those 2 creatures, and then just the Questing Beast that JD can play next turn.
Questing Druid.
Questing Druid, excuse me.
Beast
Seek
would
the
be
Beast,
very
Questing Druid, I combine them.
Yeah, they just think they set you up for that one.
Yeah, they really did.
Smush 2 cards into one. Man, this is a really tough choice here, but it is going to be the Emberheart Challenger.
Taking the graveyard, I guess.
Right, so 1 from hand
and 1 from my graveyard, yes. It's crazy against Darkness.
Not very relevant to be taking a card out of their graveyard in this particular match, but...
Oh, man. That is an evisceration of the board and almost the hand here for JED. Draws a card, is able to play the Heartfire Hero and the land this turn. He's going to kick things off first and foremost with the Questing Druid.
Looks like this is going to get spell stuttered, I would imagine. Maybe not.
Yeah, okay, resolves. That one for sure, though. This is like, get out of here.
And now Simon has the really powerful Annex here, can just tap 5, get the demon out first, but then he's out of gas, you know? The way JED played this game was really masterfully, because Simon had these turns where he would have loved to just play the Unholy Annex, get it on the field, start getting incremental card advantage over and over, but with JED plotting those slick shot show-offs over and over, just put Simon in a weird spot where he couldn't deploy his proactive threats, had to hold up mana to be reactive the entire game. So just masterfully played by JED.
Could this be the turning point now for Simon, though, as he is able to generate card advantage from the next turn?
Sure, but Simon's got 0 card and JED has 5 cards right now, and they all look pretty strong. So the Demon's great and everything. There's no direct answer for it, but JED, I mean, there could be a world where we just win, right? I mean, probably not.
Not right now, I don't think.
You get the mouse. You get the Offspring, so now you can give it double strike and trample. And then Monstrous Rage.
And then you target mouse, though, to get the double strike, so...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Druid's not going to be doing that right now, but we will be getting a card courtesy of the mice. The
Yep. So just gets the boost, but
Down to 12. Okay, that's definitely within striking distance. Man, I love those offspring tokens from Bloomberg. So
yeah, they look good.
Get to take a peek.
Monstrous Rage, just the most
So
terrifying
Forge
card
is
for
that
sure.
Verge? Yeah. Okay.
Forge is also great,
Yeah.
but this demon can kind of race. You know,
Yeah,
this
for sure.
demon plus the other side, plus the Unholy Annex, dealing 8 a turn.
That's not nothing.
If Simon can attack, though.
Yeah, Simon would be shields down. Like another creature would be ideal just to get in the way and soak up some damage. But yeah, with the whole trample double strike thing going on here.
Yeah, so playing the Forge, the creature becomes a 5/5. And
13. Then you have to trigger this, you go to 11.
then you
go
can
to
have one of
14.
these mice get double strike. That's 7, 8 damage. 8 damage on surface value here from JD. So if we top deck a Monstrous Rage or something,
yeah,
we could easily be
lights
done
out.
here.
So with the Druid, it's a 4 power, and the mice can give double strike to each other or trample. As
Yep.
no, trample's not necessary now.
Yeah.
Oof, the Excruciator in hand.
Oh, and what a top deck there regardless. Being able to just destroy the flyer.
Yeah. Oh, man. Paw Patch Formation. I think this is the most played Bloomberg card.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks that play this as a 4 of in the sideboard. Nice draw from JD.
Little guys off of Urabrask's Forge. This is just like, you know, extra value every single turn.
And Monstrous Rage more than likely would have been lethal there.
Yeah, for sure.
But that was still a great draw. Getting the demon out of there is excellent. And now this Unholy Annex is going to deal damage to Simon.
That's going to do it. JED, I told you so. I'm
Yeah.
no fool.
Yep, I guess Monty and I were the fools this time. Hard to
Hardly.
hard
I mean,
to bet
you,
against him.
you can't go wrong picking either player, let's be honest. But I mean, yeah, that Gruul Prowess deck, it's strong. And I love that JED took out those ley lines.
Yeah,
That
no,
is so cool.
That's really smart. Being able to have that explosiveness game one when other decks aren't prepared to deal with it. You know, game one, you don't have your deck hyper focused against aggro. You don't have all your removal in. You can just win out of nowhere there, and then you dial it back and start playing a little bit more of a mid-range deck. And that's exactly what JED did, and it looked great.
It's going to do it plenty more. And we have plenty more magic for you as well, friends. Coming up after the break, Adam Weiss versus Lucas Dukow. Welcome back to coverage of the World Championship number 30 from Las Vegas, Nevada. That is what the players are playing for, as well as a hefty chunk of change, Corey.
And I gotta say, that trophy is gigantic.
It is. You have to not skip arm day if you want to hoist that trophy at the end of the day. So in between reps, like, these players need to be lifting.
100%, yeah. You pick that trophy up if you win, but you gotta set it back down. I mean, that's a heavy one.
It is heavy indeed, and goodness me. Good luck to anyone who picks that up at the end of this weekend. But for now, friends, we are going to jump back into a mirror match. An exact mirror match by the look of it. Both players on a team heavy play, rampant growth.
Heavy play, yep.
And they are, they're going to gruel prowess it out. So tell us about this matchup, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, just a straight mirror. So, you know, of course, mirror matches get to be a little silly. These players, of course, expected to play against a lot of gruel. Kind of figured it would be the most played deck, especially since their team, you know, pretty much all played it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a hyper-aggressive mirror match, trying to have a better draw than the other person. Sideboarding gets a little interesting because, well, they know exactly how they sideboard, as they would go over this in a sideboard meeting. So you might see some juking from the players.
For sure. So it's definitely going to be a battle of who is the most skilled / the most lucky.
A little bit. Yep, absolutely.
See the opening hands there. Adam did have to multi-5. Lucas multi-6.
Here's the really nice kind of combination here with Manifold Mouse and the Challenger, where you just get to draw a card every turn.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Valiant is a very cool
Exactly.
ability. I really like these mice.
Yeah. Now, this is the drawback where it's not actually draw a card, as you can only play it that turn. So if you do, you know, not have the mana to be able to actually play it, it's not exactly draw a card, but it's pretty close most of the time when you get in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you definitely want to have that around rather than not. So, but yeah, Innkeeper's Talent would have been sweet. On the other side of things, though, Lucas just chucking down many manifold mice indeed. And our little Heartfire hero is swinging in there. Life totals go down.
Yep, so trample and death, double strike there, so that deals 6 damage. And Adam did mulligan to 5 magic cards here. Lucas down to 6.
Number hurt.
No burn together in this deck list, though. So we won't see the 1, 2, 3 punch that we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, absolutely.
13.
Monstrous
Cards man? 2. You would have shot before if you had it. Something.
Nice.
Yeah, honestly, whenever you play against a teammate like this, they're pretty kind of more relaxed with it.
For sure.
They'll maybe be talking out their plays.
This is just extra testing, right?
But that was a very smart thing that Adam said. Like, you would have shocked already if you had it, you know, when I was tapped out. And Adam's exactly right.
Yeah.
Lucas would have, and he does not have it.
8 damage. If you have Monstrous Rage, I lose.
Huh. I love hearing the players talk to
If you
each
have
other.
Monstrous Rage and Shock, I lose. Otherwise, I kind of just win.
Otherwise, you
If
just
I need
win.
attack
So
with
go for the win.
the Manifold, though, I can leave that on the block. I'm talking to you like this is...
It's all right, Adam. We're here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the commentary.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Making our job easier.
So gets into combat here now. This Monstrous Rage is able to be cast here at any time.
Okay, so we got 2 blockers there. For the 2
Go for the
mice.
Rage here, trigger prowesses. So, resolves? Monster Roll Token. This is 14 damage. No, sorry. 12 damage minus 2 is 10. Plus 2, you go to 1.
Holy moly.
Yeah? Yeah.
And I think Adam had a shot, maybe not. Maybe he's held here.
And then I will say go.
Anything in hand, yeah. All right,
go.
Lucas.
And step Snakeskin Veil. So, all right, can he piece anything together? A Swift Spear is not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, no. That is going to be game number 1 here, going to Adam Weiss. These teammates here, I love hearing Adam talking it out, you know, as if they're just hanging out in their Airbnb or whatever it is that they're
Yeah.
But they're staying at their hotel, just talking it through. You know?
Exactly.
Just buds
Like,
playing
this
games.
is a play test game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So in the sideboard, I'm sure both players, they have the exact same list, but there's Torch the Tower, there's Obliterating Bolt, Scorching Shot, as well as Questing Druid. Those are kind of the cards that I could see coming in. Just being able to interact more in the mirror match. That's kind of the name of the game here.
Hardfire Hero. Oh, Adam Weiss mulliganing to 6. Lucas keeping a hand of 7, so he's going to be happy with that.
Good.
Yep, and this is going to be the time where Adam really wants to have a shock, a Torch the Tower, something like that to be able to deal with this Emberheart Challenger before he can untap.
Doesn't look like he's got any removal in there right now. See a Might of the Meek, another Mouse. Emberheart Challenger of his own. Monastery Spear perhaps too.
You can definitely tell by the lands which player started playing in 2008 and which player started playing in 1998.
Personally, I love these planet lands, but
they are pretty cool, I must say.
The OGs are also pretty sweet.
Absolutely.
So Adam just throwing caution to the wind, swinging in, using the 1 game to his advantage, and just I'm going to go for the win.
Didn't have the removal spell for the opposing Emberheart Challenger, though, so that is a big deal.
Ooh, okay. Screaming Nemesis.
So this is a really, really strange card here. It's not really going to come up too much here as far as the life gain, but now there's this kind of invisible trigger here. Invisible almost emblem, almost a Planeswalker emblem where you are not able to gain life at all. This is not going to be the most relevant in this match, but will very much come up if you play against something like Domain or Attracts with attack. So a really powerful card against the rest of the metagame.
It's pretty cool, and there's also quite a few ways in this list specifically to deal damage to, even if there's no target to hit, you can deal damage to the Nemesis and then hit your opponents to prevent life gains. So
exactly.
I do hope we'll see that sometime, but at the moment, these mice are just getting feisty.
Absolutely. Yeah, shocking your own Nemesis is a spicy, spicy play we might see.
What? You're dead, right?
Now it seems like, you're dead, right? Good grief. All right, game 3. At least with this deck, you don't have to use too many things.
Yeah, no kidding.
You're not playing like 20-turn games in like a control matchup or something like that. So
it's very punishing in the small amount of decisions you have.
Yeah.
If you do something wrong in the early couple turns, it can very, very much bite you. Not plotting your slick shot show off, something like that can really be the difference in a game. But yeah, you don't play as many turns, so you can definitely free up the brain space a little bit.
Monastery Swift Spear, kicking things off here for Adam.
18.
And Shock will take care of that friend. Emberheart Challenger down on the board once again.
And I want to say from Adam's hand, there's no more creatures here. So if Lucas is able to deal with this, which I see it towards the tower, if Lucas decides to just make sure this creature is dead, you got to put big advantage to Duke out. Good. And Lucas Dukow, of course, Duke 1-2 on Magic Online. I know if you're a Magic Online gamer, you've lost to him plenty of times, as I have as well.
Well, yeah, he qualified for a Pro Tour Thunder Junction through the mocks.
Yep, absolutely.
Made the top 8, so yeah. Go make an arena or an online Magic Online account, and you could be playing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
An incredibly nice guy, an incredibly strong player.
Oh, for sure.
Fire.
All right, Hardfire Hero. What can you do,
Mike,
buddy?
trigger.
We're going to draw a card. First things first. Ride the Meek.
Okay, there is another creature off the top for Adam, though. That was big.
Yeah, that's...
Trigger attack for 4. Yeah, 19. Agree. Go.
Good way to rebuild. Are we missing lands here for Lucas?
Yep, definitely.
Like
just
there we
hit
go.
the land, though.
Number 3, Obliterating Bolt. Bye-bye, friend. No damage dealt. That is an exile effect.
Yeah, this is a really strange draw. Both players have kind of the opposite draw. All interaction from Lucas and just kind of all creatures from Adam.
Mike, trigger.
Do you think that's play draw dependent or what they've boarded in? And
No, I think they probably sideboarded exactly the same. It's just, you know, kind of how the cards fall. Okay, this resolves, so this has got to mean that Lucas does not have another Torch to the tower or didn't want to risk it here.
Yeah. Down to 7 goes Lucas.
Okay, now there's just pump spells and creatures in hand, so this could be the turn where Adam finishes it off.
May well be. If Lucas gets a chance to swing, though, that'll be pretty devastating, but I think Adam might be in a very good position here to pick up the win against his teammate.
Yeah, and Rockface Village, just having the ability to always target this is so huge if you want to. Looks like Adam doesn't even want to go for that.
Yeah, just another Eberhard challenger. Both of haste. It's 4 damage. There's a 3/3 in the way.
Swift Spear.
Swift Spear as
Swing
well. Swinging with everything. Block, target something else.
Last card is Torch.
4 damage. I'm going to go to 18.
Last card is Torch, so you can...
Torch here. Trigger Valiant, trigger Prowesses.
So that's going to trade with the Nemesis, and Adam's going to have the ability
5, go to 2.
to reveal this, and if he hits a land, he could play it. That's the only thing he could play this turn, so that was ideal.
No, so you take 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to 2. This trades, you kill.
Does 3 damage.
Yeah. Play a line for turn.
Torch your own guy.
I torch my own guy, not your guy. Take it. No cards? No cards.
Poor little mice just getting torched left, right, and center. But let's see, can Lucas do anything here against this lone creature? We have Heartfire Hero. Okay.
Yeah.
Down
to 1. All right, Innkeeper's Talents. Cool.
Shock, anything like that?
Heartfire, and that's it. Oh my. Okay, so lots of little decisions there to be made, but all super impactful. Adam Wise picking up the victory against Lucas Ducal. Congratulations to him, but that's a cool matchup.
That is a really cool matchup, you know? I mean, it is definitely, I would say, slightly luck-based, as you do have to kind of just draw your right cards in the right kind of time, but there's still a lot of play to it. You know, you got to know when to use your pump spells, when to use your removal spells, when you have to take risks, and when you have to play a little conservative. So it seems like there's a little more luck involved than there really is.
Well, congratulations again, and we are now going to jump into another matchup. 2 Hall of Famers, Willie Adel versus Shuhei Nakamura. They're sitting at 3 and 1 apiece. It's going to be Jeskai Convoke up against Demir Midrange. So whoever wins this locks up day 2.
Yeah,
sweet.
Absolutely. And Jeskai Convoke, these kind of Boros-style Convoke decks, really kind of fell off as of recently, but different online events have really been proving that this deck is still able to stick around, and the name of the game for this is play a bunch of really small, aggressive creatures and then use Knight Errant of Eos to be able to convoke them out as soon as turn 2.
That's crazy.
And then up against a Demir mid-range deck that's trying to kill your creatures at a 1-for-1 basis. So this ends up being a very good matchup for the Convoke decks, if they draw ideally, which this doesn't look too ideal.
Yeah, this doesn't look super hot. We do see the Bat taking care of room. There's a couple lands in hand there.
Looks
possibly
like an
3
Inspector as well, and 3 lands, yeah. So not ideal, but you know, if you can chain together a couple creatures off the top and then get a Knight Errant of Eos, you can really turn it around. But that's kind of the biggest problem with these Convoke decks. It's like you have a good on-paper matchup against most of the mid-range decks, and the Gruul matchup is close, and then kind of, you know, some of the bigger domain-style decks might be a little trickier. But the deck just struggles against itself sometimes. You just don't draw the right amount of big creatures and small creatures, and your deck ends up looking not as great.
On the other side of things, though, Shuhei doing pretty well, keeping the board, you know, full of blockers here as the creature hits the board alongside the bats. I'm going to see another pretty powerful card hit the board here, Warden of the Inner Sky.
A great draw here.
Yeah.
You know. Knight Errant of Eos is probably the best draw, but this really helps you find it as you get to scry away a bunch of cards and kind of get that going.
Get to 3 counters on that, then yeah, we're going to have a way to block the bat if that becomes relevant.
Yep, absolutely. And you have the ability to still sack a clue here, even though it is tapped. You just need to pay the 2.
19 and
And looks like Willie was reading the Draneth Ruins. A land that, you know, we haven't seen a lot of, but I mean, right now, Shuhei does have the ability to boost up this Vampire if he wants to. Looks like he has enough going on in hand. We probably won't see that, but we did see that earlier from Kenta, and it just looked really awesome.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Yeah.
Amount of deflections, going to take care of the Warden, which kind of like is the engine piece at the moment.
Yep.
These other creatures, they've done their thing. You know, there's no repeatable use out of them. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've done your job, so now we need to find something else here for Willie.
Absolutely.
Another Siren hits the board here, so more maps.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, yeah, you're playing a creature every turn, and Willie's, you know, quote-unquote, getting lucky to top-deck creatures, but you're top-decking your small creatures. You really need to be finding your big payoffs, the Knight Errant of Eos.
Yeah, especially when, you know, Shuhei's tapped out.
Yeah, exactly. This is the turn to be able to jam, and doesn't have it. Shuhei does have the Beastbinder, which isn't as great in this matchup. It's much better against the Prowess decks, shutting off Prowess, shutting off Slingshot show-off abilities, but still a decent body. I imagine it would get sided out, though.
Is that Mockingbird that's joined us?
Take one.
Oh, I think that's the Beastbinder.
Is that Beastbinder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
Could be wrong, though. One of the cool alternate arts.
Yeah,
but
it's got Vigilance.
It's got Vigilance, so it's got to be it.
I think it's also in Japanese, so.
Sure.
17.
All right, so just switching off one of the creatures. But yeah, that's going to be enough for Willie. He's just like, yeah, no, I don't have anything to answer this. So going to game number 2 here, as the Gremlins jump into our system once again. Could someone please tell the Gremlin Tamers they're doing a terrible job and will not be paid?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
there we go.
We got
Good
it
work
across.
there.
Thank
You told them quick.
Yeah. Good response.
All right, we'll see if Willie has a little bit of the better draw here, being able to find a way to kind of go with your ideal draw, which is Gleeful Demolitioning this map.
Blow things up.
Yeah, like it is possible to do that, plus a Novice Inspector, plus one of your other 1-drops, and convoke out a Knight Errant of Eos as soon as turn 2.
That would be sweet.
And then you think, okay, that's why this matchup looks good for the Convoke deck. But if you don't do that, you're just playing much smaller creatures than Shuhei is. So, you know, Willie keeping 7 cards really leads me to believe we have a good turn this turn.
Okay. Just saw the trade there of the Sirens. Another Siren hits, and we got a Gleeful Demolition. We get some 3 Goblins.
Okay.
That's cool.
Not bad. So normally this would scream, oh, I don't have a Knight Errant of Eos because I could have put 5 creatures into play. The problem is there was no white creature, so he still might have had it. We know now he doesn't, but is able to take the case here and leaves Willie with just
protect the negotiators.
Almost a counterspell here, yeah.
It's a sweet counterspell.
Yeah, really good.
Being able to kick it, you get to make a 1/1 and then a counterspell, unless your opponent pays what would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, so it's a hard counterspell most of the time in this deck. Really good when you have a go wide strategy. This card has been a staple in the sideboard of these Convoke decks for years.
And the go wide strategy you talk about, like we would love to see an Imadane's Recruiter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or even the case of the Gateway Express, which is under the bat currently, or the Defaced Gallery, which is the other side of the Painter's Studio, to be able to pump up this board that we see Willie assembling.
Yep, he's drawn just a ton of really good setup, but no payoff across these 2 games so far. And that can just be the struggle of this deck. When you draw perfectly, it looks like you have the best deck in the format.
Yeah, I mean...
When you don't, you're playing a lot of understated creatures.
Okay, another bat.
And, like, even this is good. Shuhei being able to have a 2/2 lifelinker. The board's stable now, basically. Willie can't really attack into that.
No.
He would only get through 2 damage and lose a creature. Over the long term, Shuhei would stabilize by just blocking right now.
Oh, yeah.
Not playing anything else. If Willie didn't play anything else, eventually the battlefield would be stable with just 1 2/2.
Yeah.
That kind of shows how you know, not impactful these creatures are if you don't have a payoff.
From Willie's side of things, does have 2 ways to dig deeper into the deck with the map token as well as the clue. So if he doesn't draw anything impactful, likely going to see that as his next port of call.
Yep. Also, case of the Gateway Express, top decking another one of those would be great.
That would be sweet.
It looks like Shuhei has the ability to go land 3 plus go for the throat. Looks like 3 lands. Yep. I think There's Siren Storm Tamer as well. Just debating on this bat. Decides to bin it.
Bats. Bat number 3 hits the board and gets countered. So protecting the information in hand with Protect the Negotiators.
Okay, decides to attack here, which is interesting because you are trading the 2 life you're gaining and you're getting hit for 5. That is a way to not stabilize with the 2/2 life linker. But this plays better around if Willie were to top deck a removal spell or an Imidane's Recruiter to pump your team.
In the case of the Gateway Express would deal with the bat. Let's see, we're going to target. Oh, torch the tower. Let's get the Gateway Express back.
Pretty strong. If Willie has land 4 here, he's able to sack the clue and then torch, but looks like he does it.
Mockingbird, nice.
Nice.
That's
doing its best bat impression.
Now I get to look at your hand. Mockingbird is a sweet creature.
It really is. Normally this is kind of the reason to be blue, but Willie deciding to only play 1 copy.
I'm sorry, what are life totals?
But why play more when you just draw 1 of them?
19.
Easy.
14.
It really is
So,
splashing
I think
blue
we're
for
only
only
playing
Spyglass Siren, which usually splashing for a 1-drop as your
a little
only
weird.
blue card is a little strange,
I'm
but
gonna ask you
the
both
mana
to
base is
please
actually quite
announce
good
a
in
little
this,
louder all
control
life total
deck.
changes,
Yeah.
please.
Quite good in the format right now.
Yeah.
So. Alrighty, turning things sideways. I love to see it.
Attack for 6.
Down to 13 goes Shuhei Nakamura.
Shuhei really wants some action, a Shieldred, something like that, a Preacher, some big game threat, as this is the spot where, yeah, if you top deck a Go for the Throat or something, you're like, great, I'm going to kill one of these very understated creatures. You really want to just play bigger creatures than them before Willie finds Night Errant Reveals.
Spyglass Siren's going to find a land here for Shuhei.
More land, a little flooded.
Getting in the damage where he can. Gaining some life, but now this is a little scary at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
Because we know there's a Torch the Tower, so we know that we're going to see a case of the Gateway Express come back potentially, unless we find something else.
Yep.
Or have something else in hand that we haven't seen. So that gets rid of the blocker. That gets rid of the blocker and the bat.
Yeah, gets rid of both creatures, and then you can solve the case after you attack.
Immediately.
So, like, all of a sudden, kill both creatures, attack for 7, I believe, attack for 7, and then the case gets solved. So then next turn, you're going to add an additional 6 damage. This is a 2-turn clock here from Willie, and it looks like Shuhei is just really flooded at this point.
Oh, yeah. This is just not looking great here for the Japanese Hall of Famer. Big chunk of damage. Down to 8 goes Shuhei. I think Willie also gains a life if the Mockingbird is a copy of the bat.
Yep, absolutely.
And the case is solved because we attacked with 3 more creatures. So they all get a pump, and that is enough for Shuhei. So game 3, let's boogie.
All right, so now it's definitely on with Shuhei on the play. Shuhei has the ability to interact, but no, down to 5 cards already. So we'll see if Willie has one of the go-to Convoke draws to really punish him quickly. I would think these style of decks is the reason to play Convoke. You know, you really prey on the Dimir mid-range, the slowish decks that have a bunch of spot removal, as well as like Golgari mid-range. That's what you want to play against all day.
Oh yeah, this was the deck you said that Simon Nielsen was agonizing over playing instead of the Dimir Demons.
He was very close instead of Dimir Demons and decided to play Demons last minute. So he was loving this deck.
Got some deep cap bats. Once again, taking a look at the hand there.
2 lands, a case, and there is the Night Errant of Eos. Just a great hand. There's the Gleeful Demolition. The worst part about Willie's draw is the fact that he now has a Mirex in play. As that's the only land that would allowed him to play as 1-drop, so you have to, but it is not the land you want to start with.
No, because it doesn't make any colors.
Exactly.
Yeah, turn after.
It will be sacking a map. It'll be helping for that.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, it's not nothing. You know, maps find more lands.
Yep. But like if that was a blue-red land, for instance, then all of a sudden Willie has the draw. Next turn, Gleeful Demolition the map, play your Warden, Knight Aaron on turn 2.
Yeah, that would have been sweet. Yeah. Alas, not this time around, but Shuhei is having a big thing here. Takes the case of the Gateway Express, and it's just going to take note of what else is in hand here for Willie.
Most of the time, that's what you want to do. When you play a bat, you take the one card that can kill your bat, you know? But sometimes you want to break up your opponent's curve, but you really can't do that because no matter what, Willie has a good play next turn, whether you take the Gleeful Demolition or the Warden.
Turn passes back. Land down, Gleeful Demolition. Get some gobbos. Pass the turn.
Didn't want to attack. Which is interesting. I don't think Shuhei would have blocked.
No, maybe he's just worried.
Yeah, he just wants to block. Because if you attack, Shuhei takes 1, and then you get an attack back. Shuhei gains the 1. So yeah, I guess it just makes more sense to leave it back.
Cut down, though, will take care of the flying blocker, so Shuhei is now able to get in for some damage and some life gain.
And we'll see if this is finally the Knight Aranavio's turn.
Is it? It looks like it.
It sure does. But there are definitely things to consider.
In the inner sky, we still could see the Knight.
Yeah, you definitely want to play all your creatures out first and then convoke them.
Nice. All right, Novice Inspector. There's the clue.
And most of the time when you play your 5th creature, sometimes Shuhei can interact by saying, okay, kill one of them so you can't convoke. But when you have a Mirrex available and 2 white creatures that are coming, like this doesn't actually stop the Knight Aaron.
It still gets out, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh? No? Oh, there we go. I was about to say, we're not doing it. Come on, we got to do it.
Shuhei's helping out.
Thank you, Shuhei. Nice.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, the Anoint the Affliction. The best target was the Warden anyways, so it's the thing to do. But it did let Willie know that no matter what, this Knight Errant was going to resolve. Yeah. But there is not a lot of counter spells, and as I look, there's Phantom Interference that he could have had to counter it.
Yeah, now the Knight's out, and we got Clockwork Percussionist.
Limited All-Star.
Yeah, it's a good little card. I mean, this guy, if you have him in your opening hand, your win rate is like something stupid like 60%.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal card.
It's very cool.
I wonder if it's the same for Standard.
I would think not.
Yeah, I would think not.
He's cute. He's good. He's not
yeah.
bad card.
Cute? I don't know about cute, but I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Yeah, you got me there.
Did play the Beastbinder. Left in, as it does shrink Knight Aranavio, so it's not terrible, but overall it is just kind of a 2-mana 1/3 body.
Azure Beastbinder is going to jump in the way of one of these creatures, trying to limit some damage. Still a lot of it coming through, though.
And more goblins. And this is the nice thing about playing the Convoke deck is most of these decks have gone away from playing any kind of sweepers, you know, the, I believe it's called Miasma, you know, where you can -2 to -2 to the board. That's kind of the best card against these Convoke decks. A lot of the decks have decided to play spot removal so they can interact with Gruul Prowess more. So Willie's playing Convoke because Prowess is the deck with the biggest target on its head and trying to sneak under how all these decks are built and all the sideboard tech they have.
So Shuhei flashing in our Enduring Curiosity. Going to try and get some cards here to help out in the situation, but things are not looking super hot here. As you mentioned, there's no sweeper effect. There's no board wipes. There's no negative across the board. It's do or die.
Yep. Shuhei has to block and kill these creatures to stabilize.
Yeah.
Which definitely possible when you're gaining a bunch of card advantage and you're gaining life with bat.
Yeah.
But it is not an easy task. If Willie has a good follow-up here, you got to think this is all over.
So we're going to see the cat in front of the Knight. See the Beastbinder in front of another 1/1.
There's half the life total. A great block there with the Enduring Curiosity as you get that back and the Knight Errant is gone. And a nice, gleeful, more goblins, and you get to look at the top.
Oh, yeah, that's going to get a case of the Gateway Express back, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks really good to me. As now, if Shuhei were to play his best card, which would probably be Shieldred, you just have the answer for it next turn.
That is devastating.
So Willie has 3 more goblins. There they are on the far left, and 8 creatures, only 1 blocker. This is lethal as it stands.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get him a bigger table at this rate. Yeah, no more life gain. Beastbinder can attack and tap, well, excuse me, make that into a 2/2, which doesn't really help.
Yeah, it just really allows Shuhei to draw a card.
Yeah.
It's
Anything?
another land.
Anything else?
I think I saw 1 cut down and maybe not a lot else. The thing that Shuhei really needed is like a preacher and then to pump those vampires with the land.
That
like
sweet.
That would be really nice against him, but with a case of the Gateway Express about to solve this game, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're all done here.
I would say so too. Shuhei is looking at his hand and deliberating. Is there a way to survive here currently with the creatures on board? The answer is no. And with the case, as you mentioned, that just gets rid of a creature.
Standard looks awesome right now.
It does.
It really looks great.
Okay, cool. Map token. Put some counters on that friend.
So you can kill 1 of the blockers. There's 1 more blocker plus cut down. So there's you can deal with 2 creatures. So 3, 4, 5, 6. There is 6 damage. So Shuhei would be at 1 unless Willie has anything else to close this out.
Okay, there's the case we know about. So
and that's just surviving this turn. Like next turn's going to be way worse.
Oh yeah, for sure. So that takes care of that. In with everything. Block the 2/2. Take 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kill the Novice Inspector with a cut down. Hope none of those are a pain land.
The case is solved, although it doesn't really matter.
Another Novice Inspector down, another clue. Pass the turn to Shuhei. Shuhei looks at the card on top of his deck, and
I just don't think there's an out at this point. Like, without having sweepers in the 75, there's not 1 card that can catch Shuhei up, and even if Shuhei draws another card off attacking, there's not 2 cards that deal with this, so there's just no outs at this point.
I mean, Shuhei's probably curious. What's on top of my deck? Let's attack anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Always look.
Yeah, always take a peek. I'm on team don't look, but
okay.
But yeah, you got to try all your outs, but that is going to be it. So Willie Adel picks up the win and the 4th win.
Yep.
So that is day 2 for Willie Adel, which is pretty sweet indeed.
Yep, day number 2 at the World Championship. That is already just a huge accomplishment. You know, both of these players have been here plenty of times before, but, being able to just play every single round at a Pro Tour or World Championship, that's the goal. You know, that's the goal for, mortals like us. Simon's like, I don't want to just play every round on day 1 and 2. Simon wants to play every round of the event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
You would probably want to play everybody's matches as well. Probably not, but, you know.
Yeah.
People just love Magic here, and you're going to see that a bunch. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, friendos, we're going to be at the news desk with Maria.
epic Magic the Gathering Arena is available on mobile and PC. And now is the perfect time to join the fray. Do you like scary decks? Step into your worst nightmare as we go from the creature comforts of Bloomburrow and into the haunted halls of the House of Duskmourn. Enter if you dare. Take your cards from squeak to eek with the Bunny Doll Maker, or relive the terror of a sequel with the supremely powerful Meat Hook Massacre 2 card. This year's releases are truly something special, and this set is so good, it's scary. See you in the arena if you think you can handle it.
Welcome back to World Championship 30 here from beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We've got 113 players playing for their share of a $1 million prize pool, and of course the title of best in the world. Also at the convention center, we have MagicCon Vegas happening for thousands upon thousands upon thousands. You saw that line of Magic players are here celebrating the best game of all time. Hey everybody, Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeVuti here with you at the news desk. We've played 5 rounds here in the World Championship, and one of those players is very, very happy, and that is none other than your current reigning world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who is currently undefeated, and talked to Cedric after last round.
Reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to stop Simon. I think you might be the only person who can do this thing. You are now, I don't know if people know this, 5-0 lifetime against Simon, and you just did it again with this awesome Gruul deck. So tell me about that match.
It's a matchup I haven't tested, like the demon, the inverter-like build of blue-black. And he hasn't tested against the Leyline Gruul deck either. So we were like both improvising basically, and I was very lucky to win game 1. I had a triple Leyline hand that I had to mulligan, and I actually didn't know what to do with it. Like, should I keep and hope to draw creatures? I decided to mulligan it into a hand that with way less action, and I just top decked the Callous Sellsword to kill him on the spot on turn 3. So very lucky.
So some people like Leyline, some people don't. Clearly you do. Are you like a huge Leyline supporter? Are people doing it wrong by not playing it?
I don't like that the card exists, but I think it's the most broken card in Standard, and it's like, I don't really understand why other Gruul players moved away from it, because it's what gives you the most explosive wins, and you can still board it out if you feel like your opponent has too much interaction. So yeah, like it makes your build more rigid, like you have less space. But I think if you build it correctly and have sideboard strategies where you don't touch the pump spells too much, it's just a great card.
Well, if JED likes Leyline, that means I like Leyline, and you should too. Undefeated. More coming soon.
Wow, it'd be so awesome to see JAD go back-to-back at these World Championships. I mean, he certainly could do it. What an incredible player. An incredible run so far here in the tournament. Let's check out our leaderboard, everyone, after 5 rounds of play and see where we are at. 3 players remain undefeated here in the building. One of them, of course, your current reigning world champ, won this thing last year, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, sitting at 5-0. Check that out. Lucas Dukow is leading off the pack at the 4-1s. Dukow, a Magic Online end boss, was top 8 at Pro Tour Thunder Junction earlier this season. Popular streamer Jim Davis sitting at 4-1, and Simon Nielsen, leader in the Player of the Year race, got a loss in there finally to JED, but is sitting at 4-1, so excellent position. Hall of Famer Willie Adel also sitting at 4-1. You'll love to see it. There's a look at our players down to 16th. Let's see if we can take a peek here at 17 through 32. Eli Cassis kicking off our second page of standings here. Absolutely in love with his standard deck. Had a last-minute inclusion of a card and thought, hey, I've done it. I've absolutely broken this deck. Hasn't lost with it so far. Seth Manfield also currently sitting at 4-1, second in the Player of the Year race currently. Reed Duke, best hair in Magic, currently sitting at 3-2. Well, Monty's been giving us an in-depth look at opening hands here in Standard, kind of breaking down what hands do you keep and why. Monty, what do you have for us this time?
Maria, this round, we're Sebastian Pozzo.
All
hailing
right.
From Argentina, qualified through Magic Online. Now, we're here with Azorius Oculus. So, taking a look at our first opening hand, 2 sleight of hands, Phantom Interference, Prankster, Haughty Djinn, as well as 2 lands, Seachrome Coast and a Meticulous Archive. Hand looks pretty good. We have some card draw, we have the Pranksters to start fueling our graveyard, and we're very likely to find the land for Haughty Djinn. But again, here comes the question. Open deckless tournament, who are we facing? Yoshihiko Kawa again? All right, well, it's the World Championship, Maria, so really you are going to be facing some powerhouse players. Gruul prowess in the hand of Ikawa. And really, if we're Pozzo now, we have to reframe looking at this opening hand. So let's take a look at it again. How are we doing? Well, suddenly this Meticulous Archive gets really awkward. The fact that you are not guaranteed to have Phantom Interference up on turn 2, unless you're skipping turn 1 and not casting a sleight of hand, means that this hand suddenly just became way too slow for the Gruul Prowess matchup. So what are we looking for instead? Let's take a look at a different hand. Maybe something that would be better suited for this Gruul Prowess matchup. Now this hand is pretty similar, but no big threat. Instead, we do have 2 lands that come into play untapped, a Helping Hand, as well as Into the Floodmaw. Suddenly the hand looks a lot better. Picklock Prankster is going to fuel our graveyard and hopefully find a target for this Helping Hand. But more importantly, the fact that we have Into the Floodmaw means that a hand like this, despite being very light on threats, is going to buy you the time you need to really get off the ground with this Azorius Oculus deck. Now, just for fun, let's look at one more hand. What is this Oculus deck really capable of? Well, if you're really lucky or skilled, however,
Must be nice.
however you want to look at it, this is the type of hand that you want to see. 2 lands that come into play untapped. You have Interaction Into the Floodmaw as well as Phantom Interference. Chart, of course, is a discard outlet for that Oculus, and a copy of Helping Hand. If you're playing this Azorius Oculus deck, it really doesn't get better than a hand like this. And this is an easy snap keep.
Absolutely. That hand is sick. Thank you so much, Monty. Well, 4 is the magic numbers for the players here on day number 1 of competition here at World Championship 30. 4 wins locks you up in a spot in day number 2. Let's find out our feature match here coming up for round number 6. Both these players currently sitting at 3 and 2. That means the winner of this match is into day 2 of competition. The loser, though, gets one more chance because we have 2 rounds left to play here on day number 1. Let's get to meet our players here. Nathaniel Perigo started playing in 2001 on Team Sanctum of All, running a very, very cool deck that we'll get to in just a second. Made friends with Nicole Tipple at an RC and joined the team. Now that's a team deck. Shota Yasuoka, famous for testing on his own, a lone wolf in the Hall of Fame, your 2006 Player of the Year, 2 Pro Tour wins under his belt in 2006 and 2016. All right, so talk to me about these decks. They're both pretty cool, Monty.
These are pretty cool decks. I'm going to start with the Sanctum of All deck that Nathaniel is playing in Teamer Prowess. Now, although this sounds like Gruul Prowess, it is vastly different. This is very much a combo deck. You're trying to use a loop that involves This Town Ain't Big Enough, plus Storm Chaser's Talent, plus another non-creature, non-land permanent that costs less than 2, for example, Bitter Reunion or Up the Beanstalk. You're combining these spells with Valley Floodcaller, Enduring Vitality as a mana creation source, and some odders, whether it's being generated by the Storm Chaser's Talent or otherwise. And once you've got your loop online, you're able to essentially, almost like Jeskai Ascendancy of old, tap your otters or rats for mana, cast a spell, untap them, generate some things, and you do have that endless loop of This Town Ain't Big Enough, plus the talent and another spell. This deck is a little convoluted, but I would expect nothing less from Team Sanctum of All, and everybody seems to be afraid of it, so maybe they have a winner on their hands. On the other side, Shota Yasuoka, famous for testing alone, he arrived on Azorius Oculus, and he is actually the only person other than teammates Eli Cassis and Alex Friedrichsen who found the tech of founding the 3rd path in this deck. This is the thing that Ely really thought pushed the Azorius Oculus deck over the edge into broken territory. This deck is sort of like a tempo deck. You're trying to use quick spells almost like Phoenix in Pioneer or Modern to just stock up your graveyard, have a reanimation spell and Helping Hand or Recommission to bring back this Haughty Djinn or Oculus and really get off the ground. This deck is terrifying, and Ely thinks it is completely broken by the numbers. And I will say, Shota's already defeated one Teamer Prowess deck in the 2 rounds of Standard so far, so it's not even an unknown entity anymore. He knows what he's up against.
So very interesting. And these were 2 of the decks that players before this tournament started said, hey, I broke it right in half.
Broken. Both teams, or, both camps think they've broken it.
Well, I'm so excited to see this match and find out what happens. Round number 6 on the way. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here for a little bit of Standard action. That's Paul Chien. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for coverage of the Magic the Gathering World Championship here from Las Vegas. Got some spicy ones here in the feature match area this time around. Paul, you saw they broke it down for us at the desk, but Teamer Prowess in the hands of Nathaniel Perigo looks pretty nice. Explosive, if you will. And then on the other side, we saw the Oculus deck.
Yeah, and I will say...
Which is my favorite, by the way.
Right. I think that deck is awesome. I think for me, I think we're all going to just try to enjoy this deck together. I cannot claim to have tested this deck or mastered this deck at all while testing for the World Championship. Of course, it's a Sanctum of All deck. Of course, it's convoluted. Of course, there's just a bunch of cards I've never seen before, and it's probably pretty good. So I'm just excited to kind of run through this and see how this deck performs against one of the greatest in Shota.
Yeah, this is great. This is where we really get a chance to see Standard spread its wings and fly a little bit.
Analyze, I'll get a forest and then pass the turn.
And we're going to kick things off here straight away with Analyze the Pollen.
If you could just be real clear on any life total changes, hard for me to hear. So.
Yeah, Nathaniel Perigo with the 1 of Paw Patch formation, which is actually pretty nice in this matchup as it can kill flying creatures, and of course the creatures that you're wanting to reanimate in this deck are of course Oculus and Haughty Djinn. So nice 1 of here, proving itself to be relevant in this matchup.
Oh, and look at this. Discard the hand size from Shota Yasuoka to start the game off.
Turn 1 discard.
Haughty Djinn goes into the graveyard, perhaps setting up that reanimation spell with the Seachrome Coast and Helping Hand next turn.
But Nathaniel has the 1 of Paw Patch formation.
No!
And Shota's going to miss a land drop for the turn.
And immediately the Paw Patch kills it, and the gamble from Shota Yasuoka does not pay off.
But it looks like Shota drew another copy of Helping Hand there. One note I want to say is a very heads-up play from Nathaniel is had the ability to play up the Beanstalk on turn 2, but Shota discards to hand size. You know exactly what he's going to do.
You know what's coming. Shota gives a quick head shake there. That usually means a missed land drop, and that's exactly what it means here. Enduring Vitality for Nathaniel is going to get in with Vigilance. And this is a lot of mana available now for Nathan. Still a land drop to come as well.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch here that you're looking for in this match, or in any matchup, is Enduring Vitality plus a Valley Flood Caller. Once you have those 2 cards in play, all of a sudden, any 1-mana spell you play, you start netting mana, and then you just kind of get to go off. So that's really what this deck's trying to do. Get Enduring Vitality and play with the Valley Flood Caller, and all of a sudden, I don't know if any of you remember the card Jeskai Ascendancy from a few years back, but that was a combo deck that was looking to do a very similar thing. Every time you play a spell, you untap a creature, you use this ability multiple times over again, and you just kill them with a large creature. That's kind of what this deck's trying to do.
You see Storm Chaser's talent there to continue to add to the board. Haughty Djinn has that mana reduction ability, but 1 land?
Yeah.
It'd be hard to take advantage of it unless he can get some more land drops flowing here.
Now, Shota does have a Soul Partition, and with the cost reduction, could choose to just play Soul Partition on maybe the Valley Flood Caller here to just try to slow things down. Did draw Meticulous Archive for the turn. The other option is just playing Moment of Truth and trying to hit an untapped land and then just play the Partition that way, but looks like he's probably going to go ahead and fire this off, because I imagine if you don't, I think Nathaniel's just going to combo off.
Yeah, and he kind of is forced to take the Enduring Vitality.
Yeah, that makes
here,
a lot more
because there's
sense.
just so much mana available for Perigo.
Yeah, because this means that Perigo can't play the Vitality next turn.
Yeah, that effectively took 3 mana off the battlefield there. Obviously up to Beanstalk from before. There's a couple of triggers going on here as well.
So we got a 3-3 and a 2-2 otter here. But now, I mean, with Shota with 2 lands in play, and you get to untap with the Haughty Djinn, all of a sudden,
right?
That is a really, really dangerous combination.
And no attack here. Haughty Djinn doing work.
The 3-4. Oh, and that's land number 3.
Yeah, he surveilled that one to the top, so it kind of had to be.
Puts a helping hand,
Yep.
Helping hand into the hand. Now can actually just use the Picklock Prankster to try to hit an Oculus here, or another Haughty Djinn, and then cast a helping hand to get it back into play. Here we go. Can he hit?
He's going off. Now with 3 lands available, that Haughty Djinn cost reduction.
Nope.
Ugh, didn't hit though.
Hit an interactive spell though, so at least you got into the Flood Maw here. Just to slow down Nathaniel, because
there's a token there.
With the Haughty Djinn in play, that thing can close out the game in 2 turns. Right? It just hits off. How many spells are in their yard right now? 6?
6, I think, is the total. Yeah, 6 damage. So from 18 to 12 in 1 hit there for Nathaniel Perigo.
And if Nathaniel can't get, if Nathaniel casts the Enduring Vitality, I mean, Shota can then just bounce the Valley Flood Caller in response. And then you don't get the untap trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And you only have access to the 1 mana from the 1 otter in play. So if Shota can put enough cards into the graveyard, could potentially even win next turn. And look at his hand. You have a bounce spell, that's an extra power. Founding the 3rd Path puts 4 cards into the graveyard. Moment of Truth also can potentially put 2 spells into the graveyard.
Combat.
This is a game where Shota did not play a land on turn 1, by the way.
Right.
Shota happy to take some damage here, it looks like.
Is Valkyrie draw card?
No, that's up to Beanstalk.
It's a Song of Totentans.
Okay.
Very good limited card back in the day.
Yeah.
But now it's a combo card to give you lots of tokens with Enduring Vitality. It's really awesome.
Do some pollen analyzing once again.
Yeah, not enough stuff to collect evidence here, so you can just only get a basic land here.
Yeah, it requires a rather large evidence collection of 8.
I don't think Nathaniel can string together enough spells here, particularly because Shota just has the bounce spell in hand, can just choose to bounce the Flood Caller now.
And that's exactly what's going to happen here. Into the Flood Maw it goes, and that, of course, is going to grow that Haughty Djinn even further. It stayed on the battlefield after it went away that first time.
Yeah, I think Shota can
just turbo through a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard here to be able to get 5 additional spells into the graveyard.
Wow.
Okay. I think he just drew Oculus. All right, so Moment of Truth.
Very much so. If you're sitting
spell,
in Perigo's seat.
Look at that. Put the Phantom Interference into the graveyard. So that's now 2. So that's 9 spells in graveyard. 3 more for Shota. Chart a Course. Oh, he hit Picklock Prankster. That's got to do it.
And that
right?
has to do it.
So now this is Chart a Course is number 10. Oculus doesn't matter here. Of course, you can reanimate it. Picklock Prankster.
But this is going for the win now.
Yep. Now we need to hit 2 spells here. Okay, 1. Yeah, get the Prankster back. And then you can cast Helping Hand on the Oculus for spell number 12.
There you go.
That should be exactly lethal, but of course, just got to double check, right?
Both players at 12. But Shota looking to finish this game off. Sure. Either way, right?
Yep. More than enough. Boom.
Wow, what a win for Shota Yasuoka. That's only a game 1 victory, but holy smokes. That was like, not going to play a land on turn 1 and then stumbled later too. Both players on 7 here to start things off.
Yeah, the combination of being able to put a giant flyer in play, which this blue-green deck just doesn't really have the tools
to play.
Well, the blue-green deck also just doesn't have the tools to really block it, right?
Right,
So you just put a big flyer into play. There's enough interaction in your deck to try to slow your opponent down. It only takes 2 turns, probably, with the Djinn to kind of close out the game.
Here's a good way to start combating things. There's a Ghost Vacuum for Perigo to perhaps stem the bleeding. If that kind of card would have been available in game 1, you know, this game would have played out a lot differently.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum, very, very effective card in this matchup. Kind of prevents the reanimation angle, and basically the only way to kind of play around that is play a slower game. You can still just try to cast some Haughty Djinns and play that way, or at some point you will be able to find Into the Flood Maw or Soul Partition, get it off the battlefield, then cast your Moment of Truth or whatever, and then reanimate for a turn. So it's not the end-all be-all, it's not just game over.
Right.
It's certainly not as effective as something like Rest in Peace, for example. Still a very effective card, though.
Ideally, grant Perigo a significant amount of time to try to set up very powerful, you know, combo slash interactions on his side, but we'll see.
Yeah, the vacuum, if anything, will buy Nathaniel a lot of time. Nathaniel does have the Enduring Vitality plus Valley Flood Color combo here. So those are the two creatures that's very, very important to kind of get things going here. Kind of needs Storm Chaser's talent too, probably, to kind of get that loop going with this town ain't big enough. But I'll just be the first one to say that I don't know exactly. There's probably several combos in this deck.
Yeah.
And so we'll probably discover it all together along the way.
See up the beanstalk as well here for Perigo. Nothing else going on for Shota. That's fairly typical.
Yeah, Shota had the option here of just running out a Haughty Djinn. Obviously, it would just be an 0-4 Haughty Djinn, but you do get that discounted effect here. But choosing to just kind of play a slower game, maybe even looking to potentially bounce. Oh, or Soul Partition to Ghost Vacuum. Okay.
Yeah, let's take care of that problem right now.
But
does this indicate some type of important window here for Shota to really make some headway?
Yeah, I mean, if
maybe he could get an Oculus into play or something.
Right. If this is what you're doing, that's kind of what you have to go for, because Ghost Vacuum, it only costs 2 more,
yeah.
so you can just play it again next turn.
Well, here's Haughty Djinn, but he could have done that regardless.
Okay.
Still resolves.
Yeah, could have played that last turn, right?
Yeah.
Just run it out.
But he wanted this window with the Ghost Vacuum gone.
Yeah, but
what does it do, though? He's just going to pass a turn back.
Okay. The one thing with the Ghost Vacuum, though, is it only takes 1 card every turn.
Sure.
With the Haughty Djinn in play, you saw how quickly Shota can build up his graveyard. So he's like, you know what? I don't really care if you're just taking 1 spell away every turn. I'm still going to be able to hit you for 5 or 6 every turn.
So maybe that's the plan.
Oh, Nathaniel drew Storm Chaser's talent. So now, what are we looking at here?
Vitality, too.
Right. Now, the token here from the Storm Chaser's talent will not have haste currently. But any 1-mana spell with Enduring Vitality and Valley Floodcaller means it's mana neutral, right? You play a 1-mana spell, you tap your creature for the mana, and then you play it, and then you get to untap it here. Just got a basic here, it seems. Oh, that's a nice little combo there, isn't it? This town ain't big enough with Up the Beanstalk.
Oh,
you draw a card off the Beanstalk because it costs 5 mana. You've bounced the Haughty Djinn. This gives you time to set up for your combo now, because sure, maybe you don't go off this turn.
But you get to just replay the Beanstalk, get the card back.
And then you can still play the Storm Chaser's talent this turn.
Wow.
And this is an attack for 6.
Jeez.
What a turn.
That is impressive, because that isn't I did all the things. That's just kind of like the value version, but that was nice.
Now Shota definitely needs to... I feel like Nathaniel just can't untap here. If Nathaniel just untaps, he just gets to go off here. You can get this town ain't big enough back, and then you can just start generating so much value, because every time you cast a spell, you get 3 mana, because you have the 3 creatures in play with the Vitality.
Kind of funny, the Ghost Vacuum seemed really important. Then there was like a tempo play from Shota to take it off the board and maybe open a window. And Nathaniel's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it over there. Like, I got better stuff to do. that Charter Course?
It looks like, and probably a helping hand here to get the Haughty Jin back. Could have actually gotten Oculus back, I think. But preferring the large size of the Haughty Jin, right? Because you just want to end the game and try to race. Still has into the flood. I wonder if you just fire it off on the Vitality here, just to make it, just to have it have summoning sickness. At the same time, you could just die to the Otter and the Valley Flood Caller here, right?
Yeah, so he's actually going to bounce the Flood Caller.
Okay, here we go. Shields down.
Very much so. All tapped out here for Shota Yasuoka. He passes the turn back up a game versus Nathaniel Perigo. Uh-oh, counting. Nothing Shota can do, but yeah, when your combo opponent starts counting, it's rarely a good sign for you.
Yeah, the issue is if you play Valley Flood Caller, right, and then you level up the Storm Chaser's talent, then you just don't have any mana to work with.
Yeah.
Right, so I suppose you can get back Analyze the Pollen. That gives you access to another untap. But then Nathaniel doesn't have anything else in his hand.
Okay.
Right, so there's nothing else to kind of keep it going, and there's not enough relevant cards in the graveyard to cast Analyze the Pollen and collect evidence here either.
Right.
This town ain't big enough, good with the Beanstalk, also just good with Analyze the Pollen.
Yeah, just get it in the yard.
So if you can't go off here, what do? Do you just play the Ghost Vacuum at that point?
Yeah, that's a possibility. And that's what he's going to do here. So that gives you at least an insurance plan against some of the reanimation type stuff. It's hard to imagine that you would die to the Haughty Jin from this position.
This is still so much here, but can Shota... okay, 14 was a lot. I don't know if you can get to 20 damage in one attack.
A real lot.
But if you find another interactive spell, right, like a bounce spell, maybe that's enough.
Just for like a 2-turn clock?
Right, bounce the Flood Caller again here, for example, and see what happens. Okay. Oh, that's a Soul Partition. Slamming that one.
Haughty Jin doing serious work here with that static ability.
Shota just wanting to
filling up quickly
and wanting to try to finish this in 2 turns if possible. What is this, like an 8-4 Haughty Jin? Maybe a 7-4 Haughty Jin?
Looks like something like that.
Yeah.
The rare tank from Shota Yasuoka.
Well, Shota's probably never played against this deck, right? So it adds an interesting angle as well, but it's like, what do I partition?
He's thinking about it.
I guess you don't have to cast it just yet. You can just cast the Moment of Truth first. Maybe you find a second interactive spell, and that makes things way easier, right?
Okay.
If you find a second interactive spell, you can bounce the Vitality and the Flood Caller.
How about another Picklock Prankster instead? Or a land.
Oh, okay. Valuing the land here. Interesting. Oh, you have Founding the Third Path. Isn't there an Into the Floodmaw in the graveyard? So you can cast that and bounce something and Soul Partition something.
Oh, okay, so you already have the 2.
So he wanted the land, right, okay. And by the way, Founding the Third Path is kind of the innovation that somehow Ili Kassis and Shota Yasuoka both individually figured out as a way to add some redundancy to your deck. Picklock Prankster is one of the best enablers in this deck because it digs 4 cards deep, and Founding the Third Path also does that. All right.
How big is this thing?
I imagine...
Basically, can we get it to a 2-turn clock is the question, right?
Probably. That's 10.
So that's a 2-turn clock.
That's a 2-turn clock.
That counts.
3 cards in hand.
Using the vacuum here, is that necessary? Maybe
yeah, it's
not.
close. I mean, the Shota doesn't have any other spells. Could make it go down to 9. But then if Shota goes, put a creature in my yard and then reanimate an Oculus, that's also kind of a rough. Although you kind of wanted to do that because I think you just win the game if Shota's just tapped out.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Soul partition. Oh, soul partition.
And he is.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Shields down.
Shota cast the prankster as the prankster.
Okay. So, but that's been soul partition. So it costs what, 5 mana to cast? So that again makes it really difficult unless Nathaniel can draw. Looks like Nathaniel found a Storm Chaser's Talent, which does net you a mana at this point. Once you play the Valley Floodcaller, obviously that costs 5 mana to play. So then you'll have, you play the Floodcaller, you still have 4 mana to mess around with. You play the Storm Chaser's Talent, you go down to 3 mana, and then you go up to 5 mana again. But then you have Storm Chaser's Talent that you can level up, but then you'll have 1 mana remaining. You can use the 1 mana. Oh, it looks like they're just gonna start things off here with this town ain't big enough.
Okay.
And well, this also makes it so that Shota can't kill Nathaniel this turn.
Just can't.
So they're both just kind of slowing each other down,
right,
while trying to do their own thing.
There's a lot of pieces in place for both players, so they're certainly being productive with their time, but neither able to really get it quite over the edge to get that win.
Because they know, both sides know, okay, I'm like 1 turn away from dying, so I need to somehow find a way to interact and slow you down somehow, some way.
Right, because neither of them are particularly good at removal. Looks like Perigo picked up the Storm Chaser's Talent there.
Yeah, can play it again or hold it because you net mana on a later turn, so maybe it's better to hold it because you have the Vitality and the Otter here in play.
Shota took it.
Nope. Yep, took it. Okay. It's getting kind of dangerous.
It is. I mean, just life totals are getting low, especially for Shota.
Thunder Trap Trainer. Okay. Lots of Otters now. Lots of mana, too, here. Oh, and Song of Totentans, and Shota's at 5.
Okay.
If that thing resolves, that's got to be enough with this board.
Definitely.
So at this point, this might be a little too much here for Shota. That getting back this town ain't big enough and casting it was so big there.
9.
Unless Shota has a counter spell that maybe he can find, but it looks like it's just 3 creatures, a Partition, and a Founding the Third Path. So I think if Nathaniel goes for the Song of Totentans here, maybe play around Phantom Interference, might still be able to get it done here. Just what I will say, though, really great just watching both players kind of maneuver around what each other could possibly do.
Perhaps, yeah, lesser known situations.
Right.
Well, there's the Oculus the good old fashioned way.
Okay. Oh. Doesn't play the Haughty Djinn here either. Choosing to keep up the Soul Partition. Now will Nathaniel go for the Song of Totentans here?
Let's see, that is the question. 3 mana available there for Shota with 4 cards in hand.
Has a land in hand too. So if you just go for it for 7, is that just game? You have 11 attackers versus 3 blockers, even against the bounce spell or whatever, or
That's
2 bounce spells, it's still lethal.
Has to be enough.
So then you just have to think about the possibility of a counter spell.
Right.
It seems like you probably just go for it. You can even tap your Otters or whatever to just pay for Phantom Interference, right? Unless you're afraid of negate. Oh wow, just the 3 mana Valley Floodcaller.
Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna just be way more than enough here at this point.
Definitely.
You're gonna get so much mana here. Unless Shota can kill the Vitality in response with the Soul Partition, so you won't get more mana here.
Right.
Song executes 4, trigger.
Song for 4, trigger, and it's plenty enough to get game 2 for Nathaniel Perigo. And that's going to force a game 3. Wonder what the comfort level is for our players as they.
What a game that
the
was.
third game. That was a great game. Shota has Soak on the play.
No discard this time.
Yeah.
Looks like a mulligan here.
He's on 6 also, so he couldn't have done it anyway.
Right. But solid hand here, right? You have the reanimation spell in hand. You have a piece of disruption, and you have a turn 2 founding the third path or a chart, of course, and can potentially just put a big flyer into play as early as turn 3. Storm Chaser's Talent. All right, what do we have here? Okay, here it is.
The new addition.
The new addition.
Like you said, Eli Cassis thinks that he's really kind of got it with founding the third path.
Right.
Shota apparently as well. I can see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because you can just pick the one that you want.
Yeah, because next,
ahead.
now next turn you just mill yourself for 4. You can just hard cast an Oculus.
Yeah, mill yourself for
one in
4
hand.
is so big in this deck.
But all Shota wants right now is just a creature. Oh no, already has a creature in the yard. So yeah, next turn you're just going to get that Oculus into play. And even if it gets bounced, he's going to have enough cards to just play it back if he can just find land number 3.
As you can see, both of our players have a 3-2 record.
Winning into day 2 here. We have 2 shots at it. 4 wings makes it into the second day. What is that land? Is that a Tarnation Vista? Might be. I haven't seen that land be played in Standard as well. But I think there's a 1 of, and you can fetch for it with Analyze the Pollen.
Oh, really?
So it's kind of like Fabled Passage number 4, but also just potentially can generate a bunch of mana for you. All right, here we go. Haughty Djinn in play. Oh.
Moment of Truth does get to go on the stack with the cost reduction ability, but Into the Floodmaw is going to take care of the Haughty Djinn for any land drop, do another thing type shenanigan.
And I think Shota's probably looking for land number 3, so I'm probably going to put that in hand and maybe.
Is it can't really triple Soul Partition right now?
And a Haughty Djinn.
Okay, yeah, right. Newly added.
But the Into the Floodmaw, nice little tempo play, but Shota certainly can just replay the Haughty Djinn next turn. It just doesn't have anything else to do.
Otter is going to chip away. But there's a Flood Caller now for Perigo. So the table slowly getting set on his side, but also for Yasooka.
And look at this. You self-mill yourself. You play a spell out of the graveyard. You get a Haughty Djinn in play here with triple Soul Partition. That's just so much value for 1 card. It's kind of like the perfect card for this type of deck.
Yeah, the Oculus and the Haughty Djinn, unlikely friends, but they both love to have a ton of cards dumped into the graveyard. That's the bottom line.
Because I got exiled or no?
And they're both a lot better if you can pick 1 mana for them as well.
Right. Now, I wonder if you... Okay. Slowing down Nathaniel here. And look at this. I mean, if Nathaniel doesn't have an answer, this is just going to be a huge army that runs away with the game.
It runs over. Yeah, for sure. So the Oculus gets the trigger.
There's a Bushwhack in Nathaniel's hand, but just not... Nathaniel's creatures are just not big enough here for the fight effect to be relevant at the moment.
Yeah, he'd need to work that Otter.
Yeah, with a Valley Flood
here, yeah.
With a Valley Flood Caller, it becomes what, a 3/3, I guess? Not quite enough. And then next turn, Shota can go Haughty Djinn plus another Soul Partition, right? So that's also just extremely strong here. So Nathaniel is going to need to string together some powerful things here. He's got a second copy of the Flood Caller, but probably really needs the Enduring Vitality to kind of really unlock his deck. But more than anything, just needs to find an answer for the Oculus.
And sooner the better.
Right.
Every turn that goes by with that Oculus in play is like life total plummeting, board state improving for Yasooka.
Here we go. Searching for something with the trainer here.
Enduring Vitality, though, does just unlock such huge mana Well, is it a little too late?
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to get it done
ghost
anymore. The Oculus is in play and the Haughty Jin is in hand.
Right.
So it's just not doing that much anymore. Really need to get that going on turn 1.
So a bit of a miss on the timing there from Nathaniel. He really would have liked to see that earlier. The Ghost Vacuum, but unfortunately have to settle for it here.
Probably going to go for an end of turn questing Druid to just try to find an answer here for the Oculus. Land number 5 means that Shota can go Haughty Jin and cast both Soul Partitions. So just all the interaction and a huge clock here.
Board Oculus hits the red zone. It's going to come in for 5. Down to 15 goes Perigo. And there's that Haughty Jin with the double mana available.
And remember, you can even use Soul Partition to save your own creature. And when you target it on your own creature, you don't have to pay the extra 2 mana.
Right.
So that's also an option if Nathaniel, for example, finds something like a Paw Patch formation.
I'm at 15. He's at 18.
Okay.
Take this.
So he hit that up the beanstalk.
Looks like it. But I don't think up the beanstalk does too much in this board. Just needs to find Paw Patch formation, maybe an Enduring Vitality, right? Just to kind of keep things going. But with Shota, with the double Soul Partition, I don't see a way out of this here for Nathaniel.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. And Shota has both of the big threats on the battlefield, plus double Manifest. This one may have slipped away from Perigo.
The question is Shota, are any of those manifests more flyers? Though that's the worst feeling.
More Oculus.
Okay.
That's the worst for Nathaniel. Shota's got to be stoked, right?
Yeah, though it would be great for him, of course.
Although he would probably just win the next turn if that were.
This town ain't big enough was a good find.
Okay.
Right? So
but where does he start? Like, he's got multiple fronts to deal with here, right? It's not like this solves anything.
I think probably the Haughty Jin, that seems to be... It's got the potential to deal far more damage.
Right.
So maybe that's the one you bounce.
It's the earlier threat. It's the one that will kill you first.
Right.
But if you let the Oculus go, it will also get you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, this kind of blue-white helping hand deck was kind of it existed, but it was kind of like a tier 3 deck before the existence of Oculus. Once Oculus entered the fray, now you have so much more redundancy. This deck became far more consistent because now you have 8 premium 3-mana creatures to return from the graveyard. That makes a huge, huge difference. And now it's one of the top-tier options in Standard.
And they play, what, 6 reanimation spells, too? So you effectively have 14 of these, and many of it makes it cost 1 or 2?
Right. And then
that's nuts.
And then 4 Picklock Pranksters. You just have so many different ways to put them into your grave. If you're lucky enough, you can even go turn 1 Meticulous Archive.
Uh-huh.
Get a big thing in the yard, and potentially even get it into play turn 2.
We saw Shotiasaoka make a daring play in the first game where he just discarded a hand size on the draw.
Still won that game after his creature got killed.
Yes, and he played Haughty Jin the next turn, so he went land Haughty Jin.
And then missed another land drop.
Got killed immediately. He missed a land drop, but had the Haughty Jin back by then.
Right.
And then he ended up never looking back after he hit that second land. Perigo trying to find his way through this. You can see the intensity from his side of the table there.
The Tarnation Vista will generate a lot of mana.
Oh boy, that's a lot of counting too.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Enduring Vitality on the battlefield right now. So this isn't mana. Is this damage he's counting? Did you see him shake his head there, Paul? This leads me to believe that he's close somehow. What is he?
Really?
Oh, that's not it.
Yeah, okay. I was like, I'd be shocked if there was some way.
You see how he went through like 3 iterations?
If there was a Valley Flood Caller in play, I'd be thinking, okay, well, maybe there's some stuff you can do. But with just the Lone Otter, I didn't see it there. This is just a 2-turn clock here. I imagine this town ain't big enough. Will be cast here. Oh, waiting for the end of turn here. And down to 4?
He is down to 4 as Perigo And Shota's just going to stay patient and say, go for it. Boy.
Okay.
End step, this town ain't big enough?
Okay. And
but
then
that's
the Oculus.
5 damage it got through.
Right. I guess gonna try to find another removal spell here off the trainer to kill the Jhin on the following turn.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that Nathaniel has lethal here. There's 2 manifest creatures to block here as well.
Right.
Oh, is this one? It's an Oculus. One of these is an Oculus.
No.
For sure.
Oh, it
For
is
sure.
an Oculus. You're right. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
And he says, I'll take my trigger here. So this is 3 blockers now.
3
This
blockers
one's just
and,
falling apart
and
here
2
for
lethal
Paragon.
flyers.
Wow.
With double soul partition in hand.
It's just really not fair when you manifest into another.
It just feels like cheating.
Come on.
It really does.
Like, that's what that card's meant to do.
That is so
That
unfair.
is so nasty from Yasuoka. And of course, he's completely unreadable. Like, he looks that way when things aren't going well.
Right.
And when he's flipping Oculus.
And here's the crazy thing. Nathaniel drew a Paw Patch formation here.
So
Is
he
there
could stem
is
the
there a
bleeding.
world here where you can go Paw Patch formation on the Oculus and grow the other otter enough to bushwhack and get the Jhin off the battlefield? But the thing is,
Oh.
bushwhack gets countered by soul partition.
Right.
Right? Because it's a fight effect.
Yes.
So that wouldn't work either.
Yeah, Soul Partition, I think, makes it so Paragon can't do anything.
Right. Especially 2 of them.
He doesn't know, though, right? Yeah, and he
Yeah.
can actually cast both, right?
Yeah, with the Hydrogen in play.
I think they're going into extra turns. I heard that mentioned by the judge. I don't know if he said we're in it now or going towards it, but
I don't think Shota needs.
At any rate, it shan't matter, yeah.
I think that was a whiff on the trainer. Yep.
Yep, that was just the zeros.
Yeah, there's just...
I mean, both creatures are lethal, so...
Right.
And that is going to do it. Shota Yasuoka picks up another win here in Constructed, improves to 4-2. I really like that Oculus deck.
The Oculus deck
That thing's nice.
is just one of the scariest decks to play against. And I've played against this deck a bunch where I've had hands that look good.
Yeah.
I got 2 removal spells. I got a duress. I'm like, all right, I can't lose. And at some point, they just get an Oculus in play, and then I just lose.
And then it just goes.
It just takes over the game. So this deck, if you came to this tournament and were not prepared for it, didn't have a good sideboard plan, and didn't have enough ways to maybe exile these creatures, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. This deck looks really strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Oculus is a one-man band. It
Yeah.
shows up, and it will win the game if left unchecked, and they can get it back any number of ways, and that's what we saw with Shota Yasuoka. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more Magic action here in Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are watching Standard. It has been eventful, I will say, as we've gotten a chance to see a few new archetypes and and some new cards, of course, hitting the scene as well. We've got more Standard action to bring you this round. In fact, we've got quite a bit more to bring you. We're going to be watching Willie Adel, perhaps you've heard of him, playing against Marcus Wasner coming up next. So we're going to get a chance to watch the entire match. For that, take a look at these two. You can see Willie, Jeskai Convoke, and that's a Paul Cheon deck. World Delirium, red-green beats.
Yeah, I mean,
it's more of your limited style.
Yeah, it's my limited style. That's not something I'd play constructed necessarily. This is a really interesting matchup here between two decks, though, because both of these decks are not really decks that you would have expected coming into this event. We know a lot about the old Boros Convoke decks, and that's pretty much what Willie's playing, splashing blue for maybe some counter magic out of the sideboard. But Marcus's deck, I've basically never seen, and it's just a Gruul Delirium deck. We saw Marcus kill JED in one of the games, turn 3.
That is very impressive. Now let's see how this goes. I mean, normally Willie brings the type of decks that want to play against this, right? They're packed with creature removal, but not today.
Not today. He is bringing the beatdowns this time around here, trying to go wide.
Novice Inspector is going to get in because Patchwork Beastie not able to attack or block just yet.
Yeah, Willie passing on turn 2, that's almost a telltale sign that he likely has Resolute Reinforcements here in hand to play on turn 2.
Okay.
Sacking a clue would just not be ideal here as the aggressor.
That would happen either later in the game or ideally never, because he's already won.
Marcus already doing Delirium math?
Yeah, he is. Play a land and...
See a Wildfire Wicker Folk?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a card you like to play.
Oh, this card's great. Look at that thing. 2 mana, 3/2, Delirium 4/3 Trampler.
And it has haste no matter what.
Right.
Boy, I gotta say, Paul, we could have a race here, man. Like, this could be over really quickly.
Absolutely. One card that Willie would really like to see in this matchup is the Case of the Gateway Express. Just to try to slow things down here, right? Not only will it be able to kill the Wicker Folk, but also
16?
Act as an Anthem effect, but doesn't look like he has it here. Oh, right.
There it is. He's on the
triggers
case.
end of turn, sure. Right. He's on.
Awesome. We don't have any solve counters, so it's all right.
So that will solve the case.
Yep. So now there are 3 types in Marcus's graveyard.
That was nice from Willie.
Doesn't trigger the Patchwork Beastie here?
Okay.
Did he know about the top card of his library?
He must have, because otherwise you just would. Although I don't know.
No, I think that might have just been a misstep.
What?
Oh, well, I guess there's a sorcery in his hand, so maybe he's just thinking, I'm going to get Delirium anyways.
Okay. So why bother? Here's
Wait,
Breakout.
did he just
5
whiff?
lands.
He just whiffed on Breakout? Oh my gosh.
That's 6 cards, right?
I'm just getting missing on Collected Company Nightmares all over again here. Wow.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, Marcus.
That is rough.
That is really tough. Consolation prize, you have Delirium?
There you go.
15.
Another Beastie.
They're both online. Is he on defense?
To be fair, 3/3 is really good against this board, right? All these creatures attack as 2-power creatures. You have a pair of 3/3s in play.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think Marcus would prefer to be attacking, but like,
I agree.
At least he's got the blocks.
Ooh,
so does Willie? Yeah.
That looked like a Convoke.
He was about to rev up the engines there, wasn't he?
Possibly a Knight Errant of Eos here for Willie. The real card that kind of makes this deck tick. It's just so important that it just allows you to kind of grind, and what your most explosive cards just allow you to get in. Ooh, what is this?
Trigger.
Oh, wait.
He must
not have Delirium.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're
that's a
excuse me.
Synodes.
Yeah. That's not a spell.
Yeah. It looks like a pump spell.
It does. It does. So absolutely wanted to trigger the beast.
Yeah,
on the
he
following
must have
turn.
just forgotten.
What if the last card down was a creature too?
Oh, I would.
C-Note Scout, okay.
Cast Violent Urge on the Beastie.
Okay.
That's an instant.
It looks like he's trying to go for a lethal
No double strike. Right?
attack here,
No,
maybe?
no double strike.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
got double
Plus
strike.
one,
Yeah.
plus one.
Yeah, now I have.
No, I have Delirium.
But it could have another one, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or 2.
Yeah. There's probably a Resolute Reinforcements here. And I imagine you might want to block here. You have to be real. If your opponent does that, you have to be thinking, okay, what do they have here? Why are they giving themselves Delirium to attack here? I guess you could just be setting up for a race, but you have to be afraid of potentially another Violent Urge here for Marcus.
Well, he's at 17.
Yeah?
7 card, 8, 9.
It would take 2 more Violent Urges. It
It
would be
would.
lethal, though, right?
It would.
It would be 10 from the 1. Wait, is that even enough? Whatever. Here's the reinforcements.
I think he's going to still chump with 1 just
Sure.
because.
I'll... Violent Urge.
There's the other
Okay.
Violent Urge.
Yep.
That's 8 damage.
Yep.
So this isn't
Play
quite
lands.
lethal on the crackback?
Yeah, this is an attack
This
for
is
8.
8?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Well, Marcus is playing with fire, but he must have determined that this is the only route he has to victory.
Oh,
any damage
that's
at all,
enough.
though, will do it.
The face gallery for the win.
The face gallery to give everything an additional +1/+0, and that is plenty enough to get across the finish line. Wow. Not a lot of wiggle room in that matchup.
No, absolutely not. Now, I'm wondering if Marcus has any sweeper type effects. That's really the way that you can beat the Boros Convoke decks. 1-for-1 removal is pretty weak overall just because they have so many ways to go wide. But given
Does he
that,
have anything?
Well, given that Marcus's deck's also quite aggressive, it probably wouldn't want to play cards like Pyroclasm, which does make this a little more difficult.
Right.
22.
So what does he have? He's got Torch the Tower, Urbrask Forge, Paw Patch Formation, Haywire Might, Ghost Vacuum, and some Obliterating Bolt. Nope.
Beastie.
Okay, there's a Beastie. Oh, kept a 1-lander with Seed of Hope and missed on a land here. This could be over quick. Marcus is just getting all the run bads out of his system
I
in
guess
this
he
one
is.
match.
Just whiffing everything?
Yep. Yep.
Getting to Scry here. Oh, look at that. Torch stacking an artifact. Bargain. In
That's
effect, we
right.
haven't really seen in a while. But being relevant here. And the exile, too, is big, right?
It is.
Yep.
He's just going to have to pass his turn back here. So Willie just needs to find a board state that can start crashing through enough, and that's an instant one right there.
Yeah, there's just no coming back from this here for Marcus.
This is very over.
He's like, I don't have to show.
Yeah, that was very kind of you, as it probably doesn't matter
It
in
does
this
not
case,
matter
Willie.
at all.
Yep.
You can even see Marcus shaking his head from that point. It's just...
I just don't. How do you miss on Seed of Hope?
And just naturally drawing a land, right?
Right.
It's you had 4 draw steps
Right.
on a land.
He missed again.
Oh my.
Haywire Might is not it.
It's a rough way to go out here.
This is tough. Still in a reasonable spot, 4-1. You drop it down to 4-2, right?
Still alive for top 8.
But come on,
But
all those cards in hand, you just want to fight. You want to be able to play.
This is just as frustrating as it gets. You're playing for, you're playing in the biggest tournament you've ever played in, and you miss on land for 5 draw steps.
I mean, you've seen 5 cards with not a single land in there?
Yep. 15.
I'm just, what can Marcus even find?
I don't think
that did not work out.
He also missed again.
No land again.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
This is just a question of how much can Marcus take of watching Willie cast stuff, turn stuff sideways, activate this.
He's just adding to his bad beat equity So like if he misses another land next turn, he's like, you guys wouldn't believe this.
Yes.
I did not draw a land for 7 straight draw steps.
The problem is he will draw one on that last turn. It's the game knows.
Takes it away.
The game knows. That equity is hard to come by.
Block.
Okay. Oh, gain some life. Kill a clue.
There you go. Take that clue right on out of here. I like it, Marcus. You fight.
Using every last bit of his mana. Oh, you were right.
There's the land. Yep, you got it. And he's going to scoop him up and probably still tell his friends that it was 7 draw 7. No, I know that's what I would do. So that is Willie Adel taking down Marcus Wasner in a very aggressive matchup there.
Yeah. And obviously that last game wasn't really much of a game, but it does feel like Willie has access to maybe a little more interaction, and Marcus's removal is not quite as effective against Willie. So again, this is a matchup we don't really see all that often, but I feel like Marcus just overall ran fairly poorly in that matchup, missing on the breakout, missing on lands for 7 straight draw steps. So who knows what the actual matchup's like, but of course Willie's going to be happy to take that win there.
Yeah, and you know, that is one of the benefits that you get from choosing to play such an assertive deck, right? Like, we can't forget that part, that, you know, sometimes decks take a long time to set up, and an opponent stumbling on mana isn't something that they can immediately capitalize on, but Willie, turn everything sideways, and you're going to shut the door on that game really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we've got a little more action to bring you here. This is Greg Orange versus Alan Andrzejewski. Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for
You're welcome.
there with that. Domain Ramp versus Boros Enchantments. This is game number 3.
Yeah, so Greg's playing just your typical Domain Ramp deck. It's got up the Beanstalk into Overlord of the Hauntwoods, which, by the way, when you play it, you get to draw a card, which is an amazing combination. One of the reasons to kind of play the Domain Ramp deck. And then, of course, has access to several new cards here. Beza, main deck.
Oh, yeah.
And this card is an absolute house against various aggressive strategies, and a card that he likely wants to draw even in this matchup. Now, this Boros Enchantments deck on the other side is basically just a Boros aggro deck.
Okay.
But it's got, for example, the Optimistic Scavenger and a bunch of great enchantments to kind of pile onto your creatures to try to close out the games. It also has Ethereal Armor, right?
Love that.
So it's a really, really aggressive strategy here, and just kind of another different take at the red-based prowess decks that we've seen. But Greg being on the play in the last game is pretty huge. Does allow him a little more breathing room. And then after sideboard too, the matchup certainly gets a lot better for a deck like the Domain Ramp deck, because you do get access to multiple copies of Elspeth's Might, another temporary lockdown, cards of that nature. Whereas oftentimes these Boros decks or these mono-red aggro decks, you swap a couple cards out, you swap a couple cards in, but not nearly as impactful. Sideboard cards historically against these red aggro decks have always just been super, super strong.
Right, that's supposed to be the way it is. You get to have a really good game 1, but then it gets sketchy after that. You see the Manifold Mouse added to the board alongside its buddy, the Heartfire Hero there.
Yes.
Being stuck, just kind of sitting there. Greg Orange has been a big fan of that card since they printed it.
Oh yeah, has had a ton of success with that card.
Ends up splashing it.
In blue-white?
Blue-white.
Last year, I think?
You know it.
Right. All right, so no untapped land number 3 here for temporary lockdown, which would have been very, very good on this board. But has to have some kind of interaction here. Elspeth's Might, Get Lost, something of that nature here. I wonder if this Boros deck is playing the Hexproof Enchantment. Going for this Get Lost main phase here.
Okay. Couple of maps.
It does play Shard Mage's Rescue.
It does?
Copies.
Okay.
So heads up play, important to be able to fire off that removal spell.
Main phase.
Yeah, you get to basically play 4 copies of Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah.
But you also get this synergistic bonus of the Optimistic Scavenger.
Right. Oh, Shard Mage's Rescue is legit.
Everybody knows how. Who's watching has probably been blown out by this in limited.
Definitely.
Already. I know I have.
Definitely.
Now, you do get the map tokens. Like, Get Lost is a nice card, but when you're playing against a deck with Valiant cards in it, it's kind of rough sometimes.
That is rough.
When they play an Ember Heart Challenger or Heartfire Hero, you're like, ah, just gave them a little extra value.
As you can see, this is game 3 between these two.
Yeah, Greg's deck playing also a couple of copies of Overlord of the Mistmoors, which is another new addition. All the Overlords work well with Up the Beanstalk, so just a really, really nice combination. Some decks even choosing not to play Atraxa at all, and just play more Overlord of the Mistmoors because it just gives you more cheap things to play that synergizes well with Up the Beanstalk and thinking, okay, well, I don't need to draw a gazillion cards. This is more than enough.
I was surprised to see that, but I get it.
Yeah.
And having access to something at 4 mana that actually does things is really impressive.
Right, and especially good against decks like the Dimir mid-range deck, right? You put 2/2/1 flyers in play, it just blocks basically all the creatures that they can play.
Andrzejewski's going to go for map token to kick things off here with the hero.
You know it hurts Greg every time somebody finds a land
that it
off
hits.
a map. Greg loves drawing cards.
It is painful.
Tapping the Verge here instead of... Oh, no, it looks like... Okay, I see. Ooh, this is an attack for how much?
Well, there's more coming, I think.
What?
That is Monstrous Rage after Ethereal Armor.
That's an enchantment too, by the way.
It is. This is a lot of counting.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? No, 7, 8? I think it's 8.
That would
no,
be
9.
halfway
9.
home. I think it was 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're right. Yeah, it's 8.
You're right.
I was right.
That's half of Greg Orange's remaining life total, by the way.
All right, Greg, do you have a removal spell?
How about a removal spell?
Just anything. You just need to get this off the battlefield.
Sometimes you just have to tap out, take half their life total, and say, do you have it?
By the way, this little mouse, that's a 5/5 trampling first strike.
That is a mouse that's a lot more like a bear than it is a mouse.
It's a bear mouse.
It is. Monster roll doing its thing.
Maybe a Beza here would be nice. You don't even get the extra token, and you just kind of have to chump with the Beza, right? You just gain 4 life.
Yeah, and it's tough because, you know, the thing does have trample.
Right.
And it could get a lot bigger thanks to the Ethereal Armor. So really the preferred method here is a removal spell. That is much, much better than trying to put something out to block.
I do see an Up the Beanstalk in Greg's hand. You just kind of try to get lucky here and try to find... The thing is, Elspeth Smite doesn't even work here anymore, right? So you need to draw Get Lost.
Leyline Binding.
Leyline Binding. It would cost 3 mana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Frillback.
That's Frillback 4/1, and you can get maybe the Ethereal Armor.
Or maybe take Trample away. No, it's
Probably
the armor. That's just responsible for too much extra damage.
Right, but this is still a 4/4 Trampler.
It
it's
is.
bigger than the Frillback.
But the Frillback gives you a way to jump in front. Like, makes it less likely that you go from 8 to 0 for sure.
Right, you would, just take 1 here if you chump block.
Right.
You kind of have to block if he attacks. Oh, wow, okay. So now we're looking at a 5/4.
It's getting
Heartfire Hero.
By the minute.
Rockface Village, such a nice addition to these red aggro decks.
And is it worth soaking up 3 damage? Absolutely, says Greg.
So Greg goes down to 6 here.
And I really want to know if Andrzejewski has another threat, right? Like that's what I'm thinking about now, because in order for Greg to win this game, he's going to have to deal with the hero.
Right.
From this. Oh, okay. So you get from to 5. I knew that it counted correctly.
Down to 5.
You're at 5. I would like to destroy this creature and deal damage there.
Oh, destroy my own creature and do the damage to you. And Alan Andrzejewski finds the combo finish there. Wow. Man, how good would a removal spell been there for Greg Orange? That would have solved all those problems.
Yeah, just a Leyline Binding, a temporary lockdown. There's all kinds of stuff that he could have had there, but just wasn't able to find enough. And you see the power of that ethereal armor, just a little different twist, but allowing you to actually force through damage when your opponent tries to stabilize with the big creatures.
That's how you get the title Boros Enchantments, by the way, is you put ethereal armor in your deck, then you're that.
Even if it's the only enchantment.
That's right.
You're an enchantment.
You earned it. You earned it. Great victory there for Alan. He's going to continue his winning ways. Perhaps. We'll find out more later. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, more standard. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Series kicks off with Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCGCon in Atlanta, January 3rd through the 5th. There's a $50,000 prize pool, a cool Terror of the Peaks promo card, and so much more. The top 8 players will earn invitations to the Pro Tour, and the winner of the event will receive Standard for a year, one play booster case of every Standard legal release in 2025. Register today. This is the Magic Spotlight Series. Play for fun, play to win. Hey everybody, welcome to World Championship 30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. As the sun sets over the mountains, sun sets on some hopes of our players here as we round out day 1 of competition. Some people won't be coming back for day number 2. But of course, by the end of the weekend, we'll be crowning a champion, and they will be $100,000 richer. Hey everybody, Marie Bertholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Cedric Phillips here with you at the news desk. We've had 6 rounds of play, so why don't we take a look at our leaderboard and find out who is leading this tournament, Cedric.
Let's dive on in. Our reigning world champion is at it again. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is 6-0, our lone undefeated player. Lucas Dukow, who we saw top 8 a Pro Tour earlier this year in Seattle in 5-1 in second place. Simon Nielsen, his only loss is to JED earlier in the day, is in third place at 5-1. And we'll see some other names here that we are familiar with and some new names as well that are kind of going up and down the leaderboard. A bunch of 5-1s, including Magic Hall of Famers at Manfield. Eli Cassis, who feels very strongly that he has the best standard deck in the room, also checking in at 5-1 in 9th place. Marcelo Carvalho, Maria, you've mentioned a couple of times that he has done a fantastic job of getting second place in the World Championships and is still seeking that title, is 5-1 here this weekend. And an Alexander Hayne, Canada's finest, 4-2 and still very much in it here this weekend. So we're seeing players that we've seen a lot in tournaments like this, and we're also seeing some players this weekend that are looking to make a name for themselves and make it to that Sunday stage here in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Well, Monty's been taking a look at some opening hands from some of our favorite standard deck lists this weekend, breaking it down for us. What have you got for us this time, Monty?
All right, Maria. This time, we're Stefan Schutz.
All right.
We are on Team Handshake. Best team in the world, potentially. A lot of our teammates, some of the best players in the world, think we might be the best player not named Simon Nielsen. We're playing Domain Ramp. Let's take a look at an opening hand. Up the Beanstalk, Leyline Binding, Sunfall, Overlord of the Mistmoors, and 3 lands. Hand's pretty good. We have some removal, we have card draw, if we can live until turn 5, Sunfall. Now, Stefan liked his deck choice until he saw the metagame because this deck is not great against Gruul Prowess. And what is Stefan playing against here in this round? There's no way. Yoshihiko Ikawa again? Man, the World Championship really is tough. Well, Gruul Prowess it is. So going back to Stefan's opening hand, let's reframe this hand. Leyline Binding, kind of a fake removal spell when you're playing against Gruul Prowess. You are not casting this card early enough. So this hand suddenly becomes stone unplayable. So what is Stefan really looking for? Well, there's one card, and when you see it, that temporary lockdown, you are keeping. This hand from Stefan, this is somehow a lot better, even though it looks clunkier. We have an Overlord that we can't really cast with just one Cavern of Souls and Up the Beanstalk, but as soon as you see that temporary lockdown and all those lands, you are immediately keeping. This is the type of hand that you need if you're going to be playing Domain Ramp in this tournament against all of the Gruul Prowess in the field.
All right, Monty, thank you once again for a look at some very interesting opening hands and breaking it down for us. Gruul does warp everything here in Standard.
Completely change the format.
All right, let's take a look at some of our groups we've been watching all day long today, starting with the Player of the Year race. Rewarding excellence all season long. Let's find out how our players are doing. Check this out. Simon Nielsen, Ely Cassis, and Seth Manfield all sitting pretty at 5-1, and all, of course, near the lead in our Player of the Year race. However, I want to turn your attention to Sean Goddard, Yuta Takahashi, and Sam Pardee, who have those 4 losses there. That means they are out of contention in the Player of the Year race. Simon and Seth playing this round as well, so we'll keep our eye on that. Let's take a look at some Limited standouts here, Monty.
Yeah, these are players that have really shown their worth in Limited throughout not just this tournament, but the full year. So over the past season, how have these players done in Limited? Well, they've all been excellent. And looking at them in this tournament, well, bad tournament for Arna Huschenbeth, great tournament so far for Simon Nielsen. But what I'm really looking at is Javier Dominguez, Shota Yasuoka, Yoshihiko Ikawa, all there at 4-2. And Ray Zhang, a player many know as a constructed specialist, is one of our Limited standouts throughout the course of the year. Now, looking at how the 3-0 drafters of this tournament are doing now, well, there's one of them very notably at 6-0, but you have to feel bad if you're Jesse Hampton. Started out 3-0 in Limited, but 0-3 in Constructed, and now his back is against the wall. Needs to get that 4th win to make it to day 2. For a lot of our 3-0 drafters, they already have that day 2 locked up, considering all you need is 1 win.
All right, there's a look at some Limited. What about Constructed here, Cedric?
Let us dive into Constructed. Well, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who again sits at the top of this particular graphic, has been a Constructed standout for many a year now. You can say the same thing about Ely Cassis, and both of these players, again, love their deck here for the weekend. Seth Manfield, Javier Dominguez, Matt Sperling. I've had the opportunity to talk to all 3 this weekend about how they feel about Constructed, not only for this particular event, but for the entire year, and they have been very happy with their deck selection all year long. Even some players that are beginning to continue to make a name for themselves, like Theodore Young, who is just not having the ideal tournament there, checking in at 2-4, but has been a standout in Constructed all year long. Again, I've had the opportunity to talk with him as well, and his deck selection process is one that he looks to really stress test broken interactions in decks. So these players, these are the ones that when you're kind of mining that data at the end of the tournament, you know, maybe their record isn't ideal in this particular event, but more times, often than not, you're going to see that they have a really good constructed deck, and they have a really good process behind how they got to the deck they played in a tournament like Worlds.
Absolutely. Well, everyone, it's time for the final round of day 1 of competition. All right, let's go. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat.
Dark horse.
Ely Cassis.
My dark horse.
Gruul Prowess versus Azorius Oculus. I cannot believe this. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat our lone undefeated player, 7 top finishes. Your current reigning world champ says, hey, not enough. I want to do it again. Versus Ely Cassie's 5 top finishes, came in 2nd at the World Championship in 2022, wants to do one better this time. Here's the players. What about the decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, we are going to be looking at 2 decks that we've already seen, but 2 decks that, more importantly, the players that brought them think these are broken. Jean-Emmanuel Deprat on the Leyline of Resonance version of Roll Prowess, and hey, talking to JED, he's confused why more people did not bring this card. He thinks that it is completely broken, the most broken card in Standard, in fact, and, you know, he may be onto something. This card enables turn 2 wins in Standard. That is completely unheard of in many, many years. On the other side, Ely Cassis on Azorius Oculus. This is a deck that a lot of people thought may have some consistency issues. They weren't sure how it was going to do, and in the final hour, Ely found Founding the Third Path, and that really broke it. His approach to deck building, his approach to preparation was completely numbers based. He broke down the math for us, and suddenly everything meshed, and this deck has so far served him well, making him undefeated as well.
Absolutely fascinating to hear his 11th hour story of finding that card and unlocking so much more win rates in the deck. Really, really cool stuff. All right, everyone, time for the final round here on day 1 of competition at World Championship 30. Ailey and Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Monty. Thank you, Cedric. We have the final round of Standard here for you, friends, and it's going to be a big sweat for everyone sitting at 3-3 right now, Corey.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, but we're at the opposite side. We got the top of the mountain here, the players that are absolutely dominate between JED and Ely Cassis.
Oh my, they are just having an absolute cracker of a day. Both of them very happy with their deck choice, but what do you think we'll see in this matchup here?
You know, Ely is definitely prepared to play against Rule Prowess. You know, this is the deck that everybody kind of expected. But I will say his Game 1 configuration with this Azorius Oculus deck does not look great to me. It looks like JD is going to be really favored for Game 1, and then post-board, there is a ton of hate that Ely gets to bring in. But yeah, this first one's going to be rough.
Alrighty, so ideally JED can pick up Game 1 here, and then fingers crossed for the next one. So pre-game effect, Leyline on the board.
And one of the funny stories I heard from Ely Cassis when I was talking to him at the player party yesterday is he played this deck and kind of before everybody was awake at the testing team, and 5-0'd a league with the new hotness from the deck, with the Founding the Third Path. And 5-0'd a league online, and then it immediately got posted, so his tech was kind of out there. So he just kind of looked at me and he was like, oops.
Oh, boy.
And then Shota ended up playing it as well, so I still want to find out if Shota found it independently or maybe saw Ely do the league and 5-0 it.
Oh, man. It is quite funny to see all of the preparation and the testing and the scouting and whatever goes into a tournament like this, because you can't just prepare in a bubble.
Yeah, nope, you got to protect information sometime, and the rest of the team, the rest of Ely's teams may have switched to this deck because they also agreed the addition of Founding the Third Path kind of really broke this deck wide open, but they already had a good deck. Their Dimir Demons deck already looked really good, but this is the big turn here for JED. Untapping just a Hwati Jin on the other side. We'll see if he has the ability to just go nuts.
Well, blue player tapped out. This is the time to do exactly that. So let's see if this Ember Heart Challenger can get some extra cards here for JED and, can double cast some spells with that Leyline out.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like, okay, I mean, that is pretty good. Double Monstrous Rage, double Turn Inside Out. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. I think we could get up to 15 by my quick math, but 15's not 18.
Close enough to dead.
Yeah, pretty close.
Questing Beast, I called it Questing Beast now. Questing Druid, Seek the Beast. There you go. The only other playable in hand if Turn Inside Out is also cast here for JED.
Yeah, we'll probably just see this and then go with something like just Seek the Beast at Ely's end step.
Yeah. 11 to 20. I think that's a little bit more of a measured approach.
Yeah, yeah. It seems better to me.
Oh, Okay, we can get the mouse out.
Yeah,
Nice.
makes sense. You don't want to lose the value on this.
Yeah. Extra critters on the board here, making it a little bit more difficult for Ely to keep control of it. So 11 is the life total here for our runner-up of the World Championship that Nathan Story won.
Yep, absolutely. And JED was runner-up to Utah before he ended up winning himself. So these players are no stranger to the feature match area, and both cool, calm, and collected in these kind of high-stress situations. Both just phenomenal.
I don't think I've ever seen Ely break a sweat, honestly.
No, not really. I've had the great joy of playing a lot of Magic with him, being on testing teams with him for years, and still to this day, someone who I think is the best Magic player out there right now.
High praise there for Ely Cassis, and it could well be the case.
Yep.
You know, he is sitting in an excellent position right now. If he continues as such, we could see him in the top 8. 5-1. Johnny Manuel at 6-0. These players looking to end this day on a high.
And into the Floodmaw is kind of the best case of interaction that Ely has, which is not great. A bounce spell, you know, you think against these style prowess decks is not really ideal, but it just stops these crazy combo turns.
Yeah.
But when JED has 2 creatures that you have to deal with, 1 bounce spell usually is not enough.
So let's see, Monstrous Rage, turn inside out, and then the Questing Druid seek the Beast. So plenty of options here for JED. What do you think he's leaning towards?
Yeah, picking up that Monstrous Rage, I believe that was the top deck, is pretty huge. So all JED has to really realize is, well, you have 1 mana, you have 1 piece of interaction, 2 blockers. So he's just doing the math. If I Monstrous Rage both creatures, and then turn inside out both creatures, what is the math?
Monstrous Rage on this trigger and trigger design.
All right.
Going there.
So both
Sorry?
on...
Both here.
Yeah, I resolved the Challenger trigger before the deadline trigger.
Okay.
Challenger trigger first, going to exile top card. It is another land.
So that is the Valiant trigger. So now Leyline goes, gets to reveal another card. And now if JED doesn't want to kind of go all in here, has the ability to just play another Emberheart Challenger. Just look how resilient this Gruul deck is thanks to Leyline. I mean, I guess JED just did it, huh? Playing Leyline when everybody else was cutting it seems to have just really worked out for him.
What I love about JED as well is in the World Championship that he won, the last one, you know, he played a deck that was pretty stock standard. You know, it wasn't playing any of the new funny things or the newest iteration thereof.
Yep.
Kind of just went with, you know, the most powerful that he thought would get the job done.
Yeah, it was kind of the previous version, you know, like, which is exactly what this is. This was like version 1 of the Gruul, then people went away from it. So maybe level 3 is going back to it when everybody was prepared for the non-Leyline version.
Man, look at all these mice. Good grief.
See if Ely can survive.
It's Gen 3 power?
Yeah, looks to be 3.
Okay, so that little mouse would die. Chump block there with another fairy.
Still has the turn inside out.
Yeah.
So the way that this works right now is Ely doesn't seem to be dead right now. You know, if that was the case, there was enough trample damage, JED just says, okay, pass priority, and then it's on Ely to cast the bounce spell first.
Sure.
But since that's not the case, JED will probably start with turn inside out, and then Ely has perfect information and can bounce whatever is most effective.
JED tapping. Gonna turn inside out. Left creature. Yeah, the one blocked by the Haughty Djinn. So now Ely can into the Floodmaw, whichever of these creatures is the biggest threat.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's really playing around the bounce spell.
Now 7 power each.
7 power each, he says, so that is 10 minus 3. That's 7 to Ely right now if he did nothing. But now if he goes to bounce one of the creatures that's actually dealing damage to him, which he decides to, now since this Emberheart is going to trade with Haughty Djinn, it'll double manifest.
Yeah, that's
which is sweet.
Wish to have trample on that mouse too, but alas, but we will now get to take a look. There's a Heartfire here and a Slickshot show off, I believe.
Okay, I mean, both great to put as a manifest. And now you just think like, okay, sure, Ely didn't die this turn, which is a good, impressive thing with a leyline on the other side. But now what does he do next turn? Like, sure, he can play an Oculus. He's just going to need another piece of interaction, and that still might not be enough.
Just being able to, like, double spell with the leyline out, it seems so busted.
Yeah, really, really strong. And there are certain matchups that we saw when JED sided out the ley lines up against decks that have a ton of interaction. Ely Cassie's post-board does have a lot more interaction, but we'll see if JED takes that same measured approach.
And this is not how you want to get this Oculus out there.
Yeah.
The game plan for this deck is get this thing in the bin and reanimate it for either 1 or 2 mana, but having to cast it and exiling creatures or exiling spells from the bin to be able to get it out, it's not ideal.
Not as good. We even saw Shota discard the hand
That was
size
so
to get
cool.
something in. That was awesome.
And then Nathaniel was just like, no, pop out.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. But nevertheless, it is a pretty sizable blocker here. 4 creatures down, trying to defend Ely Cassie's life total as the turn passes back to JED. Jeez, is that all the Ember Heart challenges now we've seen? Crikey, it is.
All right, so 4 blockers, 4 attackers. The way JED was getting in there pretty aggressively leads me to believe he has something, and he sure does. 1 Monstrous Rage here is plenty.
Which is 2 Monstrous Rage, which also we let flip up these little friendos here, Cacophony Scamp and the Heartfire Hero, both of which deal damage when they die. So that is going to be that. Didn't even need the pump spell.
Ely has seen enough. So then looking at the sideboard here, I did get some notes here about how JED sideboarded. Well, it's going to be a spoiler alert. Anyways, right here, did leave in the ley lines.
Did, yes.
As he wanted to retain the explosiveness. And then for Ely, like, come on.
Yep.
And then Ely for the sideboard has a bunch of cards to bring in. 2 Split Up, 3 Elspeth Smite, 2 Exercise, 1 Destroy Evil, and then 1 more Into the Floodmaw as all options that he could have brought in to interact. So.
Into the Floodmaw is such a great card.
It really is. Unsummon with a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah. I just give you a fish and I get rid of anything on your board.
Yeah.
Here we're going to see our
Here's the
Picklock
card.
Prankster. Yeah, let's see. Can we stick an Oculus in the bin? Yes. Okay, now we're going to see some cool stuff.
Yeah, so even better than just, Picklock Prankster. Founder of the Third Path into Picklock Prankster is really ideal. So now you get to put the powerful card into the graveyard, get a piece of interaction, and then to start Ely's next turn, he gets to start by milling 4 more cards. Whenever a Saga has 3 modes that really work with a deck, that's when you know a card is just really good, And there was a certain Saga that we saw all 3 modes be good in every deck, and that was Fable the Mirror Breaker. So I'm not calling this Fable the Mirror Breaker, but I'm saying it is quite good and compared to Fable in a deck that utilizes all 3 modes.
But that one costs 3 mana, Corey. Clearly it's not as good.
So this is better. This is better than Fable. Okay.
Oh, goodness me. But yeah, this Saga is a sweet addition to this deck. You've seen a couple iterations of it if you're playing online, playing on Arena or playing on Magic Online. You'll encounter this deck for sure.
Definitely.
And it's cool to see, the different builds that are arising. As a Cacophony Scamp swings in just 1 little point of damage, you're going to do your bestest.
Yeah, and this was a scary turn for Ely. I mean, the Cacophony Scamp is one of the easier ways to have a turn 2 kill. So Ely just shrugged and said, whatever, if you got it, you got it.
Oh my. Chapter 2, Founding the Third Path. Gonna mill some cards.
Now doesn't have the payoff though. Ely does not have the helping hand or any way to bring back the Oculus. Just kind of a medium set of cards here. You don't really want to split up just 1 Cacophony Scamp, but you might be priced into doing it. Or Ely can just free the Fae or Moment of Truth. You might want to do it main phase, as if you find helping hand, then you can bring back the Oculus this turn.
That would be sweet. But doesn't find it, just finds another Picklock Prankster, so...
Almost missed.
Ugh. Yeah, that's it's not great currently, but looking ahead to Ely's next turn, provided Johnny Manuel doesn't kill him right now, what is he bringing back, or what is he copying in the graveyard with the 3rd chapter?
With the 3rd chapter, I think it's just automatically helping hand to get Oculus. just to get that back into play. That seems like the ideal thing to do. Get the body into play, but John Emanuel's hand is not great either, but it does have the Paw Patch formation to be able to deal with it. So
that's big because
kind of has the answer for it.
The Oculus's power, like, is it getting to an upkeep and being able to start manifesting. If you can manifest another Oculus off of the Oculus in play, you're just, the game is running away at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here comes the big ol' eyeball. Courtesy of Helping Hand, brings it in tapped. Recommission, bringing it back untapped. But if you get a Jin out, they both cost 1, which is cool.
Just the value. It's absolutely great. Yep, so now JED is going to be pretty priced into dealing with that, but Ely picked up a recommission.
That's cool.
But it's not ideal as it is a sorcery. JED is going to wait till end step to deal with it and still prevent any shenanigans from happening.
Nice.
And this could easily be the last turn of this match.
Let's see, we got 2 Cacophony Scamps out. We have a ley line down, Might of the Meek ×2. No mice though, so no card draw. Little Scamps, a Phyrexian Goblin Warrior. They have many creature types, but mouse is not one of them.
Yep, still gets pumped, so he can still do that.
Oh, it's the, excuse me, it's the +1/0 if you control the mouse. The draw card is, it happens.
So just 1 mana, draw 2, no big deal. Let's see if he's found something else.
Yeah, he had
just
a
another
second
draw
copy
2.
of that, yeah.
Even without the mouse, it is just still very powerful. Okay, and then overprotect.
Ooh, okay.
So you can overprotect them both.
Storm count 4, 5.
Yep. Take 8, sack them both, take 8 more. That's 16 damage, but since it's not lethal right away,
might just hold on to it.
I would imagine we just kind of wait. Yeah, I was talking to Ely yesterday about how do you think this matchup is? You got to be prepared for the most played deck, you know? And he's just like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Game 1, not great, but then he very much improves post-board.
Okay, so Scamp and the Challenger.
Oh, this is so good. JED leaves 1 back. There's no flash creatures to block or anything. It's just to play around split up.
Yeah.
To not get completely wrapped away. I think this JED fella's got a future in Magic the Gathering.
It's pretty good at this Magic game, huh? Man, what a play.
What a play. Because even if if Ely taps out for split up, there's a high chance that JED can win the game next turn.
Yeah. Moment of truth now. Taking a look at some cards. It's kind of like a baby expressive iteration.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like that. You know?
Or an old telling time for any old school players.
Sleight of hand, archive recommission, prankster, free the Fae, moment of truth, and split up in hand.
Look how good split up would be this turn.
Oh, that would have been backbreaking.
It still might be the play he has to go for. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, 3 creatures is way more difficult to work with or to defend against than just 1. So.
But as it stands, even if Ely does split up, no, if Ely splits up, the game's over because the 1 damage that Cacophony Scamp will deal will put Ely to 14. 1 overprotect.
So that'd be +6.
Yeah, +6. So take 7, then sack it. Take 7 more. The number's just perfect.
You know what? JED figured that out 5 minutes ago already.
Yep. And I think no matter what, this is a losing line.
Okay.
Like, I think if Ely casts split up, he loses for sure. And if he does this, I think he still loses because he doesn't have another way to interact.
Mission, manifesting.
Beautifully played by John Emanuel.
So 2 creatures down.
That'll do it. Monstrous Rage to pair with Overprotect is gotta be enough as long as JED goes for it.
Seems decent.
And he 100% will. With only 1 mana available, there's only 1 piece of interaction.
To have Into the Flood more.
Yeah.
Ely's probably like, why is the sleight of hand here?
Yeah, I don't even think he would live if he had Into the Flood.
Probably not. But yeah, that's pretty nutty. I love seeing the Scamp in this deck.
Yeah.
Not everyone's playing this little guy either, I don't think.
Yeah, It makes sense when you are playing Leyline to play that.
Yeah. All right, block on the scamps so that they can't deal combat damage to face. So that prevents us. Well, they're going to get trampled anyway, so it don't matter. They're going to blow themselves up.
Yeah, just running the math. As you get +6 from the overprotects, plus 6 from the monstrous rage too, since when it gets copied.
Yeah, monstrous rage on 2 creatures, max value.
Yeah, if JED knew there was no interaction, I'm sure this would just be a very quick
easy
cast my spells. But I was trying to think, if you have it, does it even matter?
Yeah. Copy. Rawr, trample, boom, boom, die.
You summed it up.
I mean, you can only die once, so.
Yeah. So now they're 4-power creatures. Definitely not lethal yet.
But wait, there's more. Does he
go for it?
Yeah. Does he go for it?
Okay, it doesn't look like he's going for it.
He's gonna just hang back. Now this is gonna be bad news bears, though, ain't it? Because we know that there's split up in.
And 1 trigger is going to go on him and 1 on you.
Okay.
So we go to 6.
So taking the conservative route here.
All right, so basically a big old reset. There's still 1 mouse left there. Ely Cassis does have an answer for that little guy. But a 3rd Cacophony Scam.
Yeah, and with being at 6, it was definitely you play the 2 overprotect, you win. So JED was being very protective here. But there could have been so many things that Ely could have had. So I like the defensive play here from John Emmanuel.
Never rushes to...
But now you're right, with split up, and if you were to find another piece of interaction, this game could sway back into Ely's favor, where it was just over last game if you went for it. But as it stands, it looks like Ely has the option of split up one of the creatures and then cast a blocker, or slight for something better.
I'll take a look, sleight of hand. See what he likes off the top of the deck there.
Okay. Helping Hand is a big one. Still only the one option for the Oculus.
Yeah. Appreciate Ely splitting things out there so nicely for us.
Yep.
You're the real MVP. So there is a Picklock Prankster. Could see a Free the Fae, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just try and dig a little deeper. If these creatures survive this turn, Ely's essentially dead, so.
I like this. Split up, then Helping Hand. Then you have 7 toughness. It's just a tough choice whether or not you split up the untapped creature or the tapped.
Yeah. Emberheart Challenger represents more cards. Scamp represents more damage.
Because if he says untapped, JD could win right now by overprotecting.
Yeah. Yeah, he could. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that would have been so cool.
Okay, I mean, as it stands now, Ely, this is still 8 damage with the overprotect.
So he didn't deal the damage with the Scamp there.
Yeah, might not have, but this is still just lethal because the Oculus comes into play tapped. You have the overprotect, 8 damage,
Boom, dead.
Trample over for 6.
All right, it didn't end up mattering, but yeah. Gotta resolve triggers anywho, but that's gonna be it. John Emmanuel, undefeated.
Trying to run it back. How exciting.
Unbelievable. John Emmanuel is one of the most fantastic players to watch.
Yeah.
So measured, so calculating. Even when he's playing an aggro deck, he knows when to put foot and he knows when to just pump the brakes a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. And all the other players that are playing Group Prowess, you kind of look at the results and you're like, wow, was I wrong? Should I have been playing the ley lines? And it kind of seemed like they should, as I really like JD's approach because sometimes he takes it out. In the matchups where it's not as good, instead of just saying, I don't want this card at all, you just sideboard it out.
Yeah.
So.
It's nice to have that option.
JED.
JED does it again. 7-0, our only player undefeated. We are going to take a short break, but we'll have plenty more magic after this. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of World Championship 30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Haley Loney alongside Corey Baumeister for our final round of action here on day one. We have seen some excellent magic so far today, Corey. Tomorrow is going to be a repeat of today, but just with, less than half the field remaining. So.
Yep. But more Duskmourn draft.
But more Duskmourn draft, which is
love it.
super duper cool indeed. But standard is where we are right now, and we are going to jump into another matchup here for you, friends. It is Adrian Inigo Teste versus Marcio Carvalho, Dual Demons, Golgari midrange.
Yeah, two great decks. They're going to play out pretty similar, two mid-range decks. No real clear matchup that's going to be extremely far ahead. They're both going to be playing these long, grindy games where they're going to be duressing each other's hands. They both have access to Unholy Annex / Ritual Chamber, so that's going to be a very important thing. And they both have a decent amount of demons, although the majority of demons are in Adrian.
They sure are. So let's get things underway here. Both players at 5-1, and you mentioned it, duress. Let's take a look at hand here. We see Anointed Affliction. We see Dreams of Steel and something or other. Steel and Oil,
yep.
That's the one, yep. And Witch's Cottage. We've got to go for the throat there, a cut down, so plenty of removal in hand for Marcio.
Yeah, that's the type of hand that's really weak to an Unholy Annex. So that's going to be something Adrian's really going to want. And another thing to very much look out for in this matchup is from Adrian, where he kind of has this combo finish that Team Handshake came up with Doomsday Excruciator with Jace the Perfected Mind. That's going to be a really, really nice combo if he can ever perfect that.
Well, tell us what the combo is.
6.
Not everyone knows what these cards do, Corey.
Fair, of course, of course. If you have Jace the Perfected Mind in play, all you need it to be at is 2 loyalty, and then you cast the Doomsday Excruciator. Each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down, and then you just -2 Jace, mill them out, they die to decking. No big deal.
I don't know if that's happened yet so far, at least not on camera, but that would be pretty funny to see in a morbid kind of way. But yeah, Spellstutter keeping the Caustic Bronco. Was it Caustic Bronco? Yes, off the battlefield here for Marcio, so no extra cards. And potentially saving 8 damage to face. So good guy, Teste.
There you go, yep. Didn't have the Unholy Annex, though. That's something to really punish Marcio's hand of having just a bunch of removals, so very much what Adrian wanted to have here, but now at least has the really powerful land available of Fountain Port to just make some fish.
Yeah, it makes it, well, I mean, no one really cares about the fish. It's more what the fish can give you and some card draw there. So
that's fair, that's fair.
1 life for a fish.
So a nice little hand. There is the Excruciator, the other powerful demon, Archfiend of the Dross, and then 2 Fairy Masterminds. But Adrian playing this very defensive here and not deploying all his threats because, well, he knows they'll die.
Has perfect information for the most part of Marcio's hand. We do see a little fish getting made there, so now we just get to play with the resources available on the board, I don't even know if there's any land destruction being played here this weekend, but unless you can answer Fountain Point, we're just going to get like this kind of rolling advantage going for Adrian as he's able to capitalize on his fish, turn them into cards, make treasure if he really wants to. So I like where he's sitting at right now.
Yep, absolutely. You can just take over the game with either just making fish over and over or drawing cards. Both are going to give Adrian an advantage, but I kind of like just making fish. Start pressuring Marcio's life total.
There's a Restless Cottage down there for Marcio, so 5th land would, allow him to also start using his mana base to an aggressive advantage. There is 5th land.
If he ever does that, though, the one thing Adrian can do is just drop double Fairy Mastermind and then kind of crack back for 4, but it just looks like Marcio is on just all removal and kind of has no other option. So now we'll see if Adrian wants to cast Masterminds or just eat the fish.
Oh, we're just going to eat a fish? Well, we can still also cost one of them, I guess.
Yep. I would think he would.
No real reason to not do that on the end step here as Marcio's tapped out.
But also just killed the cottage.
Nice, good, great, cool. Cottage down. So no more of that for Marcio. And also, talking about land destruction, there's one.
Yeah.
Duress, taking a look, let's see what's in hand. Good grief.
Still just more removal. Honestly, you didn't even need a duress to know that was Marcio's hand because It's just not casting anything else. Nothing else would make sense.
Well, here we go.
And it was-
Archfiend hits the board.
It was cut down in one other removal spell for Marcio.
Let's go for the throat.
Go for the throw. Okay, so you can. So this will probably just live.
Land. Okay, we have counters now on this Archfiend, so 3 turns essentially for Adrian to wrap up this game. I mean, this food here might make a difference.
Yeah,
Who knows?
yeah. Maybe buy you a turn or something like that.
Yeah, because if you don't have any counters on this guy, then you lose.
Yeah.
I find it very funny that one of the cards in Marcio's deck, Glissa, can remove counters off a thing, but it's very difficult to get her attacking on the turn she comes down to be able to do that.
Absolutely, yep. There has been things in the past, like Heartless Act, to remove the
Yeah.
counters as the kind of got you aspect to this card, but as it stands, this is just one of the best cards in Standard. And it's played more than Shieldred these days because of the interaction with Unholy Annex and Ritual Chamber. Just really shows the power of that really, really awesome room.
It's the rise of the demons, I tell ya.
I mean, with a set like Duskmourn,
Yeah,
you
would hope so.
need demons and other scary critters to come
demons,
run about.
Horrors.
Yes. And of course, mice.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
not the scariest.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, you know, mice can be pretty terrifying. Have you ever had a mouse run over your foot in the middle of the night?
I have.
Yeah.
And I was scared. You're right.
Yep,
You're right.
yep.
Okay, I'll give you that
That's
one.
far more terrifying than a big creepy crawly coming around the corner, just saying.
If a demon came across my floor as well, that would be also pretty terrifying.
More food here for a Restless Cottage.
Okay. But now at any point, Adrian can either just make a fish here, cast a Fairy Mastermind, or go double Fairy Mastermind. Could also make a treasure to cast the Excruciator next turn. You don't have that mill plan available, but it is still just a 6/6 demon. It's
pretty enormous.
And you get to draw 2 cards, but without any other combo with the Doomsday Excruciator, you will deck yourself first before your opponent gets that.
My plays are so.
So a lot of options here for Adrian.
Options are great. Marcio doesn't have that many options. He
Yep.
has a cottage and some food.
Yep. And Adrian, for people that don't remember, was an absolute master of the Lotus Field combo deck to make a deep, deep run in a Pro Tour earlier this year.
Yeah, double fairies. Yuta Takahashi on that card. This is probably one of my favorite of the recent World Championship cards.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good.
It's so sweet.
My favorite art for sure.
I can't wait to see JD's.
Yep.
Not sure when that will happen, but hopefully soon. TM Doomsday Excruciator hits the board. It's very dramatic.
Yep,
6
I like
black pips. Now I just want to see Gary, Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Okay.
That'd be great. This game would be over, but that's not standard legal, unfortunately. But it would be fun.
So libraries contain 6 cards now. Kind of a play off Doomsday, the really powerful spell in the older formats. And we'll see what Marcio can do. This is a lot of damage, but if you do just deal with the 6/6 demon, I guess there's multiple. If you deal with one of them, then it's not lethal on the crackback here for Marcio.
Yeah, does he have? Yeah, has he got enough to animate the land and eat a food? Needs 1 more land to do so.
That wouldn't be enough as you're taking 14 on the crackback.
Yeah, no.
But if he can just kill the Excruciator, maybe you take 8 and you lose to your own
Archfiend of the Cross, yeah. That would be pretty hilarious.
Nope. Looks like Marcio just scooped it up.
Yeah, take a look at the last 6 cards in hand. Or excuse me.
In library, yeah.
In library, yeah. So, game number 1, they're going to Adrian. Let's jump into game number 2 and see if Marcio's sideboard can help him out in this one.
Yeah, as far as Marcio's sideboard, the mid-range mirrors, you just kind of want to go bigger. Liliana the Veil I like. There's a couple Nissas I would be a fan of. You can go up to a 4th Duress. That's the only cards that really stand out that I want to be bringing in.
Terra Sunder, perhaps, but not really. It's kind of expensive to
Maybe.
get rid of a creature.
A little pricey.
Yeah.
But here is the Duress from Adrian. Leaves a Bronco, so we can easily just Bronco next turn with an Archfiend and an Anoint.
Go for the throat taken care of, so whatever threat Adrian wants to deploy. 1 less removal spell to worry about. Caustic Bronco hits the board. 8 off the top. I just want to see it once.
Yeah,
Just 'cause
yeah.
it's funny. Nope.
And
All right.
Adrian's deck, the Team Handshake deck, is the one that really can't crew their Broncos.
Yeah.
Marcio's Broncos are much better. Like, even just look at this. I believe that's a Glissa.
Yeah.
You could have crewed it up here, but this Bronco could deal 8 to Marcio.
Okay.
How about 0?
No, yeah, no, 0's fine. The spell stutter took care of Glissa there. Classic Bronco attacks.
19?
Reveals the cottage, so no damage taken.
The Snorse is too good.
Snorse. Why Snorse?
It's a snake horse.
It's a snake horse. It is indeed a snake horse mount. Snorse.
A Snorse.
Snorse. I don't know. Too many creature types. Yes, of course. Who designed these cards?
All right,
Nah,
so
it's a sweet card.
we'll see. Okay, so Marcio must not have an untapped 4th land, otherwise he probably would have wanted to drop the Archfiend. There's the cottage instead. That would have been the great follow-up here, as Adrian did miss a land drop, it looks like. So big advantage to Marcio if he can capitalize on Adrian struggling. But if he just doesn't get out of the gates too fast, eventually you draw out of it from the Demir side.
Marcio able to create a little fish token too. Oh, excuse me, not yet. Needs to have 3 mana for that, so just the turn passing back. Tapped land there for Adrian. Gonna kick things off here with another duress. Take a look.
Yeah, looks like we have. There's the hand.
Go for the throat. Another duress. Archfiend and Fairy Mastermind. So yeah, we can pretty sure be guaranteed that that's coming.
Yeah, and we'll see if Adrian fires off the Fairy Mastermind. It's almost assuredly going to die right away, but get the removal spells out of Marcio's hand.
Play a big dumb demon.
Yeah, there we go.
Glissa.
Glissa.
Howdy doody. She's mean, and she has many abilities. Look at this. First strike, death touch. That's immediately just like, okay, that's gross. Draw a card, lose a life if you deal combat damage. Destroy a token, excuse me, destroy an enchantment, and remove the 3 counters.
Yeah, really incredible, and it looks like Adrian drew 4th land, but you just cannot play the Archfiend into the face of a Glissa. You have to just chump block it, otherwise you lose the game.
Yeah. So Anoint taken care of. There's a Tear Asunder in Marcio's hand, I believe.
Yep. And enchantments have just kind of never been better in Standard in a while, so this Glissa ability is just great. Most of the time...
Overlords, looking at you.
Yeah, Overlords, Ley Lines, you know, there is just a ton of really, really good enchantments. Most of the time it's just always, hey, draw a card, lose a life, which we are seeing now from Marcio.
Glissa, I choose a draw, and then he can play Utah, right? Just to know,
You can play you.
I think so, because you have to choose.
Just Sharpie out the name there. Just write Utah.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, if you you say draw and I play this and you kill it. Yeah, but so we know,
Yeah, so we
know.
Just making sure the exact time that you have to cast it. Marcio was going to kill it anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... and just everything coming up Marcio here.
Yeah, this is looking great.
So
I choose the mode. When I choose the mode,
we're
you
just
can
making
still play
sure
Mastermind.
because Adrian might get a card here.
Yeah, you choose one and then it goes on the stack, from my understanding.
So when would Fairy Mastermind have to be flashed in? Before damage is dealt?
No, it could deal damage and then the draw goes on the stack and then you play Fairy's Mastermind. I'm pretty sure, but not 100%.
Okay, so you kill in response before the draw happens.
Exactly, yeah. So here's the Archfiend that just has to be chump block, otherwise you lose the game. So desperate times.
That is quite hilarious.
Block.
Yeah, you just lose a 4/4. Excuse me, a 6/6. Just cause. Yeah, Marcio is in a commanding position here, indeed.
Yeah, and this is kind of the advantage of the Gruul deck. You just have all of your creatures that also just have attached draw a card. Your Bronco draws a card. These powerful adventure creatures draw cards. Your Glissas draw a card. And yeah, maybe that was a little early, but that game was definitely going to Marcio there for sure.
Yeah, just had so much advantage. You know,
Yeah.
Glissa being on the board with no real answer for her, she's just going to get so much more value.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks like Adrian at least mulliganed once here, mulled to 6. Marcio with the full 7 on the draw and having duress. That is really, really strong here for Marcio.
Annex, Shoot the Sheriff, and duress options here for Marcio.
Yeah, and it all depends what's in hand. Yeah.
That's so rough.
So if he has second duress, here's the kind of song and dance. If Marcio takes duress, and then you just play the Bronco the next turn, great. But if you take the Unholy Annex and you get your duress to rest, then you could maybe top deck something. So there's a little bit of a song and dance with what Marcio wants to do here. I would imagine you just take the Unholy Annex unless he really wants to protect his information.
I kind of like taking the duress because then you have an answer for Unholy Annex next turn.
Then you are 100% priced into duressing next turn, and you can't kill the Bronco. So that's the choice that Marcio has to make. Because almost assuredly, Adrian is going to go Swamp Bronco and hope for the best. Unless maybe he draws like second duress, then he might try to clear the way.
Big think here. It's not always clear cut. You're like, oh yeah, you take the duress so that you don't get duress, right?
Yeah.
Keep your information secret.
And it looked like go for the throat for sure in hand. And Archfiend, it looks like. Leans on the Annex. I like it.
Nice. So now if you're in Adrian's spot, are you tempted to duress, or are you just going to keep doing your proactive gameplay and hope for the best?
I think you slam Bronco and hope they don't have a removal spell. I think it's not going to work out great, but basically the only thing that would work out for duress here is if you duress and you only see one removal spell, and then you play Bronco.
Sure.
But this deck's full of removal spells, so I think you just have to jam and hope.
Yeah.
Because Adrian's already so low on cards, he has to do something to kind of get lucky from this situation.
It's kind of a similar situation with counter magic. You know?
Yeah.
You know that they have it in the deck. Chances are they're going to have it, but you have to get it out of their hand eventually, otherwise they're just going to win the game.
Yep. So there's the duress, and Adrian gets an extra card, but once again, this version of the deck, Bronco's never crewing on turn 3, so you might just take 8 damage here.
I want to see someone get hit for a lot, just because it's silly. Oh, okay. All right, Liliana, go for the throat.
That was huge. I think you are pretty priced into doing it unless you have a follow-up creature.
What's next to Liliana there?
I'm not 100% either.
Let not Bronco eat and protect my Annex.
We'll see eventually.
I know all the cards there.
Is that the duress? No, the other duress is used.
I'm not sure. I think it's an enchantment by the middle line of text there. Okay,
oh,
it's another duress. All right.
Okay.
A little tough to see.
Just black on that side of the cards.
Yeah, I think it was 100% just between Liliana and Unholy Annex. And if Marcio just untaps Unholy Annexes, goes down to 16, and Adrian's allowed to draw another card off Bronco, that's not ideal for Adrian, of course, but it's definitely better than losing Bronco here to Liliana, which would then rip apart Adrian's hand.
And Liliana's quite mean like that.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you just have one threat, Liliana is very, very strong.
Completely random aside, but they're printing new lands and foundations that have characters in them, and Liliana's are amazing. Just saying. Just saying.
Foundation's definitely going to change standard up for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be exciting. So just a removal spell and Archfiend in hand for Adrian, and that is full face-up information for Marcio, as he's seen it from the duresses. So
does he have a third land, Marcio?
I think so.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Cool.
And just plays the Annex.
Yeah, Annex gonna start taking some damage, drawing some cards, and eating a demon.
Demon, and this gets to crew. Ooh. He could take 8 damage.
Crew. It's a mount, Corey. How dare you get that wrong? It's effectively the same thing. But it is quite a funny thing. A demon riding a Snorse.
There you go. So great draw there from Adrian. Picking up another land was not ideal. But now Marcio has 2 threats to deal with, plus he's getting his life total shrunk with this Unholy Annex. So if he has another removal spell for this, this would be ideal.
Get him. Get him.
And if he doesn't, he'll just fire off Duress.
Okay. Mosswood Dread Knight.
Probably played as the creature here, I would imagine.
Yeah, just get in the way of that horse.
Yep. Now,
Make
Adrian,
the attack a little more tricky.
Adrian does have a removal spell, so I would assume we'd probably see that just to keep pressuring. But Marcio next turn could just go, all right, 5 mana, make a demon, gain 2, and you take 2. The gaining 2 is the important thing.
Yeah, and cards.
Yep.
Cards are always good.
Always good.
I know, right? It's a lot. You know, like land.
Keeping track there. contents that Adrian has deployed from hand.
It looks like he drew another land, so 2 lands plus the shot the sheriff, I believe.
What happened to the deputy?
Someone had to make that joke, you know. I'm proud of you.
I think it's actually the flavor text is like, no, where's that deputy? Yeah, there it is.
Yep. They nailed that one.
Yeah. Shout out to the flavor text writers. You guys are great.
Yeah, tough choice here because your removal spell, you know, shot the sheriff on the Dread Knight is not ideal.
It's not a mercenary either.
Yeah, I was just doing a double check to make sure it wasn't an outlaw, but...
You a merc.
Yep.
Or, sorry, outlaw.
Just goes for the block here, so Bronco down. But we did find another Archfiend, okay. And I mean, Adrian definitely just drew that off the Bronco.
Yeah, but I'm here, so I know.
Definitely drew that, otherwise you would have saddled it right away.
That's 12, right?
Yeah.
Wait, did he draw that off the Broncos? Would he have taken the 6 then? Sorry, the 4.
Take the 4, yep.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank goodness it's not the power.
Yeah.
That would hurt. Right, Marcio has another big flappy threat to deal with. We have land 5 to be able to open
Yeah, that
the
play
chamber.
That play is not good because Marcio knows about the removal spells, so you would gain 2, but then you would lose the 2 back from the ability from the Archfiend. That's exactly what Marcio needed. Just removal spells to try to stabilize. So Marcio's gonna go to 10 no matter what, and he might go down to 9 if he wants to use the adventure side of this Dread Knight. Otherwise, that ability will go away.
Dread Whispers. This is such a cool little recurring threat. You know, when I saw this card printed, I was like, oh man, Golgari's going to be all over the place now.
Yeah.
It just hasn't found something to push it over the edge. You know, is this the tournament? Is this the time for Golgari to rise?
Yeah, it's just always been a good card, but nothing absolutely amazing. But decides to not play it as he's just a little afraid of these creature lands on the other side from Adrian. So either is just representing a removal spell or has one to deal with it. I did see it go for the Threat and Duress in hand as he was flipping through his cards.
The Caustic Bronco hits the board here for Adrian.
Okay. Now Marcio has a nice play of end step kill the creature, then make a demon. If he wants to. Or you hold it for the creature land as a pseudo time walk effect. But now this Unholy Annex is actually becoming slightly a liability here from Marcio. You got to get the demon down eventually, as this is a 5-turn clock on his own Annex.
The big thing here is Marcio. Again, one of the best players in Magic.
He has taken second at the World Championship a couple of times.
Yeah.
Always been close.
Yeah, always close. You know, he wants it. Like,
definitely.
He wants to be champion. Go for the throat, taking care of the Bronco and a Duress. Let's take a look in hand. Shoot the Sheriff.
I think I saw, yeah, the Bronco as well. And now if you just draw a card, Adrian on surface value can just attack with the 4/4 and almost force a block. If Marcio goes down to 4, that's pretty risky here. So I would not be too shocked to see Adrian fire up the Restless Reef.
Yeah, Restless Reef is pretty sweet little card. And mill, I mean, is there anything relevant for either player to mill?
The mill is relevant if you have the Doomsday Excruciator.
Sure.
Yeah. So here is the demon. If Adrian can find a removal spell, because this, yeah, you go up to 10. If Adrian can find a removal spell for the demon, you put Marcio down to 8, you attack for 6, put him to 2, and then he has to find a demon to just not die.
Yeah.
But if not, you can't really attack this Archfiend into that demon. That feels really bad. So this is the biggest turn of the game here for these players.
This game has been incredibly close. Like, you know, the first two kind of, okay, you know, we saw the winner pretty early. Like here, it's still, I think it's still anyone's game at this point.
This is very close. Yeah, the other games, just someone had more card advantage and ran away with it. But now on surface value, Adrian can fire up a Reef, attack with both, and the Demon really can't go on the land. Yeah, it has Death Touch, so that is not great. So you can get in with both. The Demon's pretty much a force block to the Archfiend.
No, Emil. Oh, Mill, yeah.
Got a mill. And then the Bronco, if that blocks two creatures would die on Marcio's side, putting him to 6. The Annex would put him to effective 4, and he's got to find another Demon.
Big swing here. Marcio forced to block. There is another Risen Reef, Restless Reef, hiding out there in the lands for Adrian. So, Bronco gonna block. Are we taking? No. Yeah,
it's
you
almost
kill
a
that
double
guy.
force block here. Like you can,
Yeah, essentially.
You can block this. You take 4, you go down to 6. Losing the Demon, you go down to 4.
So we take 6.
Okay, that's the plan.
Right.
Down to 4, a lethal hit from the creature land. So at all times, Marcio has to be prepared for that land, while simultaneously having to get a Demon into play eventually.
There's an Anoint with Affliction.
Yep.
It's on hand there.
Yep.
That would deal with the land?
That deals with the land, yep. But still the Demon problem.
Demon problem, yeah. Has he got any, like, sacrifice effects for enchantments? I don't think so. Like, no bargain, anything like that.
Okay, that might have been a surveil to the top. You gotta think that that's a way to either put a Demon into play or destroy your own Annex.
Yeah, I mean, there's Withering Torment, but to do that, you lose 2 lives. So,
Yeah. If Tranquil Frillbacks are still in the deck, I mean, I would imagine they would be, as you can destroy your opponent's Annex, you can gain some life. That would be pretty much the ideal card, but you do need more green sources for that. So who knows? Marcio could already have that in hand, and has just been really, you know, struggling to get another green source.
Unfortunately, the green source he found was the tapped Surveil land.
Now this is an attack, so he knows what he's going to hit. Okay, that just means for sure there's a Tranquil Frillback. If you're trying to get a forest here, to line that up for next turn where he could go something like play the Frillback, 2 green, gain 4, destroy your own Annex would be a great play.
That seems to be what Marcio has in mind. Okay. Okay.
To 2.
So a couple extra creatures there to deal with the land. No mana up to play the removal spell on it.
Yep, and getting the creature land, turning sideways. Now Marcio actually has a good double block.
Yeah.
And then the Frillback, if it's indeed in hand, which is just the way Marcio's playing, I would think it's there.
Flick
then,
slower.
Yeah, right.
I don't see it unless it's the alternate art frame.
Yeah. Maybe you just keep a forest on top just because you know you are attacking with Bronco.
Yeah, don't want to get hit in the face.
And it's kind of the same as surveilling that to the yard as, you know. So I could see that as well.
Alrighty, moment of truth here for Marcio. Needs a Demon or he's a little dead.
Yep, can also saddle up these Broncos as well to draw some extra cards. But, I mean, you can attack with them straight up, too, and hope to hit lands, but...
No.
Lands doesn't solve your Demon problems.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
You can get the cottage up.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Saddle, saddle, swing, swing.
Well, he doesn't have a Tranquil Frillback, it looks like.
Nope. Just an Archfiend of the Dross.
So there's the Demon. Now it just looks like Marcio's like, all right, if you got a removal spell, I lose.
Yeah. Just you straight up dead.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we find then? If we attack, if we saddle, oh, we can't even do that because we have no blockers for Marcio.
Yeah, and if you saddle up, you know, Adrian can just animate the creature and block it, so that's not ideal. So we could just see Marcio going to end step, putting that ability on the stack, and then Adrian's like, yeah, do I win?
Oh boy.
I think he says wait on that.
This is pretty intense stuff here.
Yeah.
In our final round of the Magic World Championship 30.
This has been a great game.
Yeah, it's been excellent. Super, super close.
It's definitely slipping away from Adrian, though.
Does he have removal? That is the big question here.
Or is he just posturing a little bit?
Just got one card in hand.
One or two.
Oh yeah, hand in head, heads in hand. There we go, only one head.
I don't think there's any way to protect this. Now, there is 2 Terrace Under. There's 2 Terrace Under for Marcio, so if you try to kill the demon before the trigger's on the stack, then Marcio could Terrace Under the Annex.
Yeah.
I would think you just, no matter what, wait for the draw ability to go on the stack and then deal with it. And then even if there is Terrace Under, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, then you got to think, okay, cool, Marcio's very much
making a
lead.
fish.
You win. It would have been over.
You win. What can I do?
Okay, it looks like maybe these are just 2 friends posturing here is the vibe I'm getting.
I top deck this. I was gonna attack with this, but then I thought like.
Yeah, that's how I figured you would.
Okay, I was gonna just try to gain life.
Yeah.
I knew it. I felt it. I was like, nah, he has it.
Huh. He's taking a heck of a long time if he does have removal spells. So.
Adrian's either slow rolling. Oh no!
Like, no.
Yeah, now I'm thinking how I can like.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
Yeah, he's trying to think if there's any way.
I don't think so.
Top deck something? No, it doesn't look like it. Because once you even gain 2 life here, you're just in a ton of trouble.
Yeah.
You have 9, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Alrighty, so Adrian is now in big, big trouble.
Yep.
Has a fish to his name. Anoint with Affliction. Does he find something to help him out here? Gonna
one last time.
Let's see, Duress. That's not going to do anything, but we'll take a look in Marcio's hands, see what he's working with.
GG.
That's going to do it. Wow, that was intense. I thought for sure, like, you have so many removal spells.
Yeah.
I thought Adrian was just going to boom, fire it off, and then, oh, Marcio's dead, but nope.
You know, I mean, that's the price you pay for playing Anoint with the Affliction. That card is extremely good against the Gruul Prowess decks, but up against demons, it's not as good. So you can't really guess perfectly with all the removal spells. You know, there's a lot of different ones you can play, and, you know, you got to really be focused for certain matchups. I love that card against Gruul, but not good against 4-drops. I know, hot take.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but Marcio picking up a win, advancing to 6-1, so going to be very happy with that performance indeed. But to talk about the rest of our field friends, we're going to toss it over to Maria and hear how the rest of our players have done.
Thank you so much, Ailey. Wow, what an incredible day 1 of competition here at World Championship 30. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Cedric Phillips with you here to wrap up the day of coverage. Let's start things off by taking a look at our leaderboard. Find out what happened today. Well, what happened? The headline, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, the lone undefeated player left in the room, your current reigning world champion. Can he go back to back? He was your quote-unquote dark horse pick, Cedric. How are you feeling?
I feel so good.
Feels so smart, huh?
I
So
just
smart,
feel
so smart.
It's really tough to just really dig your heels in on the reigning world champion,
Yeah.
but I did it. I did it.
Taking
Somebody
the
had to.
unpopular stance,
That's
yes.
right. Somebody had to, so I did. Yep.
Unbelievable stuff here from JED today. Seth Manfield also currently sitting at 6-1 here, taking a look at the scoreboard. Eli Cassis sitting at 5-2. Some huge names. Shuhei Nakamura also sitting at 5-2 here on our leaderboard. Oh, there's Willie Adel as well, the Hall of Famer, sitting at 5-2. Some very exciting stuff. And remember, they're going to draft in scoreboard order tomorrow. So our Player of the Year race is getting very interesting because Seth is not letting Simon just run away with it.
Absolutely not.
Simon near the top of the leaderboard as well, so very exciting. How about our card of the day, Monty? What do you name?
Maria, it has to be Leyline of Resonance. Come on.
Yes.
Come on. People went from being like, this is the card, to everybody cutting it, and JD's like, are y'all okay?
Yeah, exactly.
What does everyone do? Am I losing it? This card enables turn 2 kills. And you know, when you are the reigning world champion, you don't really miss. JD said, I drew it every game except one.
What?
And that was when I boarded all 4 out. So, you know what? This card is easily card of the day.
Oh, incredible. You'll love to see it. Leyline of Resonance. What about our player of the day? I wonder who it could be, Cedric.
Quite the tough call here.
Yeah.
But since I have to pick someone, I will go with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who is up to his antics again. This isn't really the style of deck mirror that we see JED play. More of a mid-range player when I think about it. And it's not to say that he's not willing to play aggressive strategies. It's just not what I really identify him with. If you think about what he won the World Championships with last year, it was with Rafine, because that card was really good. But the key thing that I think we can think of when we think of JED is he's going to try to figure out what the most powerful thing to do is, despite what other people may think. That's what he did with Leyline, and now you kind of see the run through things. Yes, he went 3 on draft, and we're used to him doing very well in limited formats, but it's this run through 4 different archetypes, right? There's Cruel Delirium, there's Dimir Demons, there's Cruel Prowess, there's Azorius Oculus in the hands of the incredibly talented Ely Cassis. So not only is JED getting it done in limited, which again we're used to seeing, but it's in constructed across a myriad of decks that are doing very different things, and he blew through all of them.
Wow, absolutely incredible stuff.
Dark Horse.
Of course. Of course.
Dark
the
Horse.
Dark Horse.
Dark Horse.
Dance of the weekend.
That's
right
right.
there. What about our match of the day, Monty?
Well, Maria, the World Championship, to me, is all about just watching titans of the game, the best of the best play each other. And if you're looking for the best of the best right now, look no further than round 5, where we saw the reigning world champion go up against the reigning player of the year, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat against Simon Nielsen. And it was Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, as he has done every single other time in his career, taking the match against Simon Nielsen and handing the player of the year his first loss of the tournament.
JED 5-0 against Simon Nielsen.
Lifetime.
Lifetime.
Good place to be.
Yeah.
So cool. What
Dark
an
Horse.
incredible Magic player.
No one saw this coming.
Who could have seen this coming?
There's no way to know.
Join us tomorrow, everybody. Come back here to twitch.tv/magic for day 2 of competition, where we're going to have Duskmourn draft in the morning again before we switch things over again to standard. That is rounds 8 through 14. Take note of the viewing times there, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Don't worry, though, we are not done with awesome Magic coverage here at World Championship 30, because we've got an awesome stream to send you to. We're going to start hosting over Ultimate Guard Live the Vintage Cube draft that people have been qualifying throughout the year on Magic Online. They're going to draft Vintage Cube live, and they get to keep the cards. That's right. And the cards that weren't drafted all go to the winner. So if you want to see someone maybe open a Black Lotus and get to take it home, you're going to want to stick around, everybody, because we are going to raid them in just a few minutes here on this channel. But for us, we are saying good night. As the doors opened into the terrifying halls of the House of Horror here in Las Vegas, 113 players stepped inside, willing to brave the twists and turns of a haunted mansion, all for a chance to call themselves the best in the world. Among the thousands upon thousands of Magic fans who poured into the convention center for MagicCon Vegas, these select few sat down to battle for a shot at Magic immortality. We kicked it off with Duskmourn Draft in the morning, a format beloved by almost everyone, where you can draft almost anything. And then it was over to Standard, a format beloved by almost everyone, where you can play almost anything. And it seemed like each person thought they alone had broken the format. But in the end, one player led the field, and it's someone who knows how to win a world championship. That someone is none other than reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, the last undefeated player standing. Can he do the next to impossible and go back to back? Well, you'll have to come back tomorrow to find out, and for more terrifying delights as we work our way towards our top 8. I promise it'll be so good, it's scary.